trying to also find a victory to take them on. Sharp shots coming in only with the red dot side. So rather impressive that he's been able to actually track the rest of Yangon Galactica. So YG says we're done looting. They're just gonna move out of the way, respect the territory of Team Secret of what they have inside Novo, and no casualties thus far. I think it's a smooth start overall for the Islanders, but I can't say that it's gonna be for long.
Mm-hmm. And Yangon Galacticos, they're not even interested to take up a fight up against Team Secret. Maybe they're not prepared just yet, or maybe they don't really want to risk, losing some members at an early onset. So perhaps we will see them fight maybe in a while, or maybe they will prioritize getting inside the zone first and do the gatekeeping.
Mhm.
Before they actually engage with Team Secret. But then again, if they step into the zone here, they could probably have a clash with Boing Donkey and Talon Esports, who is already in position around the military base. So we don't exactly know how that is actually going to play out. So we also have to wait, like, okay, this is stage one, but where will stage two go?
True enough. I mean, it could end up in Fairpure. It could go back into the mainland of Gakka for all we know. So options are endless. So those teams are not looking to really jump the gun on really booking those spots just yet. But it's kind of safe for those who actually drop into the mainland to take their sweet time to make those kind of decisions, since both bridge are not fully occupied just yet if it does end up in the island. But the ratio right now is kind of like 70-30 to the mainland in specific. So more often than not, I think a lot of these teams are looking for those farmhouses over the south side of Gakta, or even somewhere around Quarry is going to be a really decent hole as well. So it's going to be a long journey since this flight path was skewered towards Lipovka's area. So
Mm.
a lot of all these teams, they're just gonna take their sweet time as we're taking a look at Voing Donkey, which they haven't really shown much of their cards throughout. At Voing Donkey, which they haven't really shown much of their cards throughout the playoffs, throughout the grand finals. They barely made the cut. I'm actually glad to see them in the grand finals overall. But take a quick look. Yep, as much as I say 70-30, I think I can further confirm that it could very well be uh, 80% chance that it will still land over on the mainland.
Mm-hmm.
So Pachinki is also within the vicinity of Grab. So I'm just surprised that the Savior they're just quickly looting those areas up, and then they pick a spot over the hillside instead of staying
ฮัลโหลฮัลโหล
in the city.
ได้ยินไหม
Mm-hmm.
มายัง
And if you guys saw the map feed earlier, there are a lot of teams already
ก็
clustering
อ่าน
up down there in the middle.
พู
And
ดอยู่
Fortress is,
ขอบ
at
คุณครับ
the
คุณณัฐวัฒน์ด้วยนะ
other
เตือน
end
ได้ยินแล้ว
of
โอเค
that
ขอบคุณมาก ขอบคุณมาก
West Bridge
เดี๋ยว
to get
เป็น
the
ลุ้น
next
แชมป์
rank
ได้อยู่
point. So Yangon Galacticos,
เดี๋ยวซี่เขียนมันจะกลับมาข้ามสะพาน
Talon
ซ้าย
Esports
ตอน
probably
แข่ง
will
แม่ง
pass
ชอบมา
through that
เข้าหลังพี่
direction. So I mean that would be a great
ถ้าวงแบบนี้
opportunity
นะ
for Falak and the rest of the crew to actually assume a lot of points.
เป็
If
น
they
ลุ้นแชม
can
ป์ได้อ
do
ยู่
an
28 แต้มเอง
effective bridge camping, that's always a great tactic. But then again, it all boils down like just how good their defense will be, because that is like we're talking about three teams here, not to mention the teams that are already in the main peninsula once they hear the gunshots.
True enough, and on top of that, right now, NS Red Forces, they're planted in a really good spot where it's kind of like 50-50, right? Where no matter where it shifts, they will still be able to have a solid
เอ
hold
ลิ
of
โย
the zone. So that's kind of the less of their worries right now. It's
ก็
more
คาริเลโอ
about
ก็ได้อยู่
finding
ได้
some
ลุ้น
of
ด้วย
the
เนี่ย
cash
30 แต้ม
over the
ตามไป
hills.
2 แต้มเอง
Rain, speaking of catching somebody out there, it's going to be Gachor. Looking for a target. Talon's going to be moving in the way as well. Void Donkey split
เอา
into
รถไหล รถไหล
position.
ไม่ดึงเบรกมือ
All three
รถ
members
ไป
of
แล้ว
Talon right now looking to spot them out. Potato going up the hillside. So he's going to be at least scouting up ahead to relay whatever intel. I believe he might have actually spot out Rebo. So he's falling all the way back. Achil's going to lead the way. Razak's got to really find a way to hold down the line. And so far, he's been impressing us throughout the playoffs. Can he do so? It seems like it's a little too risky, so he's just going to pull all the way back.
feel like Potato's going off
เดินมา
angle.
แล้ว
I mean,
เอ
obviously
อ
with
ตี
this
เขียนยัง
kind
จุ่
of
มวงอยู่เลย
movement from Voin Donkey, they would love to go for a pinch here. But I mean, we see Talon Esports, and they just really
โอ้
want to group all together, right? I mean, we saw Voin Donkey go for a 2-2 split, but Talon Esports, they just want to fight, you know, with them like just really within reach. So let's see which is actually the more effective strategy, so to speak. But anyway, we can see Razak back on the screen over here. We got Zeta as well, manning another angle. And we're not exactly sure if they're already ready to actually just
ซื้อเท่าไหร่
cut
วะน่ะ
each other off. But coming off the kill feed, it's Joker coming from E Arena, was able to put down one player from BTR. So I guess they're going head to head at the moment. No confirmation just yet. If anybody had been taken back to the lobby, it's another player from BTR.
Some great knocks coming out of Irina, finding those catches as it's being retaliated coming from the back end. It's Bumblebee shooting right back at him. It's just a couple of all these stars at the
โด
top.
น
And you are looking at
Bumblebee.
all these teams scrambling because right now the update is 50-50. Island as well as the mainland. So plenty of these teams are looking for whatever gaps that they can find to hold on to. And there goes Shona on the ground already. The rest of BTR looking to bail out. So it's only going to be 2 players to play out for the rest of the course. Well, Alan finally hitting the mark, finding one member inside of Voin Donkey as Razak goes in for a long-range tag. He's barely
เจ็บหัว เจ็บหัว
other than this shack right at this moment.
AVG ไม่เข้าไฟนอลเฉยเลย
Even think about
เออ
saving Potato.
พลาดได้ไงวะ
Bad start for the boys of BTR. Yeah, 2 casualties right off
มา
the
แล้วหนึ่ง
bat here. And kill feed, Horror
อ้าว
Sports
โดนเทรด
versus
คิว
Phase, Voin Donkey versus Talon. Man, there are a lot of
เกือบ
fights
3
happening
เม็ดหนึ่งด้วย 2 เม็ด
simultaneously, which is of course what we love to see on screen. Yaru went again for an angry spray up against Razak. It's pretty low in HP, so probably we'll see
ส
a
วย
car
ครับ
chase happen.
อ่า
But this
ชิบ
is
หาย
gonna
น้อง
be
สอง
a solid drive-by from
โดน
Talon
2
Esports.
ตีเลยน่ะ
Great shots. Nick
เออ
is coming in
สวย
side of Red Bull as I
สวยอีก
believe
ช็อป
should be a little bit of saving grace
สวยน้อง
coming in from the members of RQ.
ระวังขึ้นมาด้วย
Spot out
เออ
members
นั่น
of
แหละ
RQ from YG and Chopper makes
โอ้ย
it
โอ้ย โอ้ย
work
โอ้ย
out
โอ้ย แรงเล่นแรงเกิน
for FaZe Clan.
คือจะตายว่ะ
But this isn't exactly the best spot
ไม่
to
รอดละ
actually take
กีด
this
กัน
out.
เรียบร้อยไปแล้ว
Chopper
เหลื
really
อคน
has
เดียว
to go further up
ได้มา 2
ahead.
แต้มเอง
And look at the current situation. This kind of split really puts them in such a
เจอ 2
tough
ตีเลย
position where they're only relying on all these open fields as well as terrains for cover for the moment. So Talon decides to at least seek refuge through those high elevated kills, but they're definitely looking to position once again. They are in the island. The last I checked,
สึกเจ็บ
and
เข้าข้าง
those
ล่างเลย
fights between Voin Donkey and them have
เฮ้ย
not
เฮ้ย เฮ้ย
concluded just
หายแล้ว
yet.
ช็อป ช็อป
So it's gonna be
คือ
shields
จะปิด
that
แชมป์เลยเหรอ
sends it right across. It's gonna be ending up inside of Fair Pure instead. So good work coming in from Talon to at least get closer and closer to the zone. But take a look. Team Secret's about to do the same. So there's a true battle. See they can cut across. Well, all the other teams back over to mainland. It's still on the Duke out, and it's back to Razak right now, challenging Talon.
Oh man, this is a crazy circle altogether. I mean, we're talking about like 30% water.
สารงาน
over
บุญ
here.
เลย
Then let's check
Appreciate.
out what is happening
Yeah.
between Team Secret versus Voin Donkey. Razak seems to be backing away from that one. Okay, it's not really a fair fight after
Yeah,
it's a 2v1, but hey, we're looking at Vapor Esports this time going
right.
up against E Arena. And yeah, they were already bagging 3 elimination points for themselves. So I guess we're talking about the
จะร้องเพลงชาติไทยให้ใครฟัง
side
อ่ะ
of E Arena, which is of course 4, 5, 6.
หาย 3 เลย
Always included in the top performers, by the way. Maybe he can pull up a clutch, but then again, I did see boys from 4th Thrives. They're pretty close to that exact location. And not to mention, we got boys from D-Savior and even Vikings. So this is gonna be great. Karina taking hits from Yala. So Karina's gonna be put down, but there's still time for him to get picked up at this point.
Yep, great coverage coming in from Vampire Esports. So A7's going to do exactly the same as Senna has been able to go in for the rescue. The rest of Vampire Esports right now, waiting for that grand reset. But the rest of Arena, just right across, tossing a couple of smokes just to prep up for what's bound to be a very big fight. Savior right over onto those tiny little shacks are finding it hard to even find space with that Molotov thrown right in. Now, How long can they hold on is a big question right now. This fight has not concluded. The last we checked, they've been
โคตรอาจารย์
having that small little scuffle early on, which
พี่
resulted
ป่าน
in
น่ะเหรอ
Superman
ได้
being
ช็อตเหรอ
taken out. And
แต่
now
ตอนนี้
Super
พี่ป่านเป็น
looking
analysis
to
นะโค้ด
close
ก็คือพี่
it
สองตอน
all
เนี้ย
off, but it's gonna be a little tough
ทีมเฟสใช่ไหม
to
หมายถึง
break
เฟสแคนตอน
so
นี้
his
ใช่ไหม
time right through, but perhaps he could find himself a little bit of off angle while Vampires, they're at it again.
Great shot coming from Lazarus, ending the line of E Arena. We're looking at
พี่นก
15
ซูเปอร์เกีย
teams.
ร์เป็น
For stage
analysis
number
พี่
3
ป่าน
here,
ก็เหมือนเป็นผู้
Lapar
ช่วย
is
อีกที
bleeding
นึง
out there in the open. Thank you to Horror Esports. Yes, Sky and Jiggo both out of the game, so it's just the duo between Sleepy and Nofri, and we can see Sleepy's trying to stick to the edge of the circle as well, but he's been getting a lot of shots, damage as well. Now we're looking at Nongshim Red Force. And they seem to be having an altercation with someone close to the edge of the circle. Just couldn't pinpoint like which team is that. Oh, I believe that's Hora.
I believe so too. And Sleepy is barely getting by right now. Fighting it.
Running in the wall.
Nofer, who's coming pretty close by towards Texas. Well, Nongshim Red Force, they got themselves inside the zone, but they are sharing the spot alongside with T79. So I'm not too sure if they have enough members
แต่สามารถส่งนี้ดีเคก็ทำแต้มเพิ่มได้อีก
at this point in time. We're looking at a little bit of a split position coming.
เฮ้ยไม่แน่ว่ะไม่แน่ว่ะเจอ A7 ว่ะ
Now holding it down as D plus Kia, hoping to find a little bit of space to restore. Will meet up with the rest of Alpha 7 right at this moment. Revo, he got themselves pretty much bunched up inside of the corners of the beach. So this might just actually see D plus Kia crashing out early.
Hey, you know what? It's a vulnerable spot if you ask me, but let's see if TSK can actually survive that one. But in the meantime, we're looking at Vampire Esports once again retaliating and taking out
เฮ้ยอะไรอะ
the equation here. 5 elimination points in their pocket. Revo
Why?
taking in some shots as well. Now down on the ground, and Lazarus just made sure that he's not coming back from that one. 6 points from Vampire Esports.
Wow, clean work so far from Vampire Esports. They still have majority of their members hailing grenades after grenades at Alpha 7, and they barely have enough space to work with. Hansa's now trying to squeeze those grenades over. Same
โอ้ยโดนดีเคมน่ะ
going on attack wall.
โอ้ยสวยดิแต้มเดียวพอไม่ต้องไปเยอะหรอก
Got caught in the middle, and here comes the push. Schwabs will be able to seal the deal, takes out Alpha 7, and only
คะแนนมันเร็วทาง
for B plus Kia. That charge
วัน8คิวแล้วยังเอาเลยว่ะ
was unwarranted, and now they pay the price.
Okay, so obviously Vampire Esports is playing on another level here. We've been
9 คิว
waiting
ด้วย
for
ได้
a
โน
long
บุอี
time.
ก
You
ตัว
know, they have been passive for like most of the days of the tournament, and now let's all welcome back the boys of Vampire Esports. Already has a total of 8 elimination points in the bag here. Seb9 back on the screen, just punishing the boys of GLU squad this time. Hexa's already down, but not by Seb9, but by BTR. And just like that, ladies and gentlemen, we have 2 teams out. Alpha 7 and was that D plus Kia? Yes, D plus Kia already out.
เสียได้โอกาสตามนะ
Yeah, there's just not much room for them to
ได้
actually
มากกว่าแต้มหนึ่งก็ยังดี
very, very late coming in from the
ก็ยัง
far
ตาม
right. And there was
Oh.
already those attacks coming from Alpha 7. Now in between it, BTR getting caught up, so it's only down to Ken.
รูปพี่เหมือนมีกลิ่นอะไรทุกอย่าง
Can he actually make out of the situation? Will
กิน
just
ยาเลย
go up against Blue
จับอะไร
Squad,
มาวะ
watching that vehicle, goes in for the knockdown, and hoping to secure at least 1 point
กิน
back.
ยากินโรงพยาบาลทั้งมาไงวะ
Losing the
อะไรโฆษณา
point back, shredding out. Blue Squad.
ยังมีคนเล่นอยู่อีกเหรอ
Advantage
Hey.
point for Falak. Okay. He could definitely utilize this very position, I mean, to his advantage, which is of course always perfect. And yeah, it's working out so far for the side of 4 Thrives. And now we have 9 teams remaining here for stage number 4. And looking at Team Secret, they seem to be doing just
เขาวิ่ง
fine
อยู่ในวงไหม
as well. 3 points
อ
in
ยู่
the
ไหมวง
bag,
หน้า
and they continue to
โอ้
rack up some more.
ขวา
Over
บ
to
น
the south side of the map,
เฮ้ย
can
อุ้ย
see
เกือบกลางด้วยนะ
4 teams.
โอ้
And
สวยนะทำเล่นไป
it's so amazing because the
สวยเลย
circle
ช็อป
now went up north, so all the teams down
เก็บ
south
แต้ม
have
ตาม
to fight it out
DK ได้
just
เพิ่ม
to
อีก
survive, just to get inside the zone. So there will be a
1 2 3
massive
4
cleanup
5
that's definitely
6
going to happen in
7
Fetty
8
Pier.
9 ทีมอ่ะ
If I'm gonna be the observers, I'll keep
เอา
my
แรง
eyes
พอยต์
on
เพิ่มอีกนิดหน่อย
Fallout
ไว้ช็อปเว้ย
because he got himself that crazy
เดี๋ยวข้างล่างเดี๋ยว
angle
ต้องตีก่อนเนี่ยไอ้ไวกิ้ง
top
จิก
of
กี้
the
ดีเค
tower.
ดีเค
So
ดีเองเนี่ย
he's gonna be able to spot everybody scrambling to make that space from the south side. But as we speak of it,
พวกเนี้ย
it's
ต้องตี
gonna be
กัน
a gridlock situation between MVKE,
เดินน่าจะ
Team
วนไป
Secret, as
เข้า
well
ทาง
as
อื่น
Team
นะ
Saber. Literally, all the
น่าจะรู้
Vietnamese
ข่าว
teams
ตรงนี้
bunching
บ้างอยู่แล้ว
up.
แหละว่ามีเสียงปืน
But eventually, somebody's
ไม่
gonna
รู้
make
จุด
the call
ทำ
to
ยาก
run
เด็
out,
ดยาก
and whoever is gonna be late to the scene, they're just gonna get clipped. It's just the nature of what this game is like. So there is still a little bit of time to go out. When I say little, it's still kind of 2 minutes and a half or less. So Naxim Red Force, they've definitely found themselves a defensive cover good enough for them to hold
กิน
out
สบู่
till
วะ
the next zone appears.
ยังไม่จบ
So stage
Wow.
ยังไม่
five,
จบบอก
they're
กิน
just
ที่มือ
making sure that they play defensively, but for Tribe, this is going to be their time to shine. They spot out the rest of VP, trying to make their way across. Hunter's got no other cover but to go rolling on his belly. It's only a smoke for them to actually hold for the moment. Mela needs to at least find
ยาก
something
อะ
in
เนี่ย
return. If they do get an
Wow.
exchange, then it could be
ถึ
good.
งแว่น
but
มารอด
they
ยากอะเนี่ย
are making it even more
ดู
difficult
ดิ
for
ดู
VP.
ฝนดาวตกดิ
Four tries, making it rain, and somehow VP still stays afloat, but not for long.
Oh man, yeah. Oh, they're really getting a lot, from Fourth Rise.
เวฟสวย
Obviously,
เลย
Denver Esports went for
ชิป
another
หายดิ
entry
พลัง
here,
ยังอยู่
chose another entry point, but yeah, they're really getting punished over here by Fourth Rise. And just like what you mentioned, Falak is really holding on to a great angle over here, just really capitalizing on everything that is happening at the moment. We can see that
รอดเหรอ
Noki also
Oi.
pocketing through
Oi.
elimination, points, which is
Rod.
outstanding. Now, Anson
เฮ้ย
trying
ไป
to
ห้องน้ำ
manage
ไม่
the
ช็อปปะน่ะ
situation. He is very low when it comes to his health, so let's see if Fourth Thrives will
ใช่ไหม
show
เรา
a
ดู
little
ฟีด
bit of mercy to that last surviving member of Vampire Esports and just let him through. But yeah, I think he was able to get through just because he's already down there, smacked in the middle of the zone.
Yeah, I got big questions as to how
เฮ้ย
far
รอด
he
ว่ะเติม
actually
ยาวอ่ะ
got all
เดิน
the
ไป
way
จอด
up
ไหน
there.
วะ
I'm pretty sure that he's got great parkour skills to
นู่นไง
do so. Because the last I
ห้องน้ำ
recall,
หน้า
it
บ้าน
wasn't
อ๋อ
exactly letter for him to do so. Great Nate, that quickly eliminates Break from even being part of the
Nah,
equation.
nah,
So
nah.
it's only down to Tizin, as I say his name. It is quickly
เนี่ยช็อป
eliminated
ช็อปได้แรง
by
พอยต์แล้วดิอย่างเงี้ย
504.
บวกเพิ่มอะไรอีกหนึ่ง
So
สวย
only
เลย
a member left for time MVKE. Well, D-Saver soaking too much damage coming from the
ได้
zone.
ที่4ที่5
Down
ดีเลย
Sergeant at this
เฮ้ย
moment.
อ๋อน็อกน็อก
Ooh.
He's barely even making it out alive. Yangong
นี่เดี๋ยวตรงนี้หมดอีก
collapses
2 ทีม
currently
ไวกิ้งกับ
holding them
DX
hostage.
Oh yeah.
สวยเลย
Oh,
ช็อป
man.
สวยเลยช็อปสวยน้องสวย
Galacticas is in a very great spot. I mean, they're just really making it rain as well up against the Savior and Wunti's team. And now the circle shifted back again, and it looks like it had favored the boys of Fourth Thrives this time. So Fourth Thrives, if they play their cards right, they could potentially score the chicken dinner here.
Whoa.
But coming off the kill feed, it's 7-9 versus NS Red Force, and yeah, we already
ช็อป
have
บวกเพิ่มอีก
one
2 แต้มแล้ว
cash
เป็น120แล้วตอน
onto
นี้
the side of this Korean powerhouse.
It's tough tussle over there because last we checked, with that shift going on, both 7-9 as well as Nongshim Red Force need to find a little bit more of that space up the map. Four tribes are now on the hunt, finding those members of Yangon Collectives. A couple attacks coming in from the side of T24, not quite enough. For YG, back and spin down. Naki's hoping to draw an exchange. Wow. And this is just making it harder and harder where YG, they finally found themselves a little bit of cover for the meantime. Particularly this, the rest of Nongshim Red Force,
Wow.
careful setting with that hovercraft, and they're driving to the direction of 4T.
Okay, Fourth Thrive seems to be doing great. They woke up on the right
นี่
side
มัน
of
อร่อย
the
จัดเลยนะ
map,
ไอ้
I
เนี่ย
guess. I mean,
พ
10
ลักเนี่ย
elimination points, this is outstanding. phenomenal even. But you know what, Murnau boy, well, he got by the blue zone, so he denied the point to the rest of the teams here still participating. Now, Nongshim Red 4 still feeling a lot of wrath coming from Yangon Galacticus, and that is it. XZY already out of the game here, and 4Thrives Esports continues to thrive as they hunt down this last member of Vampire Esports.
Yeah, they got the perfect position, and it's all about how long can they hold on before these teams storm right through. But they've been already weakened, all thanks to Fallock's position. He has been key in majority of all these battles, and overall, nobody has been able to stop Fallock or even spot him up just yet. It's absolutely ridiculous if you ask me. Yeah, Galacticos right now, 2 more members left, but how are they supposed to fight through NS, Sam9, and then get to 4Thrives?
สวยชอบได้
Fourth
แรงเพิ่ม
Thrives
อีกหนึ่
going
ง
for the zone control. Yangon Galacticus now continues to get a lot of points, you know, from this round. And as Red Force, well, they also got, you know, the chopping board this time for stage number 6 in Erangel. Now we can see Falak already making a move here. Onzen right behind that shack. Falak continues to apply a lot of pressure. Oh, what a shot coming from Onzen. That puts Falak down on the ground. So he needs to survive. But, of course, we're still talking about 3 more members from 4Thrives, and they will avenge Falak in this situation. Can he serve his vengeance up against Onzen?
So far, Onzen's having a very good defensive cover.
โดนนะ
He's spot out
ประวัติโดนนะ
So he's going to be seeing whether if he can out-trade that position. If Naki goes down, it will be very
ไวเคลียร์ตัวเดียวออกไปเลยเดี๋ยวตัวเดียวแล้ว
somehow holding on despite being on that low
เอา
ground.
มันหน่อยเอามันหน่อย
The rest of the members of YG over the spot of the kills. It's going to be Manpa.
โดนจบที่5ดีเงี้ย
Champion of SEA charging up.
สอบได้แต้มถือว่าดี
Napped from the back,
Sorry,
and it is out of FaZe Clan to take one of their brothers from Thailand out of this match. Now into the top 4 we
คือ
go.
7 แต้มละ
Alright, here we go. Falak moving in closer. Puts down Romeo Boy. Romeo Boy wasn't able to pull his gun. You know, wasn't able to defend himself well. The trigger.
ไอ้ล่วง
Massive spray once again. Trying to put down Say Cloud this time. We're looking at the
ชอบ
final
จบที่
4
4 ได้
teams
เลย
here
ว่ะ
for stage 7, ladies and gents. And 4Thrives is the only team with a complete members for this squad.
Looking hella good right
ดูจาก
now.
ที่อยู่แล้วนั่นไง
Up.
อะไรดีละได้7 แต้ม
Best hitman on the list to really fend them off, and IQ is already added. Viren try to find a little bit of a space for him to work with as he works in tandem with Manpa. Yuhai left out to dry. While Falak making sure that he scout for the position, and just like that, takes out Say Cloud with his sharp eyes. 5 elimination points for YG. Not too shabby for a top 3 finish. Now it's between Sem9 and 14.
Yeah, Falak caught him sleeping down there. Now here comes Fire making a move up against D2. 14-4 low in HP. Fire taking in some shots coming from Noki. He was able to put down one play coming from 4Thrives. Noki was able to get things done. Now we're looking at a 2v2 situation. But 4Thrives, man, they are really flexing at the moment.
โอ้ยสวนแม่งเลย
Everyone, but what
อ้าว
a shot!
แชมป์เฉยเหรอ
Manparang.
Great
มันฝรั่ง
work, and now he's looking to close it up. 2 versus 1.
2-1
Falak, he has the firepower. They cannot
ตามก่อนด้วย
underestimate him right now. But over on the hands of Manparang, he's got that grenade. This could very well be the first chicken for Sem9 here. And they
แชมป์เฉย
the Malaysian dream is real. And they have been able to overwhelm the rampaging 4Thrives. And
Sem9 แชมป์เฉยเลย
it is the PMSLC representative of Malaysia to take the first chicken dinner of the day.
Crazy ending that was. Wow. I mean, like, it kept me at the edge of my seat, that is for sure. I mean, I almost thought that 4Thrives will definitely get the chicken dinner. I mean, they had all the advantages working out for them. You know, they were pretty aggressive. They already have the momentum, you know, the rhythm, everything. And it was such a great counter that Sem9 did. You know, I think pretty much you know, that the moment that Noki got shut down, I think that was the start, you know, of the ripple effect onto the side of 4Thrives, and they just kind of lost the momentum. And the fact that, you know, Manparang made a essential nade onto Falak. That kind of sealed the deal. But then again, we're talking about like Fourth Thrives getting a double-digit elimination point for this round. That is still incredible, impeccable performance still. But we don't want to take away the spotlight, for our winner chicken dinner, which is of course Sem9 repping up Malaysia over here. So yeah, we just have to give it to them because that was a job well done.
It's actually crazy if you think about it. Lamparang kind of retired from the pro scene for about 3 years at the minimum, and once more showing how exactly it's done, where he has been able to win out the C Championship back in the past in official tournaments. And that being said, we take a look at those numbers. Four Tribes definitely is unmatched. They got the most elimination points, the most damage done as well, if you ask me. But Sem9, they held on for such a defensive position, and they moved in at the perfect time. And it wasn't exactly easy when you have Yangon Galacticos and also members of Non-Team Red Force being around. So let's make comparison, right? Falak, unstoppable. There was also IQ in great position. So, like I said, it will be.
เกมเดียวยิงไป 3,000 กว่าดาเมจเลยเหรอผมเล่นกันมันจัดเลยนะเนี่ย
15 elimination points. That is
ไม่ไกลแต่น่าจะมันจัด
outstanding.
อะ
And just look at the damage output. It's over 3,000. Okay, so yeah, it was just so unfortunate, I guess. But then again, even if like not securing the chicken dinner, we can still say that Fourth Thrives did amazing, for this round. And we also have the MVP, of course. We got 7 elimination points for this guy alone. Falak, 1,457 damage output. And he only used, like 9 utilities inside the game. So I guess this guy has been
คนอาเยอะเว้ย
Thrives is playing in the international stage, so that's the major thing that the Pakistani community is actually looking forward to.
That's right. He's always super reliable when you need him the most. And you saw he was climbing up to that cheeky little position up the tower to really yoink a couple of all these names out there. So the one that has been able to match Four Tribes is actually Shrebs coming from Vampire Esports. He really took charge of that entire sector of Fairapure. Barring that, they could not really find an entry point. I mean, overall, they really fought tooth and nail. They took out D plus Kia. They also took out Alpha 7. Two very, very notable names who are fighting for that top position.
Oh man, I can see you guys down there in the comment section going crazy as well. Yeah, that was outstanding, I'm telling you guys. But we can expect more of that action to happen for the remaining matches today. Now, again, we're looking at the match leaderboard, 21 points for Fourth Thrives, but it was Sem9 who took the chicken dinner with 15. Vampire Esports coming in at third with 11. So it's a good thing to see on the board that no team actually exited the game empty-handed. So I guess it's a great start for everyone.
I would say
it's a for
the rest of the field and a stellar run for both Sem9 as well as Four Tribes in particular. Even Yangon Galacticos with that 5-pointer that they've actually accomplished throughout those fights. I think that definitely supplements them a whole lot more, where they're not exactly clear from the gutter at this moment. And even FaZe Clan stepping up to the platter at this moment is really showing up that, hey, they still have a little bit of that momentum from the chicken dinner that they won from yesterday's run. So, of course, we want to see a whole lot more. And take a look at the amount of total limbs. It's a little higher than usual because we got 18 teams in specific. That also tells you that, a couple of these teams were struggling to even get out of the island. Some got taken out by play zone. And the furthest range coming in from Hora Esports, it's none other than Sleepy. So, that's it. I would say the rest of these numbers are pretty stock standard, but now we get ourselves to
Yep, and if we're gonna really focus on the amount of numbers set out by T plus K, it's already at 145, and again, it's a really huge gap, compared to our second placer, which is of course FaZe Clan. Alpha 7, I'm still really waiting for them to show us what they got, transform into their beast form, so to speak. And now with a major performance still coming from Fourth Tribes, they were able to redeem themselves, and now they're back at number 4, climbing up 4 ranks here at 113. And out of the teams that we can see from the first stage, we also have Vampire Esports with a notable performance as well, climbing up 2 ranks.
That's right. And that being said, it does push for esports down a notch if that's going to be the case. Sem9, a Billful Chicken Dinner, will be seeing them surge up ahead 2 spots, pushing RRQ down while YG has at least made a little bit more of that maintenance with their double-digit pointer run. So we're definitely looking at a lot of changes to be made throughout each respective round, because you take a look at the midfield, there's so many teams around 80 to 70 points, so we are expecting all these teams to even go for even more. So we'll take a short break, and when we come back, we'll bring you more Chicken Dinners to follow.
เปิดไหมครับแล้วมันไม่ขึ้นอ่ะเปิดไหมครับแล้วจอมันดับอ่ะมันก็เปิดเสียงไว้แล้วก็ดูไหมครับรอมันเพลินแล้วกันนะเนี้ยคืออะไรเล่นดีวะว่างรอกูหาได้เท่าไรเล่นไหมพี่เริ่มนะพี่โอ้ยนี่เริ่มสายเหรอ นี่คือเริ่มสายแล้วใช่ไหมพี่เว้ยจ้ะยังไม่เริ่มเลยครับพูดฟังหน่อยดีกว่าตัวเท่าลูกหมูฝั่งนี้มั้งเดียวทางบอกตัวเองนะลงพักเสร็จแล้วเหรอวะ
looking at Fourth Thrives. Just like what we mentioned, in case you guys missed match number 1, all the advantages were really working out for them. I mean, that explains just how much invasion point they were able to squeeze out of that match. So let's see if they could probably replicate the same energy for match number 2, but it is going to be different terrain. We are going to jump in Miramar this time. Whoa. Yeah, agree with you. But since you already picked Fourth Thrives, and my second choice was NS Red Force, but you production already took NS Red Force. So let's see. Okay. Okay. I feel like I'm gonna go with Vampire Esports. Just because I feel like today is the day they're gonna flip the script onto everyone, and also because of the fact that they are the defending champions for this season. So it's gonna be interesting if they can really do something big for us. I mean, these United matches, try to catch up with the match point because, well, I think this match will even out the cards for everyone.
Yeah, it's also interesting. It's also
แต้มหายไปไหนจอไปดูที่แมลงวันด้วย
Crazy amount of elimination points for
And for those of you guys asking in the comment section when this natural will take effect, that will happen tomorrow. Okay, so this is the last day that teams can really get as much points as they can, just so they can meet the requirements so that they can qualify for the smash room for this tournament. Now, okay, we're about to start a match with 14. Let's check if this is going to be the same as the previous Wrangle because we've seen a lot of changes, in drop locations, in the drop clashes, and now for match number 14, let's see if that will happen exactly.
ซ่อมอาวุธซ่อม
Seems like 4 tries for a plan B where they're getting the big plan to go back into their
นี่
default spot around that one area
มาแล้ว
or
มาแล้วหนึ่ง
just the spot. Loudball could also be considered if are having not much of a exactly not good.
And as you guys saw the names on the left side of the screen just moments ago, most knockouts, most elimination points still is Nobu of People's Media Headshots actually is no fear of Horror Esports, but also as Nobu's just really trailing him from behind, and that's where the highest damage, again, it is still Nobu, but let's see if, it will be different as we progress through the games this evening. But in the meantime, we're looking at the Savior, and they seem to be already missing anything that they need first before they get into a fight up against the Arena. Now, we've seen this fight happen all throughout the tournament, and the team will be winning this time. Usually, it's the Savior, or Arena can do something about this and strike their Arena Savior.
กดไวแล้วไหมเล่นจับ
Middle sector of Montevideo, so it is going to be a very technical fight. Ball baseline running out here with Falcons also being with Doxy looking to stop them, but he unleashes plenty of all these 5.56 bullets, but found nothing at all. So he's just gonna keep some of these resources and look for alternatives, and that also kind of secures even more vehicles for themselves.
มาแล้ว
For the trike, not anyone's favorite vehicle to be specific, since it does flip a whole lot. But hey, beggars can't be choosers right now. So long as there are vehicles for them to work with, that's gonna be a-okay.
As long as it can help you move from point A to point B. But anyway, okay, here comes another fight that might happen. And, with fourth fries missing to secure the chicken dinner, from the previous round, I do wonder if they're gonna add some more aggression in terms of their gameplay, just so they can make sure that this time they can take it home. But in the meantime, it's just Sem9 over here. I think they
โอ้แล้
carried
วทำไมคน
over
แรกต้อง
the
เป็นเป
fight
แค
that
นอ่ะ
happened in Erangel here in Myanmar. So can't wait for this two
ทำไม
teams
พี่นิว
to
ทำไม
clash.
ทำไมคนแรกต้องเป็นเปแคนด้วย
True.
น้อง
And
ผมกำลังจะ
it
ได้
seems
แชมป์
like
เนี่ย
they're just making sure that they're mindful of every
พี
step
เค
that
มันเห็น
they're
ฟีด
taking.
มันเอาสุด
Theron
แน่
is going to be the one to be playing first
PK
contact, but
A7
so
เนี่ย
far they're not really spotting all too much. IQ just playing by the very edge of it. He's playing it all alone through the water tanks, so a little bit tough if they were to be taken down, because the rest of four tribes right now with 3 members swarming around Mika is gonna be pretty interesting on what the maneuver is, because the big question is, can Mika hold his own? Because the rest of Sem 9, they're segregated at this moment. I do believe at least Mika's relaying whatever movement info that he hears with those sound cues at the moment, and it's going to be Fala that takes charge. He's thinking twice whether to actually infiltrate, and he's cheekily climbing upwards instead. Okay, if he hears those footsteps, I think they should know, but so far, Mika staying absolutely silent. I don't think Falak has got a clue.
Hmm. But they know that there is a team also in this area. I mean,
For
we've
sure.
gone through this multiple times already. And here comes the attack, just like that. Got him
แตก
off guard. T2
โอ้ยหาย
goes
2เลยเหรอ
back, down on their knees. Served by Yumiko. So this is a big advantage right now from the side of Sam9, and that's confirmation coming through. T24 already out of the game. Now Yumiko cooking up a nade up against Noki. Noki slowly backing away. You know, for now, he needs to be safe. He needs to
โดนแล้
find
ว
you know,
โดนลุ
something
ม
that
เซิ
could
งแล้ว
protect him for now, because Sam9 already on the move here, full force up against Noki.
Yeah, great catch from Mika in order to find these opportunities. Naki all
Oh,
alone
yeah.
right now, as IQ is too far away to send any form of help. So that's going to be 3 points out there. All back. And they're bringing out the knife to this gunfight. And Buren lands the killing blow.
Man.
So it's a little rough, a little bit dire of a situation. Can I change my predictions right now? I guess not.
Sem9 doing the nasty. Oh man, to take out someone with, I mean, probably they're just saving ammos, right? I mean, it is at the beginning of the match or stage 1, so they haven't really fully looted just yet. But yeah, Falak is still alive. Probably, you know, Sem9 is using him as bait over here. They're checking like, okay, are you gonna come back for your teammate or not? Because yeah, we're gonna like make him as our hostage. But ah man, losing to Sem9 again in Miramar. Oh, I do wonder if Four Tribes gonna do something about it come match number 3. But in another part of town, it looks like FaZe Clan and Alpha 7 going head to head. Revo down on the ground, but right behind him are his teammates. Squashboo already on his way to the rescue. From the kill feed as well as BTR versus NS Red Force.
Vinny's gonna be able
ลุ
to
ม
find
เพื่อน
that
กูเลย
catch while FaZe Clan also tagging
พูดอะไรวะ
alongside
มันอุ้มเพื่อนขึ้นรถไปแล้ว
Alpha 7 for Shopper. Getting a lot of damage being done. Yui has been taken off the list much early on. While Gongshim Red Force split apart as Vinny's kind of looking for alternative plans, but right at this moment, I run where exactly
อ้าว
are
แวมกับ
the
EA
rest
อี
of
กแล้ว
his teammates?
Okay, Vampire Esports right now shutting down Joker, making sure that, yeah, he will be sent back to the lobby. So that is a punch to the face onto E-Arena. So now the Vampire Esports has the advantage up against the Arena. I wonder if the Arena will be taking the bait. Are they gonna go and retaliate and serve their revenge up against Vampire Esports, or live to fight another day? It's going to be fight or flight. We still don't know exactly, but what we know is that BTR is rotating close to where NS Red Force is, just around was that Power Grid? Okay, I'm just gonna take a look at that later on. But yeah, Vikings is also on the move as well. They're sticking close to the edge of the circle.
Yeah, and Vikings, the last I saw, one of the members is holding on to a crossbow for some kind of reason. Well, they've been able to actually shunned away some members of RRQ, both teams clad in gold. As Break making sure that he flushes their position further and further from where they're currently at.
Let's
Just
go.
by the edge of Neon as they're currently playing true, while majority of the field are looking to book a spot around Minas Generalis to be one of the
Whoa.
if not across the northern point of Power Grid right now with Nongshim Red Force
เดี๋ยวสั่งมาจากบ้านคนรวย
in the perfect spot to really hold out. And mind you, for other teams to even cut across from the eastern side, they're gonna get shot, no doubt.
จริง
So
พี่ดิวไม่ทัน
it's
ทั้ง
not
แต้ม
an easy kill that they would be able to fight up against Nongshim Red Force. So it's a solid chance.
แต่ว่าน้องแต้มก็เริ่มไม่ทันพี่นิวเหมือนกันพี่นิวเริ่มแล้ว
Since the circle already shifted, San Martin now is the focal point, but
ปกติน้องแต้ม
all I
ดื่ม
can
ไหม
say is that the circle is behaving quite erratic today. I mean, even during the first round, back to Myanmar, I mean, it just favored the north side, so there are a lot of teams that will be coming from the south, so that's what we need to anticipate, because there will be again like a massive cleanup that will happen, you know, from down below. And now GOU squad, even Team Secret, they are parallel to each other just because I feel like they're gonna go for the same entry point coming from the east side. But most of the teams, just like Sem9, even Voin Dunkin, even Talon Esports, Vampire, I feel like, you know, they're gonna collide in just a while. That fight's definitely gonna brew. I mean, it's already brewing.
โอ้ซ้ำได้ด้วย
Which
เชี่ย
right now Nongshim with a great tag. Teasy somehow spots him with what only a red dot sight. Ridiculous work rate on this gentleman while he's hoping to do even more of that damage towards the rest of
น้ำใต้อักเสบ
members
ด้วยเหรอเนาะ
of BTR. This is why I
ดี
talk
แล้ว
about
น้องแต้มพั
Nongshim
กก่อน
Red Force. They pick a really smart position, and now this entire field of view is absolutely up for grabs, including the ones inside St. Marvin. The ones closest to them right now is FaZe Clan, but they're kind of
ใช่
hunkering
เหรอ
down onto one of the
โอ้
warehouses right down below, so they don't
ไม่กิน
exactly
ข้าวเหรอ ก่อน
have
ไป
that
ดื่มเนี่ย
vision.
ก่อนไปดื่มไม่ค่อย
So
กิน
they're
ข้าวเหรอ
just gonna
ดื่ม
let
หนักเลยดิ
them at least
ขนาดนั้นอ่ะ
sit around for the moment, while over in the south,
ใช่ไหมดื่มแล้วไม่ค่อย
Esports,
กิน
they
เหรอ
left Picado
ถึง
and
เป็นแบบ
find
นั้น
themselves closer and closer to Power Grid, spots out the rest of Thailand. Moving up the hillside, they're on with
น้องพี่มันเคยเป็นเหมือนกันน้องพี่
hoping
บอก
to
ว่า
draw
มัน
something in return,
มัน
and
ดื่มอย่างเดียวไม่
Yoru
ค่อยกินข้าว
also going in for a little
แบบ
bit
ไม่
of
มีอะไร
shade,
รอง
so
ท้องอ่ะ
these
ที่วันๆก็
SEA
มีแต่
teams
เครื่องดื่มทั้ง
are
นั้นอะ
down for a big
อัน
collapse.
ตรายนะ
Oh man, okay. I
เอา
mean,
แล้ว
Talon
EA มาไงเนี่ย
Esports will definitely
เอา
have
แล้วดิ
a hard time, you know, getting through
ร้องเพล
Vampire
งชาติไทยให้
Esports.
ใครฟังอ่ะทีเนี้ย
They don't have any elevation working out for them, and Vampire Esports is just
Am.
really capitalizing on
Oi.
that. They need to be careful because BTR is just right
เก่ง
behind
ไป
them. But anyway, we're looking at FaZe Clan here. One casualty from their side. Red Bull was able to recuperate, but Arena's trying to flush them out with all those nades. And Vampire Esports bags a point. You know, the kill feed is definitely lining up over here. We can hear a lot of gunshots, especially coming from the
Oh, my
shotgun
side
of
here,
456. Now he's trying to make a move so far,
Movie,
but couldn't
movie,
find the
movie,
right
movie,
angle
movie, movie.
for him.
กลัวอิ่ม
True enough,
Nah.
and
แก้วไว้คือกิน เออ
be a
อันต
lot
ราย
back
โอ้ย
these two right now. E Arena
I
being
think I need-
infiltrated with FaZe
แม่ง
Clan.
เอ้ยน้อง
Once again, go in with
มีอะไรให้ค่อยคุยกันเว้ย
with
เผื่อพี่ขอเถอะว่า
bringing DPS to be able to shut them.
นี่ไงบางเรื่องมันก็ใช้ให้ผลคุยกันไม่ได้นี่ไง
Clears them all the areas. Chopper doing exactly the same. FaZe Clan, they found two.
เอ้ย
Arena got eliminated with no score whatsoever.
รอบหน้าแผลหายต้องกินด้วยนะน้องแต้ม
I feel like most are really getting tactical now.
จะได้ให้
Talon
เรา
Esports
จะได้
out of
ดื่ม
the
กันได้บ้าง
equation
ครั้ง
as
หนึ่ง
well.
นะ
We got Sem9 back on the screen here, posting a
Để
total
đi-
of 6
có khoa-
elimination
thằng Lũ với
points
sẹt
in the bag. And again, you know, Sem9, they did so great during the Erangel match, and they seem to
ไม่
be
หิวไม่
doing
หิวก็ต้องแบบ
that
ลองทองสักนิดนึง
again,
อะไร
you know,
เงี้ย
for the Miramar round. Now,
อันตรายมาก
Lazarus is
โอ้เต็มตีน
here.
โว้ยมันรอดได้ไงวะ
He was on point, and
สวย
yeah, also great follow through coming from Vanjine. Hopefully, I
เอาเวฟคันให้เวฟคันให้
yeah, Vintores. Okay, Vintores was able to
So,
do
wave
a
show เข้าไป
follow through from the side of Vampire Esports. Hence,
ลดไปหน่อย
again, another
ทันไหม
point.
เนี่ย
Byron all alone in
สวย
this
เฮ้ยเฮ้ยเวฟเวฟเวฟเวฟ
Let
ดู
him
เฮีย
do
ก่อน
his business. Okay, was able to do a counter.
เฮ้ยเฮ้ย
But then again, we
โอ้โหเกือบ
have
วิกฤต
so many players coming from Vampire Esports
เบ๊ะ
ready to take him out.
He's so
สวย
cheeky to
ตามไม่ทัน
still
เม็ด
do a little bit more of that damage up against a member of Vampire Esports, but thankfully
น้องแต้มอยู่ไหนอะบ้านอยู่จังหวัดอะไรน้องแต้มอยู่จังหวัดอะไรพี่นิวอยู่ปทุมใช่ไหม
At least have a lot more space to work around that power grid sector, while the rest of Nongshim Red Force, they're not really putting too much pressure on the rest of the field just yet. While Vampire Esports, after taking out 7-9, will see themselves bunched up, and this is where it gets a little bit difficult for them to eventually challenge BTR, despite BTR having those lower numbers to actually work with.
วิวหายว่ะ
Trying to go all the way back to catch on to Mela, and he will be able to find it. Great tag, and now down
ไปทำงานเหรอหรือว่าย้ายไปอยู่นู่นเลย
wrap the other way around, and each team right now tanking the zone. They cannot afford to spend too long as this stage 3. It will still take a chunk of their health.
Yeah, this is what I was talking about a while ago. You know, I mean, BTR is or was monitoring the situation. You know, Vampire Esports going up against another team just moments ago, and they took that opportunity. We're in like Vampire Esports is
หิวน้ำก็ไปกินสิมาโฆษณาทำไมล่ะไอ้ย่า
lost a couple of players as well, and now we can see that Bumblebee
วงออกเฟส
already
แล้วเฟส
headed
ไปไง
towards
เนี่ย
the
ทีเนี้ย
Sunlight team.
ข้อมูล
He's
ขวา
waiting
ต่ำไป
for
เหรอ
Satar
แต่
while
ก็รอด
Vampire
ยากนะเนี่ย
Esports is picking up Miola in
เดี๋ยว
this
จะเลือกหม่งเข้า
situation,
เมือง
but
เห็น
Ventura
ใน
is
วง
also
ว่างเอา
on
ใน
the
เมืองก่อนแล้ว
way.
กัน
So I feel like the BTR Vampire connection, it's still gonna happen even at this stage. But we already have 3 squads at least headed towards San Martino. We've got Hora, NS Red Force, we got GLU as well. But NS Red Force, speaking of them, okay, I think someone took a hit and now currently down on his knee. So let's see if he will be taken out as well. But as for Vintura's man, great shot coming from Sky of Hora.
Yeah, he had the element of views, but not quite enough angle to work for BTR. Find themselves in a tough situation, but they will eventually overcome the final member for Tribes. Oh, close 1v1 coming in from Bumblebee ahead. He has to stay afloat. Take a look at the rest of the field.
โอเคแม่งอยู่เลยว่ะ
Sky and the rest of Horror Esports having such a great
นิวหาย
leverage.
นะพี่นิวแวบนะน้องแต้มดูดิ
Top
นิวแว
side
บนะ
of St. Martin, and
Ui,
right
sủi.
now, teams are scrambling inside the city. Blue finding
เอาแม่งเลยเวลากิจเอาแม่งเลยปะ
moving in between the rails, and it will be pretty much a safe journey for Vikings to be able to hold firm for the moment, while Blue Squad getting tagged by Nongshim, moving closer and closer in the distance.
ไอ้สีเขียวนั่นมันมาไงวะใครวะ DX เหรอ
Spray,
Latin.
coming from
มาไงเนี่ย
BTR just moments ago. I mean, that was completely retaliating over someone. But okay, so we're looking at NS Red Force. They already have 3 elimination points. We got Horror Esports, and you did mention that they are holding on to a
เฮ้ย
great
พี่ว่ามันได้เวลาแล้วว่ะ
advantage
กิจ
here.
พี่ว่ามันต้องโดนแล้วว่ะ
Vampire Esports also on their way to take them out from behind. And you know what? Another team
อ้าว
that
ชิบ
might
หาย
take
โดนธ
them
นู
out, that would be D plus Kia.
ชอบโดนธนูยิงหัว
He
I'm
found
not
somebody with
exactly
both.
sure. But RQ, right now, Lepar making a move. He's been getting tagged as well, but he was able to shut down Levi's from that exchange. He pulls out his M416 and now coming after Parajit. So let's see if exactly that's what's gonna happen from this clash. And there you go, Lepar with a roar.
It's crazy how well RQ managed to defend, and right now he gets to save 2 of his fallen brethren. Gotta see if Team Secret's gonna be able to close it up. Those grenades might just be
เฮ้ย
popped
ดิเช็คกับ VPE
now
แตก
need
หนึ่
to
ง
at least pop smoke
แวม
just
แต
for
กหนึ่ง
safety for
แว
a
ม
moment.
สู้หน่อยเว้ย
Now,
เอาหน่อยเว้ยแวมเว้ย
well, coming in from Team Secret, how many ducks are there in
Oh,
this
sủi.
tournament? I lost
ได้
count.
อย่างงี้สวยได้
Probably
เล่น
this is the third, while Vikings
เอา
infiltrate
น่าลาป้ากูว่าเดี๋ยวลาโลก
are looking at the rest of T plus Kia eventually bowing out as they take out the rest of them tires.
โอ้ย DK หมดสวย
Full charge. There's only gonna be Lepar left.
แวมโคตรเอา
Hold firm. And there
เอาละต่อไปเฟล่าเฟสไม่ใช่ไม่ได้โดนเน็ตอย่างนั้นดิกิดน้อง
Lepar goes
ไอ้เหี้ยไปอีกหนึ่ง
He's
แตก
not surviving. What?
โอ้เกมนี้ตามเกมแต้มเดียวเองว่ะ
Crazy.
ก็ยังดียัง
All
ตามเพิ่มได้
right,
อีก
here
แต้
we
มหนึ่ง
go. D Savior out as well, and just look at that. They haven't
เสี
scored
ยง22
anything out of this round as well. Just like that, 9 teams
22ดูเวียดนาม
remaining, which
ดู
is
ไม่ถูก
kind of explosive, coming from all the teams here. I mean, everyone seems to be
อ้าวแล้ว
keeping
แวม
up
ก็
a
หมดเลย
great
เหรอ
show. Now that we
แวม
are
ดูใคร
already
อ่ะ
at day number 3 of the grand finals, second to the last day, so to speak. Horror Esports, yeah, they are really capitalizing on this one. I mean, they can see those teams that are
21 แต้ม
staying
เว้ย
down in San Martin easier for them to actually just make it rain and just really take out
เฮ้ย
someone
แต่ว่า
in the
A7
kind
อยู่
of a position that they have.
มีโอกาส
And
โดน
as for
A7
Young
แซงนะเนี่ย
Galacticas, they're not. I mean, they're staying out of
เอเนด้วย
conflicts
ไอ้
for
ยา
now. Same thing goes for Alpha 7 and even Void Donkey, since they no longer
เอาไม่เป็
have
นไร
that
เรามองที่หนึ่งก็
firepower.
พอ
They probably will have a late game, for
เพราะ
this.
ถ้าแต้
I
มไม่
mean,
แซงที่
they're
หนึ่งยังไง
focusing
ก็
on
ไม่เป็นแชมป์
longevity, obviously, and they would want to collect as much placement points as they could. So if there's really no need for them to get into an altercation, I don't think we're going to be seeing them fight, for now. And speaking of fight, I feel like it's going to be between Vikings, NS, and GLU, since they're pretty close to one another. And Horror Esports is
ดู
really,
มุมนี้มันน่า
really
รักดีออกมา
taking
ขับรถนั้น
advantage
มา
of this particular
รถ
spot.
ตู้ราเมงอะ
No fear so far unchallenged as they are still holding on to a firm location inside the zone. No reason for esports to
เอาไว้
push
วอยแชมป์
while
เว้ย
they
เกมเนี้ย
are slowly tagging
ตัด A7 ก่อนเลย วอย
The only problem
There's
is that
2 คนอะ
once they actually get the knock, there's all these kind of covers for them to work with. And then once again, you see, no fear, he gets the tag, but he cannot finish the job because there's just so much room around this urban setting for them to wait for that cover. So there's still maybe a little bit more of that chance where revives could still go true. So it will definitely take a while for Horror to actually secure even more of those points. Well, when we go into urban settings, it is definitely gonna be a little bit more of a hole coming from the rest of the field. Therefore, they're waiting for stage 5 to subside, and then once that happens, we will expect all these teams to start making big movements around the map, and perhaps that's where Horror Esports stands a chance to take on more. And speaking of which, Potatoes over the back, and that alerts Sky, and Sky kind of dares him to move any inch further. It's gonna be the demise of Potato.
Yeah, they would want to snatch this area right here from Horror Esports, but I don't think they can do just that, considering that, again, they don't have the manpower to take care of business up against Horror Esports. But Sky, let's see what he's going to do in this situation. We got No Fear letting the airdrop. Unfortunately, oh man, Murnut boy spots him and threw a nade. And that's it, Horror Esports now suffered a casualty over here.
It's just a little bit of a hiccup for them, but I do believe that they should be able to kind of bounce back from it. Voin Donkey, though, uphill battle. They now know for the fact that they cannot really challenge for at the top, so they're just hoping to
YG นี่กิน
kind of
ไก่ไป
wait
ปะ
it out and find an alternative plan as
YG
instead
ไม่
of
ปิด A7
going
ก่อน
up
เล
the
ยนะ
hillside, they're driving back in towards the city.
แต่ YG ไม่น่าออกมาเล่นละ
And they
จริง
might actually
ดู
meet
จากบ้าน
up
นี่มัน
with
อยู่
the
แล้ว
final member of BTR.
แต่ไม่
Now,
แน่
I
ว่ะ
kind
ออ
of
กวง
want to know
สอง
who
ตัวอยู่
exactly Bumblebee is because we have his portrait, but not exactly the usual name that they actually put as in box.
เอาแล้ว
I have to find out.
ที่สั่ง
Meanwhile,
งานบุญ
Alpha 7 right now on our screens looking for that first elimination point up against the rest of Team Secret. Big Nate popped upon
ดู
Zeros.
มือหน่อยเว้ย
Not enough to actually find the mark with those Molotovs just yet, but those grenades are looking pretty scary, dropping very closely onto Trang as well as Jiki.
I mean, GLU, NS Red Force, Alpha 7, Team Secret. These are the team battles that are already inevitable. I
ไม่
mean,
น่ารอด
obviously, one of
ว่าละ
the team will only
A7
be
ไม่
the
น่าโด
one
น
to
แจม
step
ด้วย
inside the zone at
ห
this
ลุดหนี
point.
เลย
I mean, considering the fact that every team that I just mentioned are still outside of the zone. Now, we can see Carrillo's popping off some smokes here, but Team Secret already decided, hey,
เอาแล้ว
maybe it's
แห่
better
มา
for
แล้ว
us to just prioritize getting inside the circle
รถ
before
แห่
we
มา
get
แล้ว
into
งานบวช
any
ใคร
fight.
ปั๊บ
I mean, you
เจอ
don't
ไว
want to
กิ้ง
overextend
แตก
your stay in Miramar. I mean, outside of the zone there. GK got eliminated by
แตก
Team.
สอง
Same thing goes for Doc of Team Secret, and Zeta's been getting some damage as well coming from Break of Viking.
แตกสาม
Viking seems to be winning the fight up against Team
ห
Secret.
มด
And
ไหม
just like that,
พิซ
4
ซ่างานบุญ
elimination
เรีย
points
บร้อย
now in the bag here for Team
พิซซ่างาน
Secret,
บุญ
but
เรีย
they're
บร้อยเลย
back in the lobby.
And you just look at the impact that Superman actually brings to the table right now. He's just charging forward, fighting all his relations. Bumblebee still has it in the back, taking out Zeta. Potato as well. This one taken out by Superman. And there goes Boy Donkey. Already 9 points for the Vikings. Well, can BTR still hold firm? Bumblebee being absolutely quiet. But Superman
ชิง
knows there's still somebody in there.
โอ้ครึ่งหลอด
BT wants to leave no stones unturned. Needs to be tossed over the upper end, but he's hiding on the bottom
56
instead.
นัด
And I think that they have
บ้าแล้ว
no
แอะแต
cover
ก
as well. Through the window, they managed to spot him out. So there goes BTR top 6
เดี๋ยว
finish.
จะเว้นเอ็ดมันยัง
Respectable.
อยู่กันอยู่เลยอะ
Through
Just saying, wait, that one
windows,
is-
through the walls. We got Viking Esports dominating that exchange, eliminating of
แล้ว
course,
เอเทเว่น
the
เล่น
remaining
สวยเลย
players
นะ
come from BTR
เล่
with
น
only
ฝั่ง
2
เขานั้นน่ะ
points in their pocket. And now we're looking at Yangon
Secret หนีไปแล้ว
Galacticus challenging up the boys of Horror Esports. Sky took a hit, and now he's badly injured. But again, there's still time, for Horror Esports to pick up their teammate over here. But as for St. Cloud, he's probably reporting back to the rest of the team here that, hey, Horror Esports might be vulnerable. There could be a chance for us to take this vantage points for ourselves. But then again, we're still looking at Horror Esports and how good they are in terms of execution and their defense. And as for Yangon, man, they're managing 2 teams over here. Alpha 7 already ready to take charge in this situation. But is Yangon Galacticus prepared for a fight?
We'll have to see. They will definitely have been in a grand location for the longest time, but this time around, it's rather difficult that they find themselves on the foothill instead. Alpha 7 holding on to the peak.
พี่ยาไป
Kind
ทาง
of
ออปติมัส
disallows
ไปทางบับเบิ้ล
Bachi
บี
from going anywhere further than that, which
มี
is
แต่
why
ตัวดี
they
นะไม่มีตัวโกงเลยนะ
that position with that one player over on the far end. And YG firmly planted inside zone, whereas Alpha 7 is not, so they just really have to wait
เอ
for
เทเว่น
Alpha
แชมป์
7
ได้
to
แซงนะเนี่ย
actually
แซง
break
เฟส
through.
ขึ้น
But
ที่
Alpha
2
7 is trying to find their way up against the teams over the outskirts, and they managed to get a couple of knocks, and that's coming from one member of Horror Esports and Mafioso at the same time.
You know what? Yangon Galacticus may be inside the but then again, they don't have any high ground position, and Alpha 7 is capitalizing on that one, even Aura Esports. And getting sandwiched in between also
เดี๋ยว
does
นี้ก็
not
เกือบแซง
add
มั้งเนี่ย
to their advantage as well. So this is gonna be a tough ride, for the side of Yangon Galacticus. If they
แต่ฮอ
can
ล่าเนี่ยน่า
survive
ได้
this,
แชมป์คิด
then
ว่านะ
all good. We can probably see them, during the last few zones here, maybe score a lot of points as well. But Alpha 7 already moving in. They are really gonna charge, Yangon Galacticus this
Oh.
time. And what a shot coming from Revo. That was super aggressive, eliminating Master Smile just like that. I mean, Horror Esports right now having an exchange with NS Red Forces as well, but they do have the zone, I mean, map control-wise, it's Horror Esports.
ไม่รอดแล้วเนี่ย
Looking pixel
Beat
perfect for
goodness.
some of these guys
Nah,
out
no,
there.
back.
8-7 to really took the perfect opportunity to really start them down. Only down to Robot Boy right at the center. And they are
Oi.
still having worries as Horror
ผม
over
ไป
on the side is still spraying them down. Horror
แค่ดื่มแบรนด์วีต้า
เออ
ขวด
ฮอล่ามาแน่
โค้ดฟินในแบบ
โฆษณามันเยอะจังวะ
ทุกไลฟ์สไตล์เริ่มแรกเลย
back end. There's still Superman and the rest of Vikings trying to charge right through. It's gonna be a great tag to suppress the maneuvers, and it's down to Superman right now. Slippy spots him out. Snap grenade.
Oh!
And Slippy goes down. Superman
Okay,
once
Superman.
again showing who's boss.
Hey, can Superman fly?
Oh.
Oh no, says Sky. The sky is for me and the rest
ไม่
of
แน่
the
ว่ะ
horror
ก็กลายเป็น
esports
เอเซเว่นจะแชมป์เฉยเลย
grenade and also
ฮอลล่า
got
มัน
a
เสียเฉยเลย
counter against Superman. Superman. But then again,
โอ้เซเว่นแช
I
มป์
mean,
งี้ก็
those are like high elimination points, so I can still
คะแนน
say
พุ่ง
that
ไป
for
เลยดิ
Vikings,
130 บวก
they're
เลยดิอย่างเงี้ย แซง
a
เฟส
high
แค่เลย
performing
เกม
team
นี้
for this round. Unfortunately, they were able to secure the chicken, but then again, it's still a phenomenal performance. Let's see if that will happen as well onto the side of
แล้วเดี๋ยวมันจะ
Alpha
แบ่งคน
7
มาเล่นตร
this
งนี้ไหม
time. I mean, they do have the
Yeah, 7 อะ
numbers, and they were able to turn the tables up
ต้อ
against
งเคลียร์
Yangon
YG ก่อน
Galacticos.
แต่ถ้า
because
เคลียร์ไม่ได้จ
Yangon
ริง
right
อ่ะ
now
เดี๋ยวจะ
are
ขับรถ
the
ไปทำ
ones
บังเกอร์เล่นตรงนี้
outside of the zone, and they need to come in. But will Alpha
แบ่งคนไป
7 Esports let them?
โอ้โห
Ooh.
ดูดิ
Beautiful nade connected
เนี่ย
onto
เคลียร์เสร็จ
Rojo,
เรียบร้อย
and just like that, quick tags will send for that boy and the rest of
มี
Yangon
วิธีขับขึ้นมาเนิน
Galacticos
ซ้ายตรงนี้เลย
out.
เนี่ยฝั่งซ้ายมันจะมีถนนอยู่
Now it's between Alpha 7 as well as Bora. They do have the high ground, and the rest of A7, they're trying to push
ไม่
forward
ก็ขับ
to
ใส่เลยนะ
put some
ขับใส่ก็
pressure
เป็นไป
on
ได้นะ
Sky.
ไม่ใส่ว่ะ
Right now,
Still
Sky
not
has
being
lost vision. But the only thing that Horror Esports have working out
ให้เดิน
is
ถ่าย
that
แล้วอย่างเงี้ย
none of them has spot out Jiggle over the back. But as I say that, Revo is kind of working on it, pushing up the hillside up against him. So they kind of have a inkling of where exactly they are. They now charged up, tossed out. Does it clip onto
เดี๋ยว
Revo?
เหลือตัวเดียว ขับรถวนหาเลยปะ
Over on the
นี่
shoulder
ไม่ต้องขับ
right
รถ
now,
วนละได้ยิน
and
เสียงละ
Mario is gonna be the
เดิน
next
ละ
ball.
ได้เวลาละ
There we go. This is gonna be a great showdown between Alpha 7 and Horror Esports. Unfortunately, Horror
กายคัส
obviously
สาวะ
doesn't
กายไปก่อน
have
เลย
the numbers so far to
ว้าว
go
หนึ่ง
against
หนึ่ง
Alpha 7. Oh, what a shot! Gonna be just evening out the fight, but unfortunately, Alpha 7 was holding on to a better vantage point up
เซเว่
top,
นขึ้น
and
ที่
Alpha
ขึ้นที่
7
2แล้วเนี่ยเนี่ย
secures the win for match number 2 here in Miramar.
It's
ได้30
crazy
แต้ม
how
บวก
well the Brazilians have been able to
แล้วก็
pave
แต้ม
their
นิด
way. They were battling back and forth against Yangon Galacticos for that position, and they have made all these aggressive stats. They charged into
กายคัสสามไปตัวแรกเลย
terrains and found
ดิ
those
สกายฮอลล่า
and eventually even charging up the hillside to take out Horror Esports. If that's not
ดู
a
ดู
show
เสื้อ
of
ด้วยนะครับ
confidence,
แช
I
ม
don't
เปี้ยน
know
นะครับ
what to say. Because
แช
Alpha
มเปี้ยนนะ
7
PUBG
Esports
ไงล่ะ
is going to show us if they could be the champions
out.
by the end
หรือ
of
พี่มาสี
the
ว่า
tournament.
PMWC เหรอ
All right, this is what I want to see. Big names already stepping up. It's not just, Deepus Kia and NS Red Force taking the wins, getting most elimination points. And, I did say this at the beginning of the
PMWC ที่ผ่านมา
grand
มันได้แชมป์
finals
แล้ว
that
วะ
I do wonder if Alpha 7 will also be stepping up, if we're
ไม่
going
ใช่
to
สิ
see them really
PMWC มันป
transform
ลายเดือนนี้
into
นี่หว่า
the Apex Predators that we know that they
อ่ะ
are.
ที่ผ่าน
And
มามันรายการอะไร
it
วะ
seems to me like
อ๋อ
they're
PMRC
already in the mood, perhaps, to score a lot
Wow.
for day number 3. And this was such a great ending, for Alpha 7. It was a little bit of a struggle just moments ago, the way that they actually tried to go up against Yangon Galacticos, and they were able to turn the tables up against them. And it was a slow burn, so to speak, but they were able to take control at the end of the match, hence eliminating the remaining boys of Horror Esports and taking the win. So that was a top-notch performance indeed.
And yeah, I would say exactly the same. And you take a look at the impact that Revo and Squash Boo had, not only in
ที่
the
ฮ่องกง
world of
ที่ฮ่องกงมัน
damage that they've been
PMRC
able
ใช่ไหม
to really put out throughout the field has been second to none. I definitely have seen a lot of attempts coming for Horror Esports where they have had that high ground advantage for a very long time, but I guess it's really down to the kind of shot calls that A7
แชมป์ที่มันได้คืออะไรวะ
that is the
PMGO หรือเปล่าวะ
when it comes down to all these duels. They really took charge of all these scenarios, and overall they have been so efficient on those close quarter fights and even on all these long range grenade tosses at the very same time. So
อ๋อ PMWC 2024 เหรอ
has been able to perform. It's not only the two names that we mentioned, Vikings, Superman. Man, Superman was just going crazy in this round.
Yeah, I mean, definitely Superman is a key member of Vikings. I believe he complements, the game style altogether. In terms of overall team composition, I think they're doing great. But let's check out the head-to-head first. We got Lazarus over here, Vampire Esports versus Revo Alpha 7. The stats are not far too much of a gap. It's so close, so I think
แล้วแวมได้แชมป์ปี 22-23 เหรอ
when it comes to the MVP though, It's Tins coming from Vikings with a total of 7 elimination points and 729 damage output.
ยี่สิบ
And
สาม
I'm gonna say it again, even if they were able to get the chicken for this round, fact
WI
of the matter is they were
WI
super aggressive, in terms of getting those elimination points that they need to
22
improve their
23
overall
เซ
status
เว่นได้
in the rankings.
True
Đây-
enough, I
đây-
mean,
đây- đâyปี 24
MBKE overall is a team that is always
แต่มันรายการเดียวกัน
out
WI กับ
for
WC
points, so we definitely want to see if
แค่เปลี่ยนชื่อ
they
รายการ
can
เฉย
actually find a sort of lead to eventually get more of those placement points. But hey, they've been able to really put up quite the showing. Take a look at the top performers. We got Tins here with 7 eliminations, followed closely by Lazarus, aka Schweppes, who's been able to secure 4, and same could be said about Sky, as well as Squash Boo, with Lazarus doing significantly a little bit more damage as compared to both Sky and Squash.
Yep, and Squash Boo, I can say, this guy has been, keeping us really excited at every match, or like in every clash that happens inside of Battlefield for the side of Alpha 7, and there's no doubt that he is always included in the top performers. So I wonder if he can get his name, as one of the players on the road to becoming the overall MVP for the entirety of this tournament. Now, speaking of
15 แต้มกันนะ
7,
แต่ยัง
again,
เซฟ
they
ไป
finished at the top here with 18 points in total. We got Horror Esports also coming in at
Okay,
second with
15
15. They're tied up with
Don't
Vikings,
mind.
by the way. So those 3 teams finished at the podium. Now, throwables used in the match, 201. Now, I would love to say that, I want to see this one go higher. We've seen as much as over 300 plus, so I do wonder if that's going to happen as well. But maybe, just maybe. I mean, you did say this a while ago that we have at least 18 teams in the lobby, so perhaps, we can still see that number go
ได้อยู่
high.
เหลือตั้ง 4 เกม
And on top of that, take a look at the surge coming from
Game
Alpha
8
7. Right
Yeah,
now,
that-
overtaking Nouriship Red Force as they bounce upwards and even face plant at the very same time. So they are inching closer and closer. Alpha 7
มาเล่นกับน้องอะครับ
can actually compete with the plus Kia in that sense.
เพิ่งมาลูก
Moving upwards to
อ๋อเหรอ
102 points, whereas we take a look at the big
ดูแข่ง
movements
ปะ
and the jumps coming
ดูแข่ง
from
ปะ
Vikings. 2
อ๋อ
good
จริง
rounds sees them moving up into the top 10.
ตาไม่ได้แข่ง
And
นะ
you
ตา
know
ดู
what? Alpha 7 just
Anong yun, ah?
started, being aggressive for day number 3, and they were able to climb up the second spot with potential, of course, of dethroning D plus E. I mean, the gap is not that big anymore. I mean, maybe a couple of more big games for the side of Alpha 7.
แต่ไม่
There's
เป็น
no
ไร
doubt
มาเล่นกับ
that
น้อง
D
ก่อน
plus
แล้วก็ไป
Kia
เล่นโก
can
การ์เด้นก็ได้นะ
get dethroned. But we will see if that is what's going to
Relay
happen
mày
for the
rồi.
remaining matches today, ladies and gents, because we're going to take a short break.
Relay
So
cái bàn.
don't go away. Red
Cái bàn
Queen
đấy
and
này.
Contra will be right back after
เดี๋ยว
this.
เขามีตู้มาใหม่
เออ
แต่มีอัปเดตเล็กๆนิดนึงคือตอนที่จะอัปเดตเนี่ย
อัพอะไรเข้ามาลูกอัพเล็ก
อัปเดตนิดนึงจำไม่ได้แล้วครับแต่วันนี้ดวงดีมากครับมีเมล็ดดีๆมาขายอ่ะ
ๆเหรอ
ใช่ครับ
ไม่เรียกก็ได้ซื้อเลย
อืมแล้วต้มถูกมาขาย
ตัวยักษ์เหรอ
ใช่ครับแล้วก็ชูการ์เงิน
อืมเทียบเลยเนาะ
แล้วก็ร้านคารับ
มาคารับมาไงอ่ะ
อ๋อไม่ก็คือมา
เราไปซื้อยังไงมันรับ
เพราะว่ามันมีรับมีแบบนี้รับมากครับ
อ๋อเราไปเรียกไปซื้อ
ต้องรอ10 ชั่วโมงอะครับถึงจะมา
อืม
ผมเจอไปแล้ว2 รอบตอนเนี้ย
ก็แสดงว่าไปเรียกก็เล่นเยอะเหมือนนั้นเนี่ย
ทุกวันเลย
ก็
ว่าผมว่าง
ว่างว่างด้วยดิ
บางครั้งถ้าเกิดมีว่างเล่นก็ขอเล่นจะไปเล่นอื่น
นี่แหละ
ก็เดี๋ยว
เล่นโรบอกใช่ไหมแต่ว่าแบบอื่นอืม
แล้วล่าสุดที่มาก็เข้าๆเพื่อนนะครับ
อืม
ยิ่งเป็นแอดมินนะเสกมาเล่นเหมือนเดิมครับ
ให้เป็นแอดมินอ่ะไปเล่นเป็นแอดมินเหรอ
เปล่า
นาทีเราขุดเนเธอร์ไลท์เลยดีกว่าอะไรดิเอาแล้วโทรศัพท์มาไหมวันเนี้ย
Welcome back, ladies and gents, to the Rootless Invitational Showdown Season 11. We are now at match number 3 in Miramar. We are still your casters. My name is Red Bean, together with Contra. Ready to serve you guys, of course, the spiciest chicken dinner we can.
That's right, and Alpha 7 right now is popping up. I mean, take a look at the list of names over on the board, and Dr. Red, of course, is showing some signs of struggle, and hence why a lot of all these teams are definitely capitalizing on that. So now we've already had a little taste of what that previous round of Miramar has to offer, and we're going to go back at it for more, and then later on, double round of Wrangle back into Miramar.
เดี๋ยวฟ้องพ่อมันว่าไอ้ตัว
So
เล็ก
so far,
พวกผมพูด
couple showings coming from Alpha 7, they definitely have taken pride that they have applied for one of the best teams to really in despite
Yeah, I mean, I'm getting a different vibe for Data Prepare Grand Final. I mean, I do love the fact that we are seeing, different names really go at it and really reaching the top of every match. So I do wonder if that's going to continue up until, the last match that we're going to have for today. But as for my prediction, since we're going to go back to Miramar, and they haven't quite retaliated just yet, so this time I'm going to go with the prize.
the last white half, they have to
Whoa, whoa,
start
whoa.
but if they were given the choice, usually they would go
Maybe they could pull up a consistent run since we're going to go back to Myanmar. That is possible. But now, experts' predictions going for Team Secret. Yeah, I mean, obviously they turned on their aggression as well. So they've also taken up another notch here. So yeah, perhaps lots of possibilities, right? I mean, we're talking about 18 teams going in the battlefield, so it's really hard to just like which of them is gonna go for that cherry on top, so to speak. But it's gonna be an interesting fight, all in all. Forge-wise, they worked so hard during the first match today, and their participation in the second round was this time brief. So I feel like all this bottled up energy that they have from game number 1 to game number 2, they're gonna
โอ้ดีจัง
release it, for
Okay,
match
okay.
number 3. That's just what I think.
อันนี้ไม่ใช่อันนี้ไม่ใช่อันนี้ไม่ใช่
ranking center, and if I were to also choose another different team, Vikings, I mean, look at how much of damage they actually put out to that team that is also 30. It's like, you have all these contest, and right now is
ตามหมูโดด
They have been quiet, I definitely agree. This is not the European that we saw during the distracted with the kind of performance that we're seeing, from Deepa's Kia.
ทำอะไรไม่ถูก
But
ทำอะไรไม่ถูก
since they're
ทำ
still
อะไร
at
ไม่
the
ถูก
top, well, I think there's still some wiggle room that they can work with, having some mistakes, from every round. But we did say this, that Alpha 7 is already catching up. The gap is not really that far anymore. So again, we're talking about like if Alpha 7 have maybe if they actually do great in 2 matches, let's say like big elimination points and elimination for dinner, then I feel like there's no doubt that Alpha 7 can be the top team. So, well, I can't wait to start match number 3. But of course, we would love, for everyone to join this mini game that we're doing. Just check it out. I mean, like maybe you can get a point for a prediction as well. Let us know down in the comment section, like you guys.
Oh.
That's right. I mean, there's just so many great talents across Southeast Asia, across South Asia, Brazil, and we wish we could include everyone else in the mix as well. And that's happening within, these is what this grad has been with plenty of
แต่ละวาว่า
Look at the list of players that we have. Half of them are behind the scenes. The other half is their options. Like, we're seeing very big challenges coming for those who are playing for off-season and for those who are playing in the EWC. I kind of think that all these individuals on board their plans will not be disrupted, and hence why we're looking at a lot of different substitutions. Big fans of CC, they will pop off once you have Federalists back on board, or you have some of all these other big names across.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Again, we don't even know like if this is going to be the same rotations, like or same gameplay that we're gonna see from our favorite teams come the official tournaments. And again, I was asking Trick Cloud, yesterday that I feel like Ipaskia is maybe doing some sort of intimidation, like up against the other teams that we have in the lobby. Like, okay, maybe it's also like part of the plan. Like, if the team doesn't really want to expose what they can do so far, or like maybe show everyone their secret weapon. So that's part of the strategy. That's part of the grand scheme of things. It's like they're really blowing up the charts here. So yeah, this is something that the team at the top, or like something else. But whatever the reason, from the teams here, I think what our audience needs to understand is that this is more of like a community tournament. Like this is just like more on showing everyone what they can do. For teams to be experimental on their strategy and just try out new stuff, and for us to just enjoy. Again, it's not all about the team fights. It's about the clutches, the 1v3s, our favorite player going up against a rival, right? From other teams as well. So that's what we need to look at, to be honest. But anyway, again, we're already at match number 15 here, day number 3 of the grand finals. This is the second Miramar of the night, so let's hit it.
Well, I'm not too sure what to hit, but I know these players are hitting the mark as we are getting all these crazy stats coming in from Nobu. And I guess it's just going to be usually a Nobu reel overall, but when it comes down to hit shots, it's actually Nofir that has secured the most overall. And so far, it's been IQ that has surpassed Nobu in the damage department at the very same time. So we're looking for any form of change. Now, good news for Fortrice fans, they are going to be able to drop into that Hacienda water treatment sector that they always know and love. Yangon Galacticos are starting at the very far corner of the map. Very interesting is the last game we saw them actually play up towards the northern side, whereas I think that there's not going to be too much of a hot drop going into any specific location, as this is still relatively fair. As much as I say that, there's actually a flock of crowd. E-Arena, RRQ, MVKE, they're around that corner of Los Leones. As much as it's a big town to share, I'm thinking that this could be a little rather risky. Joker's could be floating very far off from his teammates. So I'm wondering what exactly is the game plan for E-Arena.
What is the game plan? Yeah, absolutely right. Maybe Joker just went for the vehicle gameplay, right off the bat here, but he left his other members right down south, close to Vikings and D Savior. But then again, since everyone doesn't really have any weapons just yet, um, uh, maybe they're just really gonna focus on like pillaging all of this abandoned buildings in Miramar. But you know what? It's a different story between Horror Esports and FaZe. This is an early altercation between these two teams out of nowhere, trying to get a better look up against his opponent with a micro Uzi. And Sleepy right now over to the rooftop. Did a massive spray up against FaZe, but did not connect at all. But unfortunately, Jiggle took
แล้วน้องกู
some
เอา
massive damage for himself, and now he is badly injured as well.
True enough, and it's a little tough, especially this early on when teams are still scouring around for those weaponry. Red Bull starting off real strong, while Sky tries to hold down the line. He's only got the Vector and the Pumpy. So we'll have to see what do they make out of the situation.
Oi,
The rest of FaZe
เล่
Clan
นแร
now
ง
driving
เกิน
by. A lot of attacks over on the Gui. Today Gui is a little off, if you ask me. A lot of times he's been eliminated first and foremost. This time, very dangerously low. Considering that it's early game, I believe that he does not really have those meds up yet. While Jacob's gonna be picked up in a jiffy. So Horror Esports kind of calls in for a grand reset.
So obviously, Dewey needs to back away from this situation just because of the fact that he doesn't really have any first aid kits or like even bandages for the matter. So he needs to go to another location here, so that he will not get picked off. But yeah, 779, 771 already out of the game, which puts FaZe kind of a deficit over here. D Savior and Vikings going at it once again. We got Break rescuing his teammate now that he was able to take down a pathogen. But yeah, I mean, both of the teams here in this area could probably do a reset since it's too early really to go for that hard push just yet. And D Savior obviously will come and save their teammate Pathogen while Vikings do the same thing. But since most of the portion of Los Leones is no longer included in the zone, so perhaps teams that I just mentioned
ตาย
will
แล้ว
really
ตาย
have
แล้วเอา
a battle since well, only one team should survive.
It's gonna be a little bit of a long trade between these two Vietnamese teams. As much as I say that, it really feels like they really want to propel forward. Those nades are being
เกาะ 3
right
งาน
through.
แตก
Brick was lucky to be able to dodge that in the nick of time, but he soaks in a chunk of that damage, almost bringing him out. And last round, I saw Wunti on this crossbow, and finally we actually get to see him again. And he's been really sending a couple all these tags, exploding it right into the windows. So he's definitely limit testing for today.
Yeah.
เออ
And,
ดี
and
ชิ
you
เอ
know, Wunti's
อ
been
โอ้แค่
always getting that explosive bow so far. I think it's becoming a meta, so to speak. I mean, we've seen this happen during the Hong Kong Invitational
บั
Showdown
นไดอะ
from Weibo Gaming. We got that player's sock.
นั่นแหละ
So I think he was able to do an effective
อ่ะจบ
demonstration
ดีเงี้
of
ย
what that
เหลืออะไร
explosive bow can do in certain
เออ
situations,
เกี่ยว
and
ได้
players
ดี
are just adapting to it. While explaining that, while Superman took a hit and now he's out of the game as well,
อุ้ย
D
อุ้ย
Savior right now with one elimination
สุดหมดแล้ว
point,
กลับไปฟาร์ม
scaring
ก่อน
away Vikings in this altercation.
ดื้อเลยดื้อเลยดื้อดื้อ
Man from 4. And it's this Lamborghini. I'm not quite certain. It might just be just the other day that we are looking at a player with a different name who playing playing for the side of DX. And oh my goodness, Jiki, that was absurd! And quickly follow up by Zeros to secure it as well. Blue Squad stood no chance to even respond to that.
Yeah, it was insane. It was insane. And let's see. Will the team still have a chance to help their teammates since he is currently at the summit here? But again, that was such a great pickup, from Team Secret. But yeah, I think was able to get the point right. I mean, okay, it's 2 points now for the side of Team Secret, and they're about to get to a high ground. Of course, when it comes to Miramar, you always to have a high ground for yourself. That would be the name of the game here. And if you don't have any elevation working out for you, then that could be detrimental, for any team.
And on top of that, a lot of all these teams just making sure that they will be able to be in a certain location that does benefit them for the form of recovery when it comes down to taking some of all these elevated spots at the very same time. Bigatron, thus far, have always had that privilege to start things off inside Power Grid, but most often than not, no matter where the zone shifts, BTR would still somewhat receive a portion of it since if it's going to be a central area, then BTR can just, stay around for a little while longer. And they have the rest of core esports. They've been able to at least, get one back in turn with that first corner secured by Sky. And at the moment, it seems like they're happy enough to be holding over on the course of La Corbeira. I want to quickly take a look again to where exactly the zone will end up, and it seems like it will still be covering some of the main sectors. And looking at the current situation, Vampire Esports are rocking a little closer and closer to the rest of the field as they're trying to charge up
รถสวยดี
and get themselves back on the wheels. So where exactly will they journey to next? Because we got 20 seconds from now before stage 1 closes, and believe that they want to quickly gain that positioning in a short moment. And speaking of which, oh boy, look at that big cluster around Minas Generalis, and I'm starting to get a little bit more concerned because YG is coming very far.
Oh man, another circle shift, of course, and it went down south. So those teams that are already on the northern side, I mean, just look at the amount of teams over there. There's some 9 close to GLU, Team Secret, D plus here, we got RQ as well. Up north, we got Boy Donkey and Alpha 7, even Sky and the rest of the gang there. So I feel like there's really tons of battle that is going to happen in just a while, just considering just how close they are all together. But before
ให้หมด
that, let's
ย่าง
just
ตัง
check
ค์
out Talon Esports, still currently
ได้
at
ใช้
the
ไปบ้าง
bottom
ยั
of
ง
the
น่ะ
page here. Again, we're checking like,
ใช้
okay,
แบ่ง
if
ดี
Talon
ๆ นะ
Esports would show us a little bit of
เดี๋ยว
energy,
ใช้ไปถึงวันศุกร์หน้านะ
for the entirety of the
ดีๆ นะ
tournament. They're the only team so far not really collecting as much points as they can. But then, another match,
ไปเล่
another
จะได้รู้
chance
จัก
for
แบ่ง
them
เงิน
to,
บริ
of
หาร
course,
เงิน
dominate. But
เพราะเดี๋ยว
coming
มัน
off
ต้อง
the
ใช้
peak,
กับ
it's
วิ
E
ชาต่อไป
Arena
ที่ปายจะสอ
versus
น
Team Secret right now. Just how we called it out. We got Turney K cooking up a nade here. Zero's down on the ground by Mormon. But Mormon needs to recuperate as well. Let's see how things are gonna go down for E Arena and Team Secret. I believe Team Secret is down to their last player, which is GK.
Whoa โอเคจัด
Trying to see if he can actually get something done. And quick swing coming from 30K. We'll be able to secure it. So there goes one more off the list for Team Secret. As Frankie is the last man standing, and he's trying to bail out, but he's stuck in between the rocks, and the rest of Faceland are looking down at him and looking to threaten him apart. Somehow he is still managing just fine with a
โด
slither
น
of
อย่างเงี้ย
health.
โดน
Like fine. Faceland still looking for that opportunity, but they are getting shot at the same time. So there goes Team Secret, as that will be pretty much quick work coming out of a member of Face Clan. CP right now going for the charge, and the rest of Face Clan right now getting shredded out. Blue Squad arrives from the back, and XKF will be able to find it, but he puts himself in a very dangerous spot. It's Talon. He's stealing that pointer away, while Talon Esports continues on to Telling up ahead, and just like that, Talon Esports stealing that one corner away
แล้ววันนี้กลับไงลูก
gives a little bit more of a
วันนี้กลับ
secure
ไง
warning to
วันนี้กลับ
Rest,
ยังไง
who's over on the far hills.
กลับบ้าน
And
อ่ะ
my. It is looking rather tough as this Minas Generalis position
ไม่
is
กลับ
not
ยังไง
gonna be
ให้
played.
ป้าไปส่งหรือว่าย่ามารับ
All these teams struggling to even get through the blue.
All right, here we go. 7 teams or
Huh?
17 teams remaining. Stage 2,
Nah,
BTR
bọc
going
bán
up
à?
against Force Tribes. T24 Falak down on the ground here. Same thing goes for IQ. BTR having a great time dominating this collision over here. Probably because they do have the better vantage point, I can say. But checking out the map feed over here, and it's Red Force might go up against Alpha 7 and even Horror Esports. Over to the east side, we got Vampire Esports, Sem9, even RQ, D-Saver, D plus Kia coming into play as well. Onzen just knocked down on the ground by Talent Esports this time. So a lot of things going on at the same time. So we're gonna be wait a minute, we're gonna try to check out everything that is happening.
Yeah, try is the keyword, right? So that being said, I'm looking at a couple of all these teams.
ไปเล่นกินข้าวแล้วลูก
You mentioned BTR is one of them, and
Cái
the
hiểu à?
other that's playing over the south side.
กลับไปปู่ทำอะไรให้กินไหมเนี่ย
Because they are situated on two sides of the what I call Dead
เอา
Valley,
ของไปเล่เหรอ
right past Mikado, but you're heading to Hacienda. That White Valley is super
Ow.
dangerous, and this is the reason why all these teams are trying to play by the hillside. Now rocking over the back of Graveyard, it is going to be 7-9.
จะกลับไปกินเลยไหมอ่ะ
Might be
ให้ป้าไปส่ง
looking
เลยเปล่า
to seize an opportunity to take on some members of Talon
Huh?
Esports. Talon has been there from the
ได้เลย
get-go, and it's going to be pretty tough.
หิวหรือเปล่าเราอะตอนเนี้ย
Now
หิวหรือยัง
Taxi's going to be able to find one member in return.
กลัวจะ
And
หิว
that's
ตอน
not
มุด
just
กิน
one,
ปลาหมด
that's
แล้ว
two. Doxy also knocking down Razak.
All right, here we go. Great exchange so far. Sem9. Oh, they need to be careful though. Okay, they're challenging up Talent Esports. But then again, right behind them are the boys of E Arena. So E Arena could probably do a backstab up against the team. But let's see first what Nongshim Red Force is going to do in this situation. Going up against Boyne Donkey. We got XZY cooking up an 8 here, but
ไม่
completely
เล่รู้ไหม
missed
ทำไง
the
ไม่ให้
Thor.
กลาง
Now
ป่า
pretty exposed himself, but did a massive spray. Thor taking in a lot of damage, but that was such a missed opportunity for XCY to take him out. It's a
เอาจ้าง
good
อีกใบ
thing
หนึ่ง
that
ใส่
TC
น้ำไว้
was able to follow
แล้วก็
through.
วางไว้
So in this process, they also lost
การที่ใหญ่กว่านะ
Doxy, but I guess it's still a solid
ปาล์มเดินใน
performance
น้ำ
since they were
เอ้ย
able to bag
มดมันเดิน
4
บนน้ำไม่
elimination
ได้
points for themselves.
ถ้ามีน้ำอยู่รอบๆจานปลาไปเล่นมดก็ขึ้นไปจานปลาไปเล่นไม่
Positioning,
ได้
they
ครับ
managed to seek out one after another in Nongshim Red Force right now. Once again, looking for that pole position. Well, the rest is M9. Dropping nades. Yours going to be pushing upwards to try to trade back. Very risky moves. And yet, look at the rest of them. Talon's got to also worry about the rest of the teams that are over onto Minas, and you're,
ไม่เล่นเบาเสียงให้ป้าหน่อย
you're getting tagged from a distance as well. Satar now going for the exchange as he manages to suppress a member out of Alpha 7.
ติดต่อฝั่ง
All
นี้
right, UI getting inside the building and was able to take a score right off the bat. Shields is doing the same thing with the DB as UI. Man, confirmation coming through already out of the game here, but Fire was able to do a counter. Rebiosa floating out there in the open. You got Shields and a Chul, a tandem. Talon Esports, well, still trying to get, find their way inside this building. Yumiko right now defending together with the rest of the boys of Sem9, and what a shot though. Sem9 continues to dominate, but there might be another challenger over here.
อ้าวมีออ
And
ร่า
it's
มา
kind
ดิ
of crazy. The work rate of Mambarang today is impeccable. I mean, this guy is closing into the age of 30 as compared to the rest
Whoa,
of
whoa, whoa,
these
whoa.
players. And this guy who's retired is really showing up. It's crazy. I mean, people like Mambarang and
Hey,
myself,
DJ
they
Bang
call
Nina.
us
Tám đi.
dinosaurs already, like in the sense.
ทำไม่ได้ยิง
And
ทำไม
like Mambarang keeps really getting more and more of these numbers back.
ทำได้เว้ยหักครึ่งหลอดเลย
Right now,
อุ้ยอีกตัวนึงก็จะน็อกด้วย
for another purple team, and
เอ้าโดน
that's
ดิ
YG
ต้องงั้นดิ
on the hillside.
เนี่ยค่อยน่าทำ
Okay, here we go. D plus Kia taking in a lot of damage coming from the
Alright.
side of Vikings.
Break.
Break is not letting go of the situation. I mean, he does have that opportunity. He does have that advantage up against D plus Kia because Fabian and also both out of the game. But it's the dynamic duo Nobu and Chips playing for D plus Kia at the moment. Here comes Wunti again with the explosive bow. Okay. maybe he was able to give up a little damage, but considering the distance, I don't think he will be able to just lay that into an elimination point. But as for DX2504,
ล่วง
man,
ดิ
already out of the game here.
อะไร
D
วะ
Savior dominating as well. Horror Esports taking care of business here up against Young
เรื่อง
Gun
เครียดเหรอ
Galacticos. Men, things, I mean, players, teams going berserk at the moment.
Yeah,
Mình chia
they're
rồi.
just
เวียดนามเล่นถือแต่ตะกี้ดีเคมันทำอะไรมันเครียดหรือเปล่าไม่รู้จะทำอะไรแล้ว
And you got TZ
ก็เลยหม่งไปเลย
making life a little bit more difficult.
มันวน
See that the reservoir
มัน
is
วน
not
กลับหลังไป
going
ไม่ได้หร
for
อ
a repeat. And same goes
อ๋อ
to
เนี่ย
number
วนกลับหลัง
4.
มา
He
ข้างบน
goes
ก็เจอตรงนี้
down. Oh, this is gonna be
ก็เลยซัด
pretty
ข้างหน้า
tough
ไป
for
ซะ
the
เลย
rest of the Savior. Walter K is making it heal. Not really finding it just yet, but it is just sufficient to take out both Laporte and Genfos.
Alrighty, Arena. Let's see your move so far. Although 456 is already out of the game here, but 3 is still a solid number over here, and they could still probably take care of business. Turning K, what a move! What a shot! Arena still dominating with 6 points in the bag now. 11 teams remaining for stage 4, ladies and gents. GLU squad has already been executed.
Yeah, Levi's might even be the next one on the chopping block as you are looking at 4 eliminations for D Savior, but he's trying to track Tony K while he makes a run for it. He's so close. He finds that restock. Now he's got the 5 versus 8 kids to actually supplement him on his journey in. BTR right now smack dab in the center, but they're in a small little dip at the moment, so we'll have to see if there's going to be any pressure coming from Horror, Vampires, and the rest of the field. MVKE over the south side. Still finding a little bit more of that space, while Sleepy has been locking the position away from YG for so long. They're not going to be moving anywhere further from that point of time, so we'll have to see. Brand new update. Levi's now desperate to make a run into the zone. He's gonna be in between sandwich. Either he's got to choose either Arena or Vikings.
This is gonna be insane. I'm telling you, Horror
Tốc
Esports
vào
and
thì-
his
tốc
Red
hảพี่?
Force Vampire all in just one
นิวหายไป
spot.
ไหนมาเมื่อ
Again,
กี้
it's
กำลัง
going
นินทา
to
พี่นิวกันอยู่
be
เลย
the battle of
Oh,
the
พี่นิวหนี
high
ไปดูสาย
grounds
แล้ว
over here when it
แต้ม
comes
บอก
to Miramar. Again, Doxy already out of the game here, so it's gonna be interesting how
Oh, yeah,
Nation
look.
Red Force is gonna play this one out.
เอาเข้ามา
Vinny currently
ใครเรียก
on prone. Now, I'm not even sure if Horror Esports is aware
Oh, yeah,
of
yeah.
like where exactly the
เมื่อ
players
กี้
of
ไปเล่นพูดกับ
Nongshim
ใคร
Red
ว่าจะ
Force
เรียก
are,
ทำไมนักหนา
and even with Vampire Esports. So I feel like all those 3 teams that I just mentioned are probably still playing for that information
หนัก
gameplay.
ยกอะไรครับ
You need to be accurate, right, as to where to point the gun. So that could also be detrimental.
หนักแล้วว่าน้องเรียกมึงเล่นมึงผิด
Yeah,
อ่ะ
detriment right now. Biddy is about to be a nuisance towards these members of Horror
เส้นเดือน
Esports. Now, a lot of all these exchanges and the back and forths continue. Jiggle with the first casualty
รอบหน้าคุณหยิบไปเล่นลอง
scuffle, and it's
หายใจ
Biddy
เข้า
once
ลึก
again
ๆแล้วก็นับ1 ถึง
getting
3
his turn, and now we see
แค่ลองดูเฉยๆนะ
Nongshim
เพราะมัน
Red
จะเป็นยังไง
Force dominating with the 5 points, matching up to speed to Horror.
Levi's, well, he is taken out by the Blue Reaper instead, so that's a point denied for the rest of the teams here. We're looking at Nongshim Red Force still
Ah,
because
nó
this
còn
is
cái
going
vòng
to
xe
be
mình mới
a
bôn cái nào
massive
lúc.
3-way battle.
Baka
But I
lệ,
feel like
nó nổm
Viren
lắm nha.
is monitoring the situation, probably
Cái
gauging
phá nó
the
đi đã.
situation whether or not they're going to join into the mix as well. But so far, you know, the rest of
Phá bị phá
Seb9
đi
is
đã.
not coming into play just yet. Anzen got knocked down, however, by TZ. XZY is
Biết một.
recuperating. Say Cloud shuts down
Nhưng
Scott.
mà
We got
chỉ
teams
tên
putting
nào.
down Joker coming
Phải
from
đâu
the
luôn.
arena. Man, that was
ไปเล่นครับ
like a long shot.
And look
ฟัง
out
กูแล้วลูกกู
for right now. It is so
วันนั้น
low
เมาจริง
left on Melody.
น่าสดด้วย
This
ใช่วันนั้นพี่นิวไลฟ์เหรอ
Get knocked by TZ towards the tail end, and now sending those nades
เอ้
downwards.
ยผมพลาดไปได้ไงวะ
And they find just about enough cover. And oh, Kobe! It's XZ
It's
landing
getting
it
right up.
onto Onsens, and he quickly gets depleted with the second follow-up nade as well.
Okay. And then Red 4 seems to be doing all the right things at the moment, but let's see if they can actually
Alright,
follow
sort of.
through. And
Oh,
as for
Leah.
Sleepy,
พี่ดิวอยู่ป
okay,
ทุม
they
ใช่ป่ะพี่
are taking some points as well. 1T again shutting down Tournike,
ใช่ป่ะผ
and
ม
this is
จำ
the
ผิดป่ะ
exchange that we don't want to miss. We got Beanie right now about to cook up a nade here. Potentially shutting down Sleepy and No Fear with this kind of distance. Okay, I think No Fear was able to get a whiff of just that. He was able to get a little bit of pain, you know, coming from
น้อง
NS
แต้ม
Red
จะชวน
Force,
ไป
but Sleepy's
ดื่ม
been
ที่
cooking
บ้านอ่ะ
a nade for himself. He throws it up
น้อง
against
แต้ม
Beanie,
อยู่
but
ใกล้ๆเลยพี่
completely
แต้มอยู่
missed
ดอน
his
ตอนเนี้ย
target.
Rather unfortunate if you ask me. BTR so far playing for defense. I believe they are in the only compound that's possible.
นี่เขานี้กันแล้ว
And
เนี่ย
right
ฝั่ง
now,
เนี้ย
this could be
แต่ว่ามีตรงเนี้ยอยู่ได้
if they play their
เต็มนายอาจจะไปอยู่
right. Look at the rest
แต่ถ้าปล่อยเต็มนายไปอยู่
over on the eastern
เฟก
side.
กับไว
They
กิ้ง
need
เล่น
to
ยาก
now make a dash forward.
แต่ถ้ากันอยู่
And
ครบ
there's
3 ทีมเล่นยากสุดก็คือ
at
เฟส
least by the very edge of it. So this
Fed
could
ต้องเลือกเชีย
very
ร์
well be a very scary outcome on how this one plays out. BTR could also be charged from multiple directions, while for esports landed attacks
ยังไงก็ต้อง
across.
เชียร์ไวกิ้งแล้วไปเล่น
Sleepy,
ซ้ายอะ
he's
สวยสุดอะ
barely having any cover, and the rest of Noxian Red Force is rushing upon him. Can he actually work? No! Attack's not quite enough, and now with a jump shot, we'll be able to secure it. And Noxian is
เอาจัด
dominating.
ไปว่ะเอ็นเนี่ย
Palms are sweaty.
Nongshim
Nongshim Red Force made a phenomenal move up
มา
against
ดิรออะไร
Hora, hence dominating the
ให้พี่ดิว
fight.
อ่ะไปบ้านน้อง
But
แต้ม
XZY still currently knocked down on the ground, and Vampire Esports versus Yangon Galacticos could capitalize on this one. But
Hey,
it's a
hey,
good
hey,
thing
Nam
that
Tam,
NS
bye-bye,
Red
video.
Force now back on
Hey,
their
video, bye-bye, Nam Tam.
3-man squad. I think they can
Ah, con
already go and have an exchange again, you know, for the remaining
yeah,
teams
it
here. Speaking of remaining
Chop
teams,
swan
we
này nó.
have 7 right now for Sage,
สวนสัก
for
2
number
ไป
6, and nobody wants to give up their spot, I guess. I mean, as long as you have that high ground, I think it will be easier for you to assume a lot of points, and that is exactly why NS Red Force and even Yangon Galacticos and even Vintoris,
ยาก
the
นะ
last remaining player for
รู้สึกว่า
Vampire Esports, is not
เข้าวงต่อ
moving or not budging
ส่
at
วน
all.
นี่ไงตอนสุดท้ายที่อยู่ตรงนี้แหละ
Tough ball right now to make for a majority of all these players in the field.
Yeah.
We're looking at pretty
มัน
much
สวยกว่า
a
ก็ทำมัน
spot
ยาก
where
เข้าไม่
Vikings
ถึง
can
ตัวมัน
actually spot out the rest of FaZe and try to make their way across Mamba. That's for
เนี่ย
Sam
ตาม
and
สูตร
that
เต็ม
big
นายเล่นใน
and
นี้
that caused a little bit of a stir.
โอ้เฟส
But
จบ
Sam
เจ็บ
9 have been able to find a little bit of wiggle room. And even so, Woonty still on that bow. He's still got like what 12 more arrows to shoot at them. Damage now being done over on the side of Yumiko. And the scary part about all these crossbows is that it's so hard to
พี่
track.
จะชวน
where
แต้มไปหา
it
เองอะ
barely
เอามาดิ
hits from the
จัด
noise,
ไปดิพี่
which is why it's seemingly
ได้เลย
efficient
ได้เลยได้เลยได้เลย
for shots to be
อันนี้ไม่ขัดเลย
shot pretty much safely
ไม่ขัด
in
ไม่ติด
that sense. So want to see what more can they do. And it's going to be Nongshim once again on a rampage, closing it up against Yangon Galacticos.
Viking seems to be playing Hunger Games. It's so in the mood to use that explosive bow, but then again, perhaps he is training himself, you know, just so that he could be accurate and also like master that explosive bow. But anyway, it's a master class still coming from the side of Nongshim Red Force. But what a retaliation though coming from Yangon Galactica, shutting down NS Red Force, and now Master Smile.
เออทำไม
It's a
ต้องเล่น
big
ดี
chip
จ
on
ริง
his shoulders because he still needs to
แต่ไหน
take
ก็มา
care
แล้ว
of XZY, the last surviving member. But that was such a clutch, no doubt.
ไม่ใช่
You know,
ร้านพี่
he put
ร้าน
down,
พี่ขาย
was
แค่
able
เนื้อ
to put down
แต่ร้าน
Beanie
พี่อยู่ใน
and
ร้านเหล้า
Teasy all at the same time.
ร้าน
Yeah,
พี่เป็นแค่
now
ซุ้มร้านขาย
down
เนื้
to
อ
a
เฉ
few
ย
teams. Only one member of YG remaining, and that's going to be Smile, the champion.
แต่ถ้าเกิดมาวัน
CL.
ที่มันไม่ใช่วันพุธกับวันอาทิตย์อะ
You can say the
ไป
same
ดูเด็ก
about
ขายเนื้อได้นะ
Nongshim
อัน
as
นั้นก็
well.
น่ารักแต่ว่า
So 3 solo
เข้ามากับ
targets up top.
กับรูเมท
Them haven't actually made their way across as well. MBKE, Lee sending teasing
น้องคนขายน่ารักนะ
over
บางวันก็เอาเพื่อนมา
eventually. But I'm
แต่
just
พี่ยังไม่อยาก
surprised
ติด
that
คุก
none of these teams are kind of interested in taking the compound that was being held by those members of BTR for so long. And they're just going to have to wait a little bit longer. And now, BTR is just going to be sitting still until something happens while Sem9 find himself at 5 points. Top 5 scenario, and we got that dramatic music and even more dramatic for Master Smile. Where does he go from here on?
5 teams remaining, ladies and gents, for stage number 7. And yeah, BTR, they have the numbers over here, so perhaps, this is the BTR that we know. They have been quiet during the first few rounds, but let's see if they can actually take this one home. 3 points in the bag currently for the biggest round by Vitality. And again, we don't even know like if Federalis is actually playing, but then again, they're still doing a phenomenal job here. And now they're about to go up against the boys of Sem9. Okay, so there's a little bit of pressure for Sem9 because they need to step into the zone. And for sure, BTR is going to make it challenging for them. They're going to make it difficult, that is for sure. So let's see if Sem9 will succeed or will they struggle.
Finding a lot of rhythm and now makes it into the top 3. Vikings also on the rampage, 10 points. This is what I've expected out of MVKE when they were playing from the south side, where all the other teams were definitely having
พายากไปเลย
clear signs of struggle.
อันนี้มาได้ตลอดเลยพี่
And it seems like
รอผมล่วงหน้าพอ
they've been so ready and they've been turtling for the most part. Now comes the notion of Sem9. How exactly do they infiltrate? Perhaps they're just gonna wait and see whether if maybe Vikings can chime in, but it's gonna be Manparang that actually finds the rest of MVKE over the south side, and Yumiko already getting shot. Mika has to be super careful of that position. Third, watching them like a hawk as well. BTR, they're knowing for the fact that these teams have force hands that they need to play out, and they're not gonna be revealing their cards until these teams do.
This is still gonna get tough, for the side of BTR, even if they are like the team who has the best chance to score the chicken over
ไว
here.
กิ้งไก่ร้อย
But like the moment the circle
โอกาสสูง
really
มากไวกิ้ง
shrinks,
รอ
they
เขาตี
will
กัน
have to eventually leave that compound. And Viking Esports, while BTR is dealing business with Sem9, they're already getting into position over here, just really anticipating, what will happen next from the side of BTR. Here comes Bumblebee with an angry spray, shutting down Firin. Okay, Sem9 trying to still do an effective counter over here, but it is, again, a little tough on their side. Now, here comes Satar, back on the screen, Manparang goes down.
ได้เวลาหรือยัง
BTR just dominated
ได้เวลาหรือยัง
now it's time
แต่ว่า
for them
BTR
to
ไม่
do
เสียเลยนะ
business, this time with Vikings.
อีกทางหนึ่งคือโซนรอก็ได้อยู่
Right now,
ได้ลุ้นวง
moving across just to
แต่ว่ามันยังมีที่เล่นของไวกิ้งอ่ะมันบีบเข้ามาได้มัน
over onto
อยู่
members
ใกล้
of
กลางวง
MVK.
กว่า
He spots 2, so this is
อย่า
gonna
น็อก
be
ก็พอ
absolutely huge for Mr. Coach Kent. So forget the rest. Vikings now wrapping around pins.
ดูดิมุมเล่น
Rolling
เยอะ
out
กว่า
towards-
ไวกิ้ง
as much as they spot
เอาเฮ้ย
things,
มึงหันหลังให้เขาทำไมหรอ
not really participate for the moment, and that is
ถอยเข้าไป
always
ทำไม
gonna
วะไอ้
be
เนี่ย
a little bit of a
ยิง
tough
หลังให้เรา
call
ได้
to make for the moment.
Yeah. So let's check
Not
in.
sure
Okay,
about
this
that.
is going to be a 4v3 situation. Again,
อ้าว
BTR,
ไม่รู้
they have a compound over here,
Yeah,
but
I don't
since
want
we're already running out of space, the only thing I can say for the side of Vikings is that they hold
ถ้าผมเป็น
a
BTR นะ ผมจะขับรถวนมาเก็บไอ้นี่ก่อน
So here comes the attack from BTR. Two of them already moved forward.
เรียบ
There goes the clash. Bumblebee with effective shutdown was able to score that point, which is of course puts
ทีนี้
Vikings
วิกฤต
at
ละ
a disadvantage.
คดี
So
พลิก
let's see how Vikings gonna play this one out. Warranty still not holding, but
ยอ
here
มน็อกว
comes
ง
Kent. Already making a move. Oh no! I guess this is going to be BTR match.
BTR อยู่ครบเลย
BTR, they took their
ไม่
sweet
รอดแล้ว
time,
BTR
and
ไก่
now
เสียนะ
it's their turn to shine. Look at
ทำถูกแล้ว
how explosive that they are going, and
Wow.
they will make
แล้วมาปิดฝั่งนู้นได้ ฝั่งนี้เล่นยาก
They
ละ
will get a return, and this is finally a chicken dinner for Indonesia.
Finally. Okay, we waited for a long time, to be honest, for BTR to show up, and now they finally did at match number 15 here, securing a chicken dinner. I don't exactly know what happened. I mean, given the situation, Vikings, even if they are at a deficit, they were holding on to like better vantage points, to be honest. So not exactly sure what went wrong, but perhaps one of them getting shut down, that paved the way for BTR to really dominate, I guess. It's the nature of the competition. One team will only walk with their crowns, with a crown on their head. So I guess it was BTR at the end of the clash.
Yeah, and played out from what we saw throughout the fields. And BTR, they know that they got the prime spot from Power Grid to move into that location. It didn't really took too long, but they were pretty much very well disciplined in most part, and the way that they've been able to navigate and eventually took matters when it is the best time to do so is what really seals the deal for these members out there. So kudos to them. We want to see more of this iteration, and looking forward for more BTR wins if there's going to be any throughout today and tomorrow.
Hey, no Korean teams is having a chicken dinner just yet. And again, I'm so happy because, well, your favorite teams doing a little bit of a fan service to everyone. You know, we have been tagging them, you know, in the comment section, and now we're absolutely glad that they are performing for us for day number 3 of the grand finals over here. Now, we also have to give props to the other teams that did well, you know, for this round. That would be Viking Esports, of course, valiant effort, BTR, NS Red Force, and Sam9.
That's right, and look at Sam9 having a consistent record for today, especially for the past couple round. They even had a instance where they overwhelmed 4 tries, which was rather impressive. But what's impressive to me is this stats right here. Both teams, Bigatron Vitality as well as MGN Vikings, have surpassed that 2K mark. More damage on the side of Vikings as they've been able to really rampage through all these teams over the south as well as anywhere close to the center. And then you have BTR. That final call, that push out was just simply lovely out of Bigatron members.
Yeah, that was a golden performance, I can say. Again, even if they didn't really have that much advantage up against the Vikings, because Vikings also were holding on to multiple angles, you know, so they could easily go for a pinch. The moment that 2 of the players from BTR actually moved forward with a vehicle, they could have made that vehicle explode. But anyway, of course, they only make it look easy, but it's actually not. So we have to like give the spotlight as well to Teens, you know, for Vikings. He was able to put a 5 elimination points, hence getting the MVP title for this round.
That's right, Tins, the one that did the most damage to the round, 1,255. That's how crazy he went in this round. Well, TZ and Bin, we last saw both Nongshim members to be going up against teams like Horror Esports and so many more out there in the field. I think that they've done just about enough. As much as you talk about them not having the chicken dinner, I think that they've definitely had certain impactful plays to still put themselves pretty much up ahead. And lo and behold, that's 15 points for Nongshim Red Force.
And check it out. Alpha 7, D plus Kia, and even 4th Thrives Esports didn't make anything out of this round. So a little unusual, but then again, you know, we still got how many more games? Okay, 3 more games remaining. So they're still safe. They're still safe. Okay. So yeah, as for the other teams that did extremely well, we can give it to Nongshim Red Force and Sam9 ending the game with a double-digit score. So if they can just continue on playing at this kind of pace, even without securing the chicken, I think they're gonna be just fine.
Man, I love this old man on screen. Matbarang, 300 over distance coverage is something so impressive, you know, at his age. And I mock him because, you know, we're both friends. Yeah, that's kind of how it rolls. So 19 hit shots, absolutely impressive when it comes down to how the fights have went on. A lot of back and forth trading, and hence why, you know, around those valleys has been super difficult. And now back at it again for more. Nongshim Red Force is now 10 points shy from closing up against D plus Kia as they've been able to knock A7 just slightly below. So other than that, MVKE is taking that 7th spot and they move up 3, coming in from 10.
Yeah, 10 points. Okay, that's the total number of the gap D plus Kia has over to NS Red Force.
ไม่ได้ดูคะแนนเลยขอกลับไปดูคะแนนก่อนได้
Even
ปะ
if NS
หน้าแรก
Against B plus Kia as
ร้อย
they
ยี่สิบแปด
able to
เดี๋ยวก็19 แต้มเหลือแคน
just slightly below.
ส
So
บายเนาะ
other than that, it will
โอ้โอ้โอ้
answer that in a short moment because we're going to have more games coming up next. But for now, we'll take a few minutes off and we'll see you guys right after this.
ไม่ว่าเธอจะเคยเป็นไปจะผ่านอะไรมาขอจงอย่าเป็นกังวลทุกคนที่เจอมันจะเกิดอะไร แสงไฟที่คอยนำทางให้สองเรานับวันดูมืดมนหนทางที่เราเผชิญฉันทุกทนไม่เคยจะเป็นดังฝันทุกวันที่เรายังคงอยู่ด้วยกันผิดหวังในตัวฉันไหมนับวันยิ่งทำให้เธอต้องเสียใจได้โปรดเธอไปจากฉันแม้ทางข้างหน้าจากนี้จะดีหรือร้ายจะอยู่กับฉันต่อไปสุดท้ายคงไปไม่ถึงไหนคนอย่างฉันก็ได้เท่านี้ก็มีชีวิตที่มันห่วยแตกเลื่อนลอยแล้วแหละมันคงจะเกินเยียวยาเธอจะมีฉันไปที่ไหนก็สุดแต่ใจเธอจะไขว้คว้าขอบคุณที่ผ่านเข้ามาไม่อยากให้เสียน้ำตาต้องยอมเข้าใจว่าในชีวิตนี้จริงรักกันมันยังไม่พอแม้ใจฉันทรมานแต่ขอวอนได้โปรดเธอไปจากฉันแม้ทางข้างหน้าจะนี้จะดีหรือร้ายจะอยู่กับฉันต่อไปสุดท้ายคงไปไม่ถึงไหนคนอย่างฉันก็ได้เท่านี้ก็มีชีวิตที่มันห่วยแตกเลื่อนลอยแล้วแหละมันคงจะเกินเยียวยาเธอจะมีฉันไปที่ไหนก็สุดแต่ใจเธอจะไขว้คว้าขอบคุณที่ผ่านเข้ามาแต่ไม่อยากให้เสียน้ำตาคนอย่างฉันก็ได้เท่านี้ก็มีชีวิตที่มันห่วยแตกเลื่อนลอยแล้วแหละมันคงจะเกินเยียวยาความปวดร้าวข้างในวันนี้ต้องจากกันไปแต่ใจยังรักขอบคุณที่ผ่านเข้ามาแต่ไม่อยากให้เสียน้ำตาให้คนอย่างฉันอยากให้มันไปข้างหน้าไม่จริงไม่ได้ไม่จริง
Hey guys, welcome back to the Realness Invitational Showdown Season 11, and we're already halfway through the competition. I know, guys, you are giddy and excited about like which team is gonna go next at the top. But we are at the caster's desk. My name is Red Queen, together with Contra. Are you guys ready for match number 16?
I'm absolutely stoked for this one as we're getting closer and closer to see what will be the benchmark points because right now Noxian Red Force is really surging forward
ถึงห้า
and we're exactly as D plus Kia. They're not exactly part of this current equation for the past couple rounds, and I think that they need to do something about this from here on out. Four tribes also getting suppressed as much as they have been really showing us a big performance back in the round of Wrangle. Now that they're back, can they once again show us that they can do it?
Maybe. Oh, okay, I'm already thinking we're done with 2 Miramars, okay? And Vikings definitely, no doubt, stepped up, for the 2 rounds that we had in Miramar. Absolutely killing it. But I feel like, man, it's really hard because I'm looking at the list of the top performing teams, at least for Erangel. It's really hard. So Prod obviously now going for D plus Kia, and I think they have the right objective given the fact that we are only talking about 10 points, for D plus Kia. That's the gap right there up against Alpha 7.
ปืนอัพอันไหน
But
I'm
it feels
also
like
good for D plus Kia. I'm
ถ้าไม่ใช่
way
ชุด
out
มัม
there.
มี่อะน่าจะได้อยู่
So D plus Kia,
Ito na.
absolutely fine. Okay, I mean, I'm just gonna take my chance on Ennis Red Force this time.
Gotta clear it up before we actually go right through. So, okay, so all the top tier finishers. But if I were to look at the rest of this team, they understood the assignment last time around. The last couple of rounds they had in their run, but at least they could survive on the so I was still expecting both sides to have a significant impact in this round itself,
ไท
whereas
สัน
it's kind of like a catch-up game.
น่าจะได้อยู่มั้ง
D plus here, they are
เพราะมันมี
playing
การั
at
นตี
rounds where the tempo is suppressed the rest
ใช่ไหม
of the field. So now that they know like exactly the D plus
คุณ
here,
เขายิ่ง
and
ใหญ่
with a
ไม่
lot
จะ
more
ขอ
safer
จะแก้
space to
ไข
work with,
สา
now
ย
that
น้ำกว่า
it's
ใจ
much, I
ยัง
believe
จะ
that
มองจะผ่าน
kind
ใจ
of favors
แต่นิสัยภายใน
all those players out here,
อยากจะ
and
ถึง
this is
จึง
definitely
ยาก
a
ที่
better
จะ
chance for
เปลี่ยน
DK
แปล
in
ง
that sense.
Yeah, and again, the vibe so far is really different, from all of the previous matches that we've had so far. The unpredictability is something that I can say I enjoy because during the previous matches it was all about really Ennis Red Force and D plus Kia going at it. They try to one up each other. We even came to a point where we talked about like, okay, Ennis Red Force doesn't like to have like D plus Kia have all the spotlight, and D plus Kia, the moment Ennis Red Force dominate, they will have to do something as well. So it's a great thing that we are seeing different set of teams right now really popping off. So hopefully it can still continue. But then again, we chose the Korean powerhouses so far just because we anticipate that, okay, since teams are already catching up, maybe they can do something here and make sure that they maintain their overall position.
Right now, Nerve have to receive into the island. So last we checked, there was like 4 teams that actually moved right in. Now I think these numbers may not be as many as we saw, or I think more drops is going to move directly into and I'm surprised to see so many balls out there. Lording around just now, right now on the parachute, so we might actually see that scramble for those vehicles. But it's good notion, right? Because that zone is going to be up there around that it's not a field, and we're already getting those gunshots into
ไม่
the
ต้องรัก
corners
ใคร
of
ไม่ต้องได้อะไรไม่ต้องมี
Nova
ใคร
Royo,
ก็ไม่ต้อง
and
ช้
once again, Yangon Galacticos versus Team Secret.
All right, it's the Novo showdown. Team Secret versus Yangon Galacticos. Master Smile already down on the floor. Trang right now trying to find a very good spot over here, and yeah, he did manage to do his free up against Say Crowd, but unfortunately did not hit him just yet. So obviously Team Secret does have that slight advantage up against Yangon Galacticos. Let's see if they can follow through with this kind of aggression this time down in Novo. But
19
it's still a
แต้ม
standoff, you
19
know, nobody's making
เชี่ย
a
กู
hard
พูดอะไร
push
กับคน
just
ที่ไหน
yet,
เนี่ย
but Master
19 แต้ม
Smile
เป็นแค่
is
ขึ้นอยู่ตาราง
still bleeding out there in the open.
ตาม
It
หมู่
could
ตาราง
be difficult
19
for
แต้ม
Yangon Galacticos to pick up their teammate.
Yeah, this a little bit of a tough stance right now where we're looking only at the Scorpion for Murnat. They do have the angles though, and look at the area that Safehouse holding. He spots out two. He allowed them to get Master Smile, but there's no response coming from Cloud for some reason. I guess he does not really want to draw that attention
อ้าว
until they actually get the rest of them
เลยจุด
coming
ขึ้
right
น
through it.
แล้วน้อง
That's
ว้า
kind
ว
of like a wasted opportunity. And speaking of
But
which,
that
he
shit,
still
that
gets
guy
back, but at least he brought down
Look at
GK
here.
in the process. Frankie now looking to infiltrate. This could be the first one to do so. The Akimbos in hand.
เพื่อครับไรดู
Say
แข่ง
Cloud
ครับ
once more. The onus is on him because he's the one with the right
ตอนนี้เลย
arsenal
เหรอ
of weaponry. And
ปาไป
here
ก่อน
comes
ใช่ไหม
charging right through. Say Cloud does get the tag on the track.
Effective counter right now being displayed by Yangon Galacticos, but then again, we're down to their last member, Team Secret. Can they take this one home at the beginning of this stage? Say Cloud. Oh man, what are you gonna do in this situation? Let's see, he reloads his gun, still trying to find an angle over here. So Murnat Boy, or Romeo Boy rather, still alive. So this is a 2v2, I believe. So we can see that this is a cat and mouse chase so far between the two teams. Now Safe Cloud making a move as well, trying to get close to the fire. But it's a little, I mean, he's a little hesitant. But Frankie moved in closer. Effective shot. Oh man, Yangon Galacticos, this might be the end for them.
It might also be Team Secrets. I mean, take a look at this 1v1 duel right now. Better weaponry coming in from the side of Frankie.
Whoa!
But he doesn't really find the angles. He does actually pull off a crazy shot. But it's going to be Romeo Boy that has the last say. And he's going to be able to save Say Cloud. A beautiful ace, but it came with a heavy cost.
Yep. And from that clash only goes to show that if a micro Uzi is used properly, well, it can still be a deadly weapon up against the shotgun. But anyway, okay, going back into the action, first team to be taken out, of course, that would be Team Secret with only 2 points in the bag there. But in the process, Yangon Galacticos suffered big damage as well for their team because, well, they're down to just 2 players and we are just at stage 1. So then again, since they no longer have that firepower, they should be focusing on how to get more placement points here to help Yangon Galacticos still climb up ranks here in the leaderboard. And now we're looking at D plus Kia. They're already inside the zone. Not exactly sure where they are headed, but they could collide with Alpha 7 and even Horror Esports. Sem9 also is within proximity, and just as we said it, I mean they're having an exchange so far between Alpha 7 as well.
And I guess like for Sem9, they could actually hold on for quite some time around this mansion field. The last we checked, the zone was around Yasnaya all the way down to this mansion area. So Sem9 is definitely preparing for the late game instead. So at least knowing who your neighbors are is going to be vital, and there's no need for them to actually out hustle some of all these players out of Alpha 7 since they've got the other strong area to hold out. While Nongshim Red Force looking for a spot right between the Medusa intersection. So there's going to be a 2-2 split formation coming in from Nongshim. And this could very well be effective where they get that perfect 360 view around the field side where a lot of teams tend to actually cross. As much as it's rather early, take a look at how many teams are coming in from the far west. We got Irina, that part Esports, and even on the bridge, we're looking at a battle between Voidaki, RRQ, the Indonesians taking each other out.
All right, Voidaki making their way back to the main peninsula, but Lapar is, and the rest of the crew actually is just making it hard for them. But let's see if they can maybe put down RQ this time and just turn the tables up against them. But Lapar, okay, took a slight damage from Potato, but yeah, I think it's still gonna be safe here. Oh man, just as he was cooking a nade, GenFoss took that opportunity to just jump on the ground and take him out, and Potato's already back to the lobby for him. Lapar did a massive spray up against Zeta, but completely missing him as well, but it's a different story though for Gakor, although it wasn't enough to take him out of the equation just yet.
Yeah, and that par holding firm. He finally gets a glimpse onto Couture the moment he goes over onto those wheels. Razak right now stranded so far off. RQ looking to close off this fight. It's going to take a while before they can actually manage to spot the rest of these VB members. Donkey opts to fall back, but realistically, there's not much space for Razak to work with. Being spotted out, and attacks coming from Zeta actually catch him from the order off angle. My. That is pretty sick, if you ask me, on the kind of coverage that Zeta actually offers. But despite that, the trouble is far from over. Same goes to the side of Vampire Esports. These teams over and back, struggling for that space. And even worse for Rare, Vampire Esports going up against 4 tribes, and it's IQ on the other side. He might be able to shred them apart. We'll have to see about that. And IQ, he's just looking for that space. And instead, Vampire is charging right through, looking for those angles, and IQ does it.
You have to ask for an invitation to come in if you are a vampire, and that's exactly what 4 Thrives made vampires feel this time with that kind of clash. And now Vampire Esports is paying for their mistake. 4 Thrives right now, strong force dealing with Vampire Esports. They continue to retaliate up against them, and Falak looking to obliterate. Let's see, they can hunt this last player down. Lots of exchange happening, but still not hitting the target. And now, nail in the coffin, 4 Thrives remains at the top.
It's just crazy, the work rate of 4 Tribes. And IQ outplaying that situation was just something out of the RQ. They fought Razak for far too long, and the initial scores they finally do. 1 member, or should I say 2, at the cost of it. Well, we're on the open fields, E-Arena, Horror Esports, fending each other off. Horror Esports have loved playing inside Yasnaya, and they welcome the rapid sophomore with a greeting of the shotgun shells right through the face. No fear shredding them apart, while he still has a few more buddies inside of the compounds, which we'll deal with a little bit later. 4-5-6 now with the nade toss, kind of lobs back at himself. So that is going to be a little bit of a quick reset coming from E-Arena, but they need to ensure that there is just about an ample space for them to work around with, because the entirety of Horror Esports is going to swarm right through.
Yep, that was a great jump shot coming from Horror Esports, shutting down Tourniquet like that. I mean, Tourniquet obviously didn't even have a chance to defend himself. But right now, No Fear's cooking up an AJ, trying to flush out Mormon, okay? But from behind, I think they're also getting tagged by another team here from Yasnaya. Sky currently knocked down on the ground, and okay, confirmation. Alpha 7 is the team trying to do a backstab up against Hora.
Ooh, this is going to be a big, messy fight. But then again, I think that Alpha 7 is just going to be a landing tax coming in from those houses from that hillside over on the outskirts. So very likely to not, they're not going to be really fully recommitting in that sense. E-Arena, though, kind of jostled with a little bit of a split. Mormon, Joker holding their own. I mean, when you're in an urban setting, you could still find certain tight angles to try to clutch a moment. But the problem is the next zone going to be inside of Yasnaya, and if that's the case, I don't see a way out for E-Arena.
Yeah. They will have to go through Horror Esports, that is for sure. But given the situation right now, since the circle went to the east side, those teams that are up north, and even, you know, teams that were coming from the west, I think that's where the party is going to start. You know, that's going to turn into a complete bloodbath in just a while. D plus Kia, they're holding a great opportunity right here to gatekeep a BTR. they could probably assume a lot of points, given the advantage that they have over this situation. And as for Arena Horror Esports, the battle hasn't started just yet, but whichever team is going to win that fight will have to deal with Alpha 7 later on, so, since they are the ones that are at the edge of the circle. For Fourth Thrives, they are so close with NS Red Force, so perhaps we will see them have an altercation as well, just to settle the conflict so far. BTR is gauging the situation. Okay, just checking. Okay, how they're gonna be approaching this one. We can already hear the vehicles. We got D plus K getting into position as well. Nobu just popping off those smokes, to try and conceal their exact location to make it even harder, for BTR to accomplish this fight.
Yeah, and it's so tricky right now. BTR has no other option but to really push forward. But they can afford to wait. There's like 1 minute and 30 seconds before the blue zone comes in. And the tendency of teams tanking the zone at stage 3 is still very likely. I can't really say the same about those who are in the outfield. Yangon Galacticos is currently one of the furthest teams away. Well, or Esports still trying to trail onto the members of Arena. They somehow found 2 vehicles and they managed to cut right through, but into the arms of Alpha 7 they go.
Yeah.
Revo stopped them on their tracks.
I mean, obviously they avoided, to have that conflict settled up against Horror Esports, but then again, they went straight to Alpha 7, so not looking too good, for E-Arena, because right behind, probably Horror Esports will also try to finish up the job. But D plus Kia, right now, going up against BTR, just like how we called it, and an exchange already happening. Nobu seems to already have 1 point in the bag, so I do wonder if BTR's down to just 3 members. In the meantime, we're looking at Sleepy as well, shutting down Mormon. From E-Arena, obviously E-Arena sandwiched in between Alpha 7 and of course Horror Esports, so I don't think they're also gonna be surviving. But then again, Joker still tries to come out swinging. This time, he was able to do a counter up against Sleepy, shutting him down. So let's see what's gonna happen next.
Situation for Esports this time, getting a couple of attacks.
สวนแม่งแตก
Remember Alpha 7? He tries to
ว
go
ง
for
ได้
that
เนี่ย
lane. He goes crawling on his belly and instead gets dropped. Rebel so far. Impeccable finish. I mean, he took out that member of Arena and then got out for more up against Aura. And it seems like this situation gets even more troublesome for the rest of the Horror Esports members. YG, it's too tough for them to even cut right in. They got Vikings to deal with on the blue zone all the way down south. And they didn't make the cut. Vikings continue on the fight up against the rest of the members of BTR. 2 versus 3. 4 tries rocking around the corner as well. They can third party into this action. Won't break. Finds it all. That grenade seals the deal.
All right, here we go. I mean, BTR kind of obliterated Vikings, from the previous match, but Vikings obviously did not let that happen again. They were able to serve their vengeance, which is, of course, perfect for the Vikings, living up to their reputation. And now they will have to deal with 4 Thrives this time for this compound, I guess. But since, this is already out of the zone, they will have to settle the score as quick as they can. Now we got T24 trying to get close to Superman. We can see Superman throwing a lot of nades here. He was able to inflict, some sort of damage up against T24 with that gun, but there's another team who would love to join into the mix here. Direct shot, unfortunately, completely missed Superman, and now Superman was able to retaliate against Noki, immediately putting him on the ground.
Wow, just phenomenal. And right now,
ตอนนี้เฟสอยู่ที่ 4 ที่ 1 เป็น DK ครับ
has been able to really rack up those points, and they go ultra aggressive with the 10 points secured. This is only stage 4, and now on the cross, it's gonna be Ocean Red Force and Vikings. They seize this opportunity on the weakest side for Tribes, and just like that, that's point number 11.
Oh,
Perfectly done. by NS Red Force, obviously. Great third-party event right there. And now, they're definitely gonna make Vikings even struggle a bit more just because of this certain situation. Obviously, they just came off from a fight here. They weren't able to really lick their wounds just yet. But
7 แต้ม
Doxy and the
ตาม
rest
อ
of
ยู่
the
17
gang
แต้ม
here applying a lot of pressure onto the side of Vikings. So let's see if they can step into the zone safely this time. But you know what? These saviors also capitalizing on the situation. I mean, they're also doing some third party. But in the meantime, we're also looking at the kill feed, and it looks like FaZe Clan is having an exchange with was that D plus Kia too?
ว้าว
Not exactly sure.
สวยมาก
Oh, FaZe
Let's
Clan.
go.
Yeah, FaZe Clan
อ่ะ
has
คิวรู้เว้ย
gotten a couple of prisoners locked
สวย
inside.
A7 หมดแล้วด้วย
their own
เชียบแซง
compounds.
A7 ก่อนเลยเกมนี้
Well, they go on a dominating streak. Goal seems a little bit quieter now that plenty of all these players are gone, but still.
เอาล่ะ DK
Superman being a savage, and just like that, that's point number 12. Vikings, I mean,
ไหวไหมที่ 1 กับที่ 2 ใส่กันไปเลย เอาเสียหายทั้งคู่ ขอหนักๆไอ้
out of our list because they are always going so aggressive and could have
ตายอีก
cost them. But this time around, D plus Kia makes no mistakes. They are just trampling that nemesis.
ชื่นใจจริง
as Red Force climbing in.
ๆสู้มือหน่อยเว้ย NF สู้มือหน่อยเว้ยวงสวยจัดเลยคิว
to suppress NS from overtaking them.
แต่ว่าอันตรายตรงที่จะโดนหลายทางนี่แหละ ทั้งข้างล่าง
Another civil
แล้วก็
war
ข้างบน
happening between these two Korean powerhouses,
Viking
and
เหลือกี่ตัว
just
วะ
like that, ladies and
Viking
gents,
อยู่ไหนวะ
and
เหลือ
it's
สอง
Red
ไม่น่า
Force
ห้าว
already out of the
โอ้แต่
game,
แม่ง
so
ไป
it
12
only
คิวแล้วแม่งเอา
means
จัดเลย
that
นะ
D
ไฟ
plus
กำลังมา
Kia is
เอ้ย
still in
ใจ
play
กำลัง
over
มา
here,
เลย
and a complete squad, by the way. Favian took a nade,
เห็น
low
หม
in
ดละ
HP,
ดีเหมือนกัน
but
แต่
there's
ไม่
no
ดีตรง
time to
DK
heal
ได้แต้ม
himself
นี่แหละ
up. But Yumeko, okay,
Ah.
continues to throw nades. But I'm not exactly sure if he knows that Favian was able to back away from that position. But I guess Yumiko will try to find another angle that could best work for Sim9, just so they could put down D plus Kia. Again, they have the advantage since they're the ones closer to the edge of the circle here. So they're the ones can really punish and unleash havoc onto the side of D plus Kia. But as for the Purple Hearts, man, they're already out of the game here. GLU squad taking in some damage as well coming from Sim9. We got Yumiko dropping the buggy over here, trying to pull out his gun, shutting down Noel. So again, an effective kill for Sim9.
เซมนายมาทาง
I
เนี้ย
really like what Mika actually did for the
Nah,
entire team.
but
He
stop
spot
being
out
out.
the rest of these members of D plus K. Goes
สวย
grab and finds the
อ้าว
rest of Blue
ทำไมเป็น
squad.
งั้นน่ะ
Now,
บวก
everyone
อีก
has
2
to
แต้ม
deal
อีก
as the rest
อุ้
of
ย
D plus K finds
DX
members of
ไม่เอาอะไรเลย
DX, and DX only good for 1 point this round, unfortunately, as teams scramble their way towards the hills of prison and into the prison as well.
เป็นที่เล่นในวงอีกต่างหาก โอ้
Blue
ป้า
squad, they did manage to walk away with any points as
กลั
they
บตาม 20
eventually
แต้มเหมือน
got
เดิมเลยทีนี้
deterred by the authority of Zen9. Last we saw, at the very least, Talon Esports bunch into position. I mean, when you're playing solo, it's kind of acceptable that you just want to seek refuge in the prison where you don't really expect too many teams to really commit into this vicinity.
And Talon down to their last member, and they only managed to actually get 1 point, from this round. So again, it's I don't think their position is going to improve in the leaderboard. But anyway, we did see a team that already managed to secure a double-digit finish. So that would be the boys of Vikings once again. So aggression is really at 100% for Vikings. But of course, it's not how you start, it's how you finish it. They might have started strong, but we do still have 7 teams remaining, for stage number 5. And what is happening right now is some sort of standoff. Talon, Reboysa again, is down there, but he's left to deal with business here, and he is surrounded by Vikings, surrounded by RQ, Arena, and even FaZe Clan. But D plus Kia, right now, they know exactly what is happening from down below, but they're not going to join the engagement just yet. And FaZe, they do have the opportunity to shut down D plus Kia just in case they come close to prison.
Yeah, and just a little bit of standstill for the moment. D plus Kia will be pretty
DK
happy
แม่งวน
with
มา
the
ทำจากข้าง
update
บน
that
แน่เลยว่ะ
it allows them to either take sides on either the hills or even the open grounds to eventually challenge the members of Sem9 in particular. Whereas MVKE, I want to see what more can they actually do from their current position, because now they kind of need to run in a little deeper. So that dive bomb into the rest of the
แต่
prisoners
ถ้าให้ถูกอ่ะ
in
วน
their
ไปทาง
respective
ข้างล่าง
cells could actually be a possibility.
เพราะมันเคลียร์ตี้เสร็จ
And
แล้วมันก็
look
ได้
at
พื้น
it,
ที่ในวงต่อเลย
13 points
ถ้า
for
เคลียร์ข้างบนไม่รู้
MVKE,
ว่าเคลียร์
still
กี่
having
ตี้
two
ถึง
more
จะได้เข้า
members,
วง
and these
แต่
two
ถ้าถามพื้น
members
ที่
will
ถ้าตี
never
จากข้าง
say
บน
no
แล้ว
to
ได้
a
พื้นที่
fight. So
สวยกว่า
I'm thinking that I think they could at least go for maybe point number 14.
Well, Deepa's Key is taking their time. Again, they have that complete squad advantage, I guess. FaZe Clan also holds a complete squad here. Same thing goes for Sam9. So the teams that are a little bit on the danger side would be Vikings, Talon, and even RQ. But we're looking at RQ. We got Swavel. Okay, just right behind this crates inside this warehouse. Pretty sure everyone can already hear the footsteps, but I don't see anyone going for the hard push. But Red Bull has a different idea in mind, shutting down a player from
เอา
far, you know,
Don't ao.
Farron from Sem9.
Yeah, and right now, the rest of 7-9, they don't really have
ปาใส่
much
เมนพลังแม่งเลย
others compared to FaZe
Knock.
Clan, so not exactly the best possible situation, but they do have maybe just a foot kill for a little bit of crease to cover themselves for another. And two other members of 7-9, they're looking to at least find
ชิปหายแล้วไอ้กินน็อก
whatever it may be.
สวย
FaZe Clan right now
เสี
getting
ยได้
one upon from the back as there is a couple of all these players storming across and
สวย
also dealing with 7-9
สวย
at the
ช็อป
same
เก่ง
time.
มากน้อง
Mika
ดีเคอยากสารแน่นะ
has
อย่ามาลา
caused
นั
a
ดตี
little
มือ
stir.
นะครับ
Mampa on the ground. Same could be said about Red Bull. So this is a very
เออเอาดีเอาดีเอาดีตัวละครลับ
Deepa's Kia seems to be letting everyone to take care of the mayhem for now. You know, obviously they're the ones really staying out of conflict. You know, for now they're sticking to the edge of the zone. We're looking at FaZe, and they're throwing a lot of nades up against M9 over here, but it's an overshot, you know, from
ดูดีเค
FaZe.
มันเริ่มหาที่เล่น
And
ละเริ่มกระจาย
I
ที่ละ
guess 779, 771 is going off angle
แต่
over
ถ้าดึง
here
เว
just
ลา
to
ไว้
make
เดี๋ยว
sure
ดีเค
they
ยิงหลั
buy
ง
enough
เฟรม 9
time, you know, for
แต่ไม่อยาก
FaZe
ให้มันได้
to
แต้มไงประเด็น
reset. And as
แม่ง
for
มาแล้ว
RQ and Talon, man, they're not
แม่ง
moving
วนมาเล่นเลยเหรอ
around. They're not making their
ตามหลัก
presence
มึงต้อง
felt
จอด
just
เล่น
yet.
จอดยิ
I
งมา
mean,
ดิ
understandably so, because
เออ
again, they no longer have that firepower, but maybe they can
นั่น
still
แหละ
pull
อย่างนั้นแหละ
off a chicken
ส
dinner
วย
over
เฟซ
here.
รอเคมเลย
Sem9 Firen got back on his feet and now has to deal with the boys of D+.
เฮ้ยเฮ้ยเฮ้ยเฮ้ยสู้มือหน่อยเว้ย สู้มือหน่อยเว้ย
and they're all bunched together,
สู้หน่อยเถอะ
making their job so much easier. One tag is all it takes to eventually
fuck.
take down Captain Montbara. You may say it's ex-captain.
เออสวย
Analyst
สวย
pulling for the team, and now the last hope for Sam9. As much as he's in the center of the zone, he is not gonna be
เออสวย
off
อีก
the hook. Face plant on top of
นั่นแหละดี
the zone, gonna take on
คิวระวังน้อง
Yes is the answer, and they're also
อ๋อตัวคำน็อกเหรอ ใช่ป่ะตะกี้โอซอนออกปะโอซอนออก
Look at him go.
เอาละ
How are they surviving? He finally squeezed
Whoa.
into the zone, and now
ชุบกันเสร็จนะน้อง
because Kia on that reset, FaZe Clan, King of the Hills.
เอา
And
Hey,
the position so
Whoa,
far
man,
is pretty
that-
much just like
Oh,
Obi-Wan
yeah.
Kenobi versus
ใช่เหรอ
Anakin.
วะ
I mean, obviously
ล็อก
FaZe
สองแล้วเหลือ
have
ตัว
the
เดียว
high
แต่เหลือ
ground
ตัวเต็งด้วยดิ
advantage, but let's
ส
see
วย
if People's Kids going for the push here, or
นั่นแหละดี
is FaZe Clan really gonna dominate? And just like how we called it, Obi-Wan
ได้ไป9 แต้ม
Kenobi,
เว้ย
aka
เกมนี้
FaZe Clan, was able to win the fight given their position.
เชียร์ได้ไป9เฟซก็9แล้วตอนเนี้ย
There's nobody being
10 ละ
knocked
เฟซ
into
10 ละ ตอนนี้เฟซ 10 ละ
windows in that sense.
แรงพอยต์ที่
RQ
6 2 แต้ม
still having Swavel, one of the
11แล้วเด้อปะเนี่ย
longest
เออ9คิวแรงพอยต์2 11ละ
player that has played in,
Vai,
in
sì,
the
vai, sì,
service
vai.
of RQ back in 2018 till now, and we'll have to see if he will be able to put on a clutch performance. The last time out of me seeing Swavel and Montbarang in the lobby was 2020 perhaps, and yet again these guys are still rocking it here in 2024. And
เหลือ
FaZe
ตัวเต็ง
Clan,
หรือตัวเก่ง
what they really have to do realistically is just to wait.
ตัวเต็งเก่ง
Joker
จัด
hasn't been spotted out just yet.
นี่แต่เคลียร์กันเอง
Whoever gets picked off here is gonna be scratching their hits. I mean, it's still 6 teams somehow because RQ is still around. MVKE,
แต่ต้อง
Talon,
โดนทารอน
they
ฉ
have
กตัวหนึ่งอ่ะ
a couple of all these straggling
King.
units, and I think that MVKE wants to settle this
อันนี้เปิดจุดละโฟกัสตัว
Now on the approach,
ตู้กลางละ
Vince now push up
แล้วเดี๋ยว
as
ไปตู้
well,
นู้นนะ
making it easy
โดน
with the S12K.
โดนแน่ มันฉกแน่ละไอเนี่ย
So they know that the Boyaza is also around the
แต่มันจะ
corner.
ไม่เห็นจริงๆเหรอวะ
You know, I
ก่อน
feel
เดิน
like
เข้าประตูมา
there's really no pressure for FaZe to actually step into the fight over here since, again, they have all the advantages working out for them. They could even just let Vikings take this point, you know, from Talon Esports, and
มีวงด้วย
it's not really gonna make like a full impact onto FaZe. I mean, they're a
Yeah,
complete squad here,
non-consequential.
right?
Yeah.
So, I mean, all they need to do is just really play out their cards right, and they could probably secure the chicken dinner here. And I did say this yesterday that, you know, when it comes to FaZe Clan, they
เฮ้ย
are
ขึ้นที่ 2 เลยเนี่ย
the
จบเกมเนี่ย
silent,
ถ้าแชมป์อ่ะ
confidence team, you know, like, okay, D plus K and NS Red Force is kind of loud, but FaZe Clan slowly climbing up is something else.
Yeah, we love to see it. So far, they have loved all these breakout performances.
เกอร์
Out of
เกอร์ให้ทีมไทย
nowhere.
ไปเกอร์เนาะ
Kind of wish we get to see a lot more of
Still
such
on highway.
a FaZe Clan, which kind of gives us a throwback of, you know, so many past iterations under Tony K or so. Joker now getting shredded with the M4 in the hands of Jui
ถ้าเกอร์ยังไงก็ไม่รอดแล้ววะ
and FaZe Clan. Talk about this team who was named Asia Esports in
ได้
the
รอดก็ต้อง
past.
วิ่งข้ามไปชิงกำแพงฝั่งนี้ให้ได้
Played even back in the
That's it, that's how it's a lot.
PNCL. So these
อยู่ในวง
guys
ด้วย
definitely have gotten so much of a wealth of experience of technically
ไม่มีทางรอด
international play.
อะไรไปรอด
All
วะเกอร์
across Southeast Asia, they've been able to really show their dominance, and now about to make it for the rest of the field. As a matter of fact, it's all SEA teams right now in the top 5.
Oh, Joker. Doesn't really have that
Taiwan
much
á.
space to begin
Đừng có
with.
dù
So
phòng làm gì
honestly,
mà.
the
Ui,
moment that
ơ!
he, yeah,
ได้
there
แต้
you
ม
go.
ยังดี
I mean, he's
สวย
still on prone. And I thought, you know, the moment that he peaks, I guess that would be the opportunity for other teams to shut him down, but that didn't even happen, you know. So we're looking at the final 4 teams remaining. Again, we still got Vikings over here with 2 of their members. Rebiosa
tái
still
một. Hey,
on
nhưng lửa
high
xem
and
này,
kicking,
toang
which
kìa hả?
is super amazing, by the way. But
Anh em
obviously,
talang.
FaZe is going for the map control. They're dictating the tempo of the match here, and they
Ê,
could
mình lú rồi
probably
nè. Đi nghe,
potentially
đồ
get
chộp.
the chicken dinner. Chewy throwing a nade, trying to flush out those players
Dịch luôn á,
inside
kêu.
this warehouse, and just look
Luôn
at
mà nó
that. 5 elimination points for Red Bull.
หายดิเฮ้ยโอ้สวย
Bombardments after bombardments, and FaZe Clan finally joins in the party as they want to leave the
Tự đeo.
standing, and
เดี๋ยวรถ
Bumper
ไม่มี
have been able to squeeze
ไม่ได้
into
โฟกัสเลย
a
นะ
top
ไม่ได้โฟ
2
กัสซ้าย
finish
อ่ะ
that
เออ
could one place left to
เสีย
check,
บ
and FaZe Clan has done it.
กี่เจ็ดคิวแล้วว่ะ
man, okay.
เจ๋วเลย
We are not
ขึ้นที่ 2 แล้ว
getting anything right now for predictions, but then again, you know, like FaZe also scored a chicken dinner yesterday, so they are maintaining the energy, they are maintaining their strategy as well. And so far, whatever formula they're doing right now is definitely working out for them. But I do wonder, why is there, I mean, like, why is there that player? It looks to me like the head was just like put onto that buddy.
We do not talk about that. It's just like, you know, Photoshop hacks in that sense. But overall, you know, we don't mind seeing more and more of all these new faces on top as FaZe Clan
14 คิว
has been able to
เนี่ยลูกโพ
secure
สใช่
themselves
ลูกที่ผ่าน
great finish by the end of this Erangel matchup, and that leaves only 2 more match for the teams to set the benchmark for the Smash rules to be implemented for
ลู
tomorrow.
กพี่ป่าน
And
แต่ไม่
look
ใช่
at
พี่
Red
ป่าน
Bull, 1075 damage, really pulling off a heist through the prison.
Man, I'm bothered by 779-771's head, honestly. I mean, it's slightly bigger than his body. But anyway, okay. I mean, the good news, you know, for the fans of FaZe Clan is that they were able to phase up, you know, for this round, hence getting the winner chicken dinner and even getting a lot of elimination points. So I guess, you know, they really was able to utilize every advantages, you know, during this match. They controlled the tempo of the match, and they just really waited out, you know, for everyone to inflict damage onto one another. And the moment that everyone became vulnerable, also because of the zone, well, that was the time that FaZe Clan actually stepped in So again, timing is always key.
It definitely is. And overall, speaking about timing as well, I think MG and Vikings so far has gotten impeccable timings for most part. V plus Kia finally found themselves a better rhythm to be moving forward again. And also, while they were in this mix of a battle, they've been able to find Nongshim Force and take them down. So they can just guarantee that they're still number one by the end of this matchup. So 7-9, look at them being so consistent. Another top 4 finish. I think it's been 3 times today at the very least throughout these matches, and I believe this will be able to eventually shoot them all the way up to perhaps a top 10 finish.
Yeah, and I can probably say that Vikings has been consistent, from the get-go. They have been aggressive since game number 1 here, and I feel like they're getting close to really getting that chicken dinner. But yeah, we're looking at the stats, and the only difference I can see right here, aside from the assist, would be the damage output, and again, that is slightly towards Dewey this time. But the MVP, it goes to Red Bull, 7 elimination points, 1,075 damage output, and this guy had been doing a lot, for FaZe. So consistency is also coming off, from Red Bull.
Red Bull.
That's right. And overall, this player has definitely impressed, even back in the Thai circuit. On top of that, back in PMCL, Red Bull is just like Federalis, having those kind of crazy pop-off performances at the very same time. So it's great to see that he's back at it together, working in tandem with Kiwi. So I'm also happy to also see Kiwi to be part of this list, because I've talked about this, a couple moments before that. Kiwi, first 2 matches, 0 points. First one to also be eliminated for most of these skirmishes, and this time he is showing up together alongside with 2 members out of MVKE. So that totals up to 24 points for FaZe Clan, and a massive 19-quarter run for MG and Vikings.
Oh man, this is juicy. We only have 2 teams that actually scored a double-digit finish. And Vikings, again, just like what we said, they're pretty consistent, for day number 3. So I do wonder if this is going to be the pace now for Vikings, if they can actually sustain this. It could be exhausting, but then again, these are like seasoned players of PUBG. Now, Bigatron, after a massive performance in the previous round, also did not get anything, and Vampire Esports at the bottom of the barrel here, at least for this round. But then again, nothing. It's not too late just yet for them to do a comeback. 391, longest elimination distance by D-Savior 2504, and then for the throwables used in the match, again slightly lower, it's a total of 185.
And look at the rest of the rankings. FaZe Clan now pushes all the way up into that number 2 spot, and this is why we've talked about the margins being so tiny, and with such a huge chicken dinner, they've been able to really climb all the way up, and it doesn't help Nongshim's as well as A7's situation where they got taken down rather early with only 3 points. MVKE is now currently number 5 without chicken dinners, and look at the top 7. Everybody had a chicken dinner except for them.
Yeah, no chicken dinner, no problem. And you know what? FaZe was able to reclaim their second finish position, already at 152. So, we're talking about 4 more points before they could reach D plus Kia. So, they're really closing in the gap here. And for the second page, it's really Sem9 that did a good job so far, climbing up 1 rank for the team. But as for GLU, RQ, Void Donkey, and even Talent Esports, all of these Indonesian teams are the bottom 4, for the day number 3 of this grand final.
I guess like they're definitely on other plans as well, so we'll leave it to it if that's the case. So let's take a short break, and when we come back, we'll offer you 5 new tactics.
เวียนหัวไหมแชทเวียนหัวไหม ไม่ได้ลงไม่ได้ลงครับเสียแล้วครับแต่ว่าเดี๋ยวดูแข่งอยากลงนะรายการพวกนี้ผมชอบเลยเป็นมือจะถามว่าสู้เขาได้ไหมก็สู้ไม่ได้แต่ว่าอย่างนั้นเราได้ติดไปไปแล้วสู้เขาไม่ได้สู้แล้วเสียน้องดีกว่าถ้าพี่เอฟซีเดือนหน้าถ้าได้ไปซุปเปอร์ลีกก็อาจจะได้ไปลงในรายการพวกนี้มีโอกาสมั้งถ้าเกิดว่าทีมพาร์ทเนอร์เขาแบบของมันเลย
What a round it was for Baseland to be able to push all the way into the top 2 position. Fantastic chicken dinner. There's only 2 match points tonight, and you know we're getting closer to see what will be the benchmark score for the teams to play out tomorrow.
You know what? I'm seeing a lot of course, Thai celebrating down there in the comment section because they're saying, okay, MVKE is stepping up today. You know, they're pretty consistent, and I guess, you know, the fans are happy because Vikings obviously is repping up Thailand right now, day number 3 of the grand finals. So,
Hey, Baseland.
to give you, oh, FaceTime, sorry. Yeah, sorry. Oh, yeah, Baseland. Top Wrangle performance, however. We also have to give it to NS Red Force. We got 4 Thrives as well, and a Deep Pacific. But so far, we are not really seeing the prowess that we've gotten so used to coming from Deep Pacific and NS Red Force. 4 Thrives as well. We see them really get, you know, like really go for the massive elimination points, but can't secure that chicken dinner just yet. So I do wonder, like, okay, how are we gonna do this?
Well, maybe just give them a chicken dinner this round. So I'm waiting for that vote then. MBK again, the way that it is explosive, no chicken dinners, no problem. But if they do, it's gonna be massive. I mean, they're already top 5.
No doubt.
Because of their explosiveness. So that's somehow.
Yeah. Vikings, definitely. I'm pretty sure by now they've already gotten the rhythm because we're down to our final 2 matches. So I'm waiting. Like, Prod, where are you going for this round? The arena.
Hey,
Here we go. For me, I think I would go with Oh man, this is really making my head ache. Is this last Irangle? Last Irangle, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's go with Voin Donkey.
Huh. Boing Donkey. Well, that's pretty interesting if you ask me. Boing Donkey, I feel like if they were to be playing in their serious mode, they definitely look at like the best tactical team out there that has consistently super top scores. But I just feel like, over the course of the entire season so far, they've been a little off. But hey, I'm not screaming like their option. I just think, it would be really interesting if they win.
Yeah, I mean, like, I'm still waiting for them to show us what they got. Currently, they're one of the teams at the bottom of the leaderboard, but we've always known this, guys. When they are on a serious mode, they could really, like, easily win this. But nothing is really working out in terms of, like, for me, getting my predictions right, number one. I mean, those big names that I expect to dominate is not really performing at the moment, at least for this day, I guess. So perhaps, this can give a chance for those teams that are, I guess, still trying to catch up, or like maybe want to have some sort of improvement in their position. So yeah, I'm giving a chance, for Voin Donkeys, and I'm pretty sure the fans would want to see a great performance as well coming from them. So I'm crossing my fingers.
Yeah, that's pretty much fair enough. Because when you look at all these teams who's been, working their hardest, trying almost all sorts of things to get big results. I think, like, with just about the effort they put into making it right, and right now, preparing for the penultimate round for tonight. And ladies and gents, this is going to be our final Wrangle. Get set and ready to take a flight.
Okay, here we go. Final E-Wrangle this evening, ladies and gents. So let's get ready again for another epic showdown that is about to commence out of this 8 teams that we have in the lobby. So we're checking to see if this is going to be just as brutal during the previous 2 E-Wrangles that we just had. Are we going to see some alterations? Are we going to see some mix and match in terms of their drop spots? So all of these questions will be answered in just a while.
That's right. This time, it seems to be a lot more fair for all our participants out there. Starting things off from this corner to the front into the top absolutely huge. Everybody in Body has taken whatever except for here's the song. Getting frustrated. Well, of course, that's no well, we are seeing hopefully to finally get their access into their like hospital grounds as well as their German even if they want to stop by without Gatland, it's going to be possible. But now with the presence of MBKE, that's a little harder to do. MBKE goes back to their default spot into Moss. Well, looking for what really went on for the past couple of Wrangle matches is that a lot of teams were backing on that there will be an island ending. Now, it's only Team Secret and Talent. YG, they tried to play against Secret, and they did not do it, but definitely at a cost. And YG this time goes to plant themselves into the group and will be directly in the center.
Oh man, this is gonna be a road rage situation, but then again, Achul failed to do a hit and run, and yeah, I mean the opposing team there might be able to pick up a weapon, so it could be dangerous for him if he continues on doing just that. But hey, I mean everyone seems to have found a spot for themselves. I'm looking to see like if there will be a team that will have a drop clash. But just checking out their position, I believe Team Secret still dropped around the South Park area of the map with Talon, and now Talon right now doing a massive spray up against Trang over here. Rebeliosa right now trying to go for that pick and shoot. Was able to inflict damage, but still not enough to put Trang down at any point. So Trang backing away, trying to pick himself up, trying to put bandages all over the wounds here. But Rebeliosa already getting ready to slip inside. So let's see if they can actually get this thing done.
Big days now pop
ใส่
right
กันแล้วมัน
in,
ใส่กัน
but
แล้ว
not
พับจีมันใส่กันแล้ว
enough to switch back into the SMG. Trang goes out, and Talon gets a massive first blood.
ช่างแม่งแล้วกันไปกลับ
I love the fact that, with all of the fighting that has been happening, Talon Esports right now is just having a grand time, with their bicycle, just trying to, of course, appreciate the digital nature that Erangel can offer. But, okay, Team Secret getting creative at the moment. We've got Frankie on top of the car over here and also having a great time as well.
Yeah, and we just absolutely love to see it. Now, Team Secret currently placed into the 8th position. We'll have to chase up against E Arena, and they're just about, a couple of frags away from doing so. Not too concerned about how they're doing so far. Team Secret's doing really, really good. Alpha 7, I want to see more major impact coming out of this team when they do play in Wrangle. I think like the last big one that we saw was the chicken dinner from Alpha 7 back in Miramar. And overall,
ตกเหรอวะ
that kind of crazy decision makings that they pull off is what makes them so scary compared to so many other teams out there.
ตกหนักซะด้วย
Okay. So at this point, I feel like nobody wants to make any rush decisions. We are at day 3, so it only goes to show that nobody wants to do any reckless things. Now that we are about to wrap things up for season 11. Okay, everyone's just really making sure that they maintain their overall position. And so far, we're looking at D plus Kia currently at the top here, but that could change, for this round. If Alpha 7 dominates and if they can actually bag a double-digit finish here or maybe just secure a chicken dinner, I think they could probably dethrone D plus Kia for this round, but not if, of course, D plus Kia shows us the D plus Kia that we've seen so far during the playoffs and the first few days of the grand finals.
Yeah, that's the thing that I talked to Sir Cloud about. Like, can D plus Kia maintain that crazy rhythm that they had back in the playoffs where, easily every other day they score a chicken dinner? Today is one of the anomalies where they're not exactly hitting that kind of benchmark that they had back in their playoffs. And that just goes to show that, one full long week of PUBG Mobile is absolutely exhausting even for some of the best in the world. And imagine training 6 hours a day or even more. So that being said, as much as it's muscle memory, some of these guys out there are still holding up just fine. Looking at the current scenario, we have BTR versus YG. YG now holding in onto Bumblebee with a jump shot, almost landing the blow, but not quite enough just yet. Pops over the wall, Master Smile will be able to secure it, but here it goes. A swing coming from back as well, which he is trying to manhandle, and that's where Razy comes in.
คนตกเฉ
And
ยเลย
somehow, Razy will be able to still hang.
Ooh.
2 members of BTR are still fending him off, and this is a tight battle. Razy popping off. He's finding 2 and looking for more. From that Bond, the young chap joining in the party of BTR will be able to at least do some damage, but not quite enough to deter YG from pulling the full 4-pointer.
Great show coming from Master Smile, however, cannot really take that as a win since, 3 of his teammates had already been taken out of the equation. But we're looking at a clash between Vikings and D Savior. Now, this is some sort of a civil war happening between these 2 teams, but then again, Levi's had already put down 1 from Vikings, so they have the upper hand advantage, from that clash. Now, Bianco Galactica dealing with Boindonkey at the moment. Razak with a jump shot. He immediately puts down his enemy and was able to bag the points. And now they are taking control of this very compound. And I think maybe they could rest for a while and check like if there will be other teams that will be headed towards that same direction. But as for the Savior, they're really gonna get challenged this time. Who's gonna be the king of the mountain?
Well, that's definitely. And we're looking for those same answers as well. For Tribes is the one that says we want to be the kings in that sense. And seemingly, they've been able to at least flush DX onto the alternate location, but those dates falling very closely to IQ, managing to dodge it. The Saver hoping to at least hold the line down. And it is looking very, very tense between some of all these parties. And this is where we have to see
โอ้โห
if they will be able to
Got
connect
song
a
nữa.
perfect
Got
one,
tám.
and that lands directly onto
nữa
that
là mới
member
đo.
of the Savior. Look at this current zone. It's going to be split between the rivers and further into Rozak, which of course involves the river in that sense. Non-Shimnet Forest, they waste no time. They're looking for that water town
Oh,
in
no.
between.
Whoa.
And we're already looking at Fallout getting nated out by Mela because there is a new challenger to contend for the title
no.
of Who's the King of the
Fine.
Hills.
Oh, this is not looking
lot.
too good for the side of Fourth Thrives. Yes, they were having a back and forth situation up against D-Saver, but right now they are in between Vampire
Ow,
Esports
Dick Lab ไปเหรอ
and D-Saver, and they are
what?
receiving the brunt of
Rồi
all
Dick
of
Lab
those
ไปเลย
damages
นั่น
so
ใช่
far. Fourth Thrives right now, T24 healing himself up. 2504 receiving some damage as well. Now we got Lamborghini back on the screen here, still trying to put down a couple players from Vampire Esports and Fourth
They
Thrives,
can
but
see Glenn
T24, oh, he won't be as useful so far. And now Noki tries to
Come
step
to that.
inside. Unfortunately, was already too late. Now D
ตามต่อ
Savior
เลย
winning the fight, yes, bagging 5 elimination points, but they're not out of the woods just yet because then now we have to deal with Vampire Esports.
Yeah, Vampire Esports so far choosing the right moment to strike has been able to weather down those members of Four Tribes, and now D-Saber have finally gotten the reset that they needed, but they kind of lost one member in the process. Vampire Esports, they don't really have to fully commit to this. Last we saw, that shift actually sees plenty of all these teams to be somewhere in Rozak and the whereabouts of school. But most of these teams, I mean, they like to treat it like a scrim. They will try to, limit test how well can they actually cope in these kind of situations, especially when you're facing up against champions of Vietnam, the Savior. So we'll have to see how it all concludes. While Talon spots out the rest of Nangshim just by the corners of ruins, and they've been here for just about a while. Take a look. There's also Break in between. He's just making sure that he stays absolutely quiet so that they did not get chipped by those players hailing from Indonesia. Talon, that's so close on their side.
Yeah, Break couldn't catch a break over here. I mean,
Literally.
obviously, I believe he's the last, surviving member as well, coming from Vikings. I'm trying to look for the other members, but Talon. Okay, I think they changed their mind. I think they're gonna back away from this fight, and now we're looking at Alpha 7 with 2 points now in their pocket. We can see Rebel popping off some smoke over here so that he could safely loot this car cast.
เด็กโดนละ
As for the map feed, okay, we're looking at the teams
Sensei, yeah.
already trying to flock right down there in the middle, but since the circle shifted once again, and this is going to be
Okay.
tough since we do have that river over to the north side. So,
เอ๊ะ สวย
yeah, I mean, which side are you going to take in this situation?
I think the safer spot to take is where 7-9 is currently at, by the corners of the water town. Dead center, and majority of that space is still land over on the south side. So we would assume that more of the teams that are already on the south, they will be journeying their way up north. Whereas
เห็นปะวะ
we're looking back at
Maybe
side
ไม่เห็น
of
แล้วนะ
Vampire
ไอ้โดนเห็นปะ
Esports, this time joining
โดนเห็นไหม
the party. Talon
ไม่
was
เห็น
here earlier.
มันขึ้นสู
They
ง
did
มากไม่ได้ไง
manage to find Break. Break is
เห็น
still
วะ
somehow
สวยเลย
in the mix, and this time around, it's gonna be, oh well, easy catch coming in from Sen9 to take on those members of E Arena.
ดีเอ็กมาจอดตรงเขา
And
ข้างหลัง
Nongshim Red Force
ดีเอ็กไปไหนวะ
also being absolutely quiet. But I believe that they heard those gunshots. Vampire Esports was over on the top side of the hill. They've also checked these quarters and now tries to perhaps find a way to reposition. So long as Nongshim is there, not afford to even drive further down, which is why Vampire Esports is just making sure that they catch some of these guys before making a move.
Mm-hmm. Okay, here we go. TZ is just waiting for that right opportunity to shut down any player from Vampire Esports. Of course, if you do have that element of surprise, then you can definitely catch someone off guard. And now we got Ventori's over here trying to check out the situation, but still couldn't pinpoint, perhaps, like where exactly the enemies are. I mean, there's a little hesitation, coming from the side of Vampire Esports. And now we're looking at D-Saver. Again, they already have a total of 5 points. But again, a team actually playing with a consistent pace is still pretty questionable, even at this point. But anyway, we're looking at E Arena going up against Sem9 at the moment. And in an exchange, definitely still ongoing. High receiving some damage, but as for the side of E Arena, Joker and 456 already out of the game, so it could be a little difficult for E Arena to even get through.
Sure enough, and Sem9, they have the best possible compounds to work with, which is why they're just hailing all these bullets right back at those members of Boing Donkey, who's on the opposite side of the bunker. I think that's as good as it gets. They have just about enough cover, especially the smokes on top as well. Yuhai, though, somehow getting spotted through the smoke, while Talon's very close by. So the rest of Sem9 has to be pretty vigilant.
Oh,
Because
man.
all these members of FaZe Clan will be storming right in, and like I called it, majority of the south side will be able to play, but with very scarce area for them to work around with. Meanwhile, Razak, as well as it, can they hold on up against Blue Squad, who's over on the north point? It seems like Xbox wants to wrap around to get back into the main peninsula, so it is a tough call for Blue Squad right at the moment.
And we also have that small island in between, so that's probably the position that you don't want to be in for now. But yeah, I mean, GLU, they don't really have that much of an option since, I mean, what entry point can they go to, for this? But anyway, Firin, right now in an S12K, reloads his gun, getting ready, of course, to battle it out. But yes, fortunately, Sem9 was able to provide a little backup. Team Secret got eliminated number 11, though, with 0 points. Carillo
คือว่าไม่ยิงน้องอีกกระโดดตะกี้
by Lamborghini this time.
เตอร์เนี่ยสวยๆเลยน้องชั้นล่าง
Great work out of those members out there, especially 30K spotting out Talon all the way up there. You definitely won't be safe in that position in that sense. Whereas the rest of Irida opts to dive right into the waters. So far, today has been the best day that we've seen Sem9 perform in the entire tournament itself, gaining so many positions. And now, as much as they're sitting on to 11, I believe with 7 points, they should be in for more. Nate's now being dropped right in. Eat Arena wants to infiltrate, and this is where somebody needs to also scramble out to save Yuhai Boy on the waters.
Yuhai is still knocked down on the ground, and since the rest of the team is kind of busy dealing with teams also eyeing that very position, so it could be difficult for them to do just that. As for RQ, Swavel right now right behind that big boulder over there, but still getting shot at by Razak. And yes, it was able to inflict damage, but well, obviously the enemy is still alive and kicking, so let's see if Boindoki can be successful in bagging another elimination point. But so far, Zeta is not looking too good. I mean, he's still knocked down on the ground there, and RQ Swavel might be able to take that point as soon as Zeta exposes himself.
On top of that, the rest of E Arena somehow being absolutely careful. enough to be able to find a safety net right underneath the bridges. For Talon Esports, it seems like Euro has been revived. He's still staying over on the top. A great vantage point for him to work with, but still a very dangerous position to play since he's been spotted out prior to this. FaZe Clan still adding on to their rampage, finding their first blood. Nang Shimrik forced with 5, not being part of much of the equation for the moment. We expect that there definitely will be a lot more to be done right through. But now, is this island still going to be in play is the big question when it comes down to the next zone. And yes, it is. Oh boy. Now there's just tiny little pockets to play off. B-Saber needs to squeeze in. And Blue Squad might just need to fight off those members of Void Donkey on the outskirts.
This is gonna be tough. Didn't really expect that Void Donkey will be losing 2 players, at this stage. But okay, let's check what's going to happen because GLU now was able to step inside the zone. They're over at the bridge area. Could be greeted by Potato. Arena obviously is doing some sort of reset because Mormon is still knocked down on the ground. We got Potato clutching, shutting down Noel. So what's the next move going to be for the side of GLU?
Yeah, it is definitely going to be a tough call right there. But if they could, they would be able to spot out those Void Donkey members in the waters. Right now, full focus onto the water town. It is Blue Squad still hanging on the tread while they're getting sprayed by the members of Sem9. And for some reason, they've been able to at least get their way past. It's just that they just gotta supplement Noel in a way of form. Over on the back, Razak, Zeta, separated from each other, or should I say Potato is the one that's actually shooting back at them. While Mormon, he's not going to be involved. But as much as he does not want to, Doc somehow finds him underneath the bridge.
Oh man, Razak. Just look at the amount of health that he has. It's a good thing he still survived now. He has a chance to heal himself up. Now GLU, 2 down, 2 to go. KF, Sickly together right now, defending themselves, still making it happen for the team here. They're gonna go up against Razak at this point, but Razak needs to heal up as well. We can see that KF is on prone, and I don't think Razak is even aware of the fact that KF is about to strike.
He definitely has no clue
เฮ้ย
whatsoever.
อะไรอ่ะมันยืนทำไมวะ
And now he has to, because shots are fired from the side of Dogship, and this gives away his position. Scrabble for KF, and now he gets brought down. And just like that,
ถ้าโดนยิง
Dogship
แล้ว
has
ยืนนี่
rolled his
พอว่านะ
plans.
แต่ยิงก่อนโดนนี่พอเลย
Oh man, this is gonna be tough because it looks to me like the final battle will happen in that small island. Oh, which is gonna be interesting for all of us. Now, Sickly making a move here, coming from down below, going up against Razak, and Void Donkey was able to take that point. Potato already out. But we still have Razak over here to still make things happen, for Void Donkey, but he needs to deal with 2 more members of GLU, which is of course a disadvantage for his side. Sickly cooking a nade himself. We can see that Razak's trying to flush them out from under that bridge. He took a hit, and now he's backing away for now, but he's definitely gonna heal up once again. But GLU still
ความจริงมันนอนคานต่อไปเรื่อยๆมันทันวง
where
อยู่นะ
exactly to throw the nades.
เพราะ
But
ยังไง
this is
นั่นมันก็ต้อง
currently
ออกมาอยู่
the
ดีอะถ้าเกิดว่าวง
situation.
มั
Okay,
น
so
จี้หลั
FaZe
งมันมา
Clan
มันก็ต้อง
avoiding
รถออก
all
มาอยู่ดี
conflict,
ไม่ได้
during the first few rounds. They're still a complete
เดินไปใส่
squad
เขา
here,
ให้เขารู้
and they
เฉยๆ
got
ว่ามัน
favored by
ว่าตัว
the
เองอยู่ตรงนั้น
circle.
This is the
งง
most ridiculous zone I've ever seen in a long while. Turning K in the island's
เข้า
face
ใจว่ามัน
and
ดี
have
กว่า
been
ยังไง
able to at least make their way across, so it does end up in the island eventually. Stickly now going for the charge,
กด
and
ดัน
that
ไปหน่อยเนี่ย
final couple of shots will be able to
โดนเพื่อน
connect.
เร่งแล้วเปล่า
Blue Squad
เฮ้ยมึงรีบปิดดิตรงนั้นหน้ามึงหน้านั่นน่ะอย่างนี้ป่าวะ
plentiful of points.
เราก็ไม่รู้เขาอีกนะ
Tied with Dongshim Red Force at 6 eliminations at this moment. Talon Esports though, swarmed by the rest of these members of Alpha 7, and it's a big scramble between these 3 teams. A7,
โดน
Talon,
ดิเนี่ย
Sem9,
อร่อยเลยป่ะน่ะ
players
อร่อยเลยอ่ะ
Ooh,
เออ
and here we go.
2 แล้ว ไม่ทำตอนนี้จะทำตอนไหน
Okay. great for
น็อก3แล้วเหลือตัวเดียว
2 players from Alpha 7 in an instant
ทัน
with
ไหม
that nade. 2 points in the bag. DX4, aka Lamborghini, got knocked down by Dewey this time, and now Mafioso needs to pick up his teammate here just so that they could survive the situation. Talon coming into play as well while Revo blitz out there in the open.
มาแล้ว
Semnine
รู้แล้วอันนี้
is
รู้
doing
แล้ว
the very same thing. Now Mafioso needs to buy some time here for his
Wow.
teammates to recuperate, but
Wow.
Talon Esports getting aggressive, putting 5 points in the bag. Now that's what we want to see.
Oh, beautiful, beautiful stuff from Talon. And we've been waiting for this all day long. 29 points, adding a total of 6. It just goes to show that there is still a lot of fight left in them.
ดีเคบ้างเนี่ย
We'll have to
แต่ว่า
play through the
นม
rest
ชิ้น
of
นี่มันมาดีว่ะ
Play's plan
มาเรื่อยเลยว่ะ
far corners of front. Look at the rest of these members just lobbing nades at each other. Semnine needs to just play for defense because they are still in the zone, whereas Talon is not.
5 teams now remaining for stage 6 over here, and just a few more minutes and we're gonna find out just who will win the Lassie Wrangle this evening. Again, we got E-Arena getting back into the lobby with only 3 points. Semnine, Manprang, okay. There's still a complete squad, which is always an advantage. 8 points now in the bag. And they're trying to check, okay, from which direction the enemies will be coming from. Well, they have to be aware of the fact that Talon Esports also might be able to take them out from this position. But then again, FaZe is just really quiet. You know, they're going for the map control, obviously. TZ, he is being quiet at the moment. He doesn't have the rest of the team with him. Same thing goes for GLU. I mean, they're not leaving the edge of the zone.
Trying to leverage around those kind of spots while Fury tries to hold on line. Achel will falter, and Semnine putting them into a mid grinder. It's gonna be because instead getting clipped from his back. Shields. Whoever this player is, he's really doing a fantastic job to be able to seek out one after another new high. Now needs to pull up a solid hole in the front line. It's not looking all too perfectly primed. They're checking onto the upper floor, but the rest of Semnine, they're all prepared over on the lower layer instead. It's gonna be Refo just running right across it, just like that, gets caught out. It's gonna be a great time for the side of Fury to also land it on the hand. Moparo tries to and Moparo, he gets it! Oh my goodness! Semnine is doing it! They're on fire with 12 points!
That was such a great game IQ coming from Manparang, making that gasoline explode and letting it do its job. Oh man, that was beautiful to watch. But anyway, back into the action we go. 8 elimination points for NS Red Force, and unfortunately he got overpowered by GLU this time, hence them being taken out of the equation. Now we're looking at Shopper over here. Can he shop some points from FaZe? Here comes Firin trying to get close in the situation. Obviously, Shopper was able to hear those footsteps, and now he is prepping up. He's gearing up and cooking up another nade over here. Can he be accurate this time?
Make it ทำงั้นน่ะ
So low, this might just be enough, but he lobs it a little wide. Shopper gets back on the back. Goes inside the water. He's not gonna be able to land too much of a help if Firin gets in trouble. But he's got most of it, so he's on a hook, and he gets members of FaZe Clan and the Malaysians.
Okay, nobody was expecting that because they're the most consistent team at the moment, but FaZe Clan getting executed just like that. Wow, that wasn't even part of the plan, I bet. Semnine and GLU down to our final 2 teams over here. Obviously, Semnine has all the advantages because they do have the numbers, but we can see Manparan, and he needs to get across, which is, of course, going to be a little difficult. And just look at that. We got Xbox and Stickley just really pointing the gun onto Manparang. Stickley getting some damage because of that molly, so which brings us down to just Xbox as the last remaining player. So this is going to be a 3v1.
Semnine, where was this Tiger back in the PMSL? We needed to see this. And Monparong is actually the secret portal because he was not part of PMSL. Next season, we want him in. As he is still so lethal after all these years. The ex-PMSL champion is now added, and now Xbox gets the catch. Still 3 more to go. Can he actually find a whole lot more? He goes for the pin down up against Mika, and now down to Yuhai. He's closing in. He's trying to overwhelm him, but that rock is impenetrable. And the nades are flying in, and that will settle it for 7-9.
Oh,
That was close. That was close.
นิด
But
เดียว
you
เอ
know
งอ่ะ
what? That
เสียดายว่ะ
was a valiant effort coming from, of course, the GLU. Obviously, they were at a deficit. They didn't really have that much advantage up against M9. I mean, we're talking about a full squad over here.
เป็นแมตช์สองใกล้เลย
You know, we can say that it was a stellar performance as well coming from Sem9 since this is already their second chicken dinner of the night. So, my goodness me. I mean, we did wish for another set of names to really pop, you know, for
ไม่อยากรู้
the
คะแนนเลย
overall leaderboards or like teams that are getting that chicken dinner.
Yeah.
And Sem9,
พุ่งถึง
they are giving
แต่ว่า
us
สวยละ
just that.
Yep, they absolutely delivered today. I've talked about how consistent they are, but 2 chicken dinners was not something that I would have actually expected out of these gentlemen, and they absolutely stole the show today, even topping those records of the highest I mean, the highest
สองอันนี้ก็
at least
หลอมแล้วก็ได้ตังค์
for a chicken dinner.
Oh man, and again, that was I guess a treat, you know, for all of us, especially for those fans out there for Sem9. They're definitely raising the Malaysia flag right now and just like really making a statement, banging on their chest and securing that chicken dinner with a great set of elimination points as well. So again, phenomenal for Sem9.
Indeed it is. Now, take a look at this kind of team effort. We've definitely talked back in the past where Yuhai Boy as well as Mika is a very deadly combo to go up against everybody out there, and it really proves. And today they've been feeling pretty much in their prime form and really showed up. Now, looking at the other players who've been able to actually play as well, Blue Spot emerges from they had Blue Spot game struggles, but by the time they have been able to settle in, Blue Spot has been able to do plenty in this round.
Oh man, valiant effort, I can say, coming from GLU. I mean, Xbox obviously tried to hold down the line as much as he could, but then again, it can be overwhelming, and we just want player trying to handle business
โจ
there.
รแล้วก็ยืนฟัง
2,617 damage output for Sem9, 17 elimination points. And this is by far a huge gap, you know, compared to GLU squad. But then again, we're talking about like 2 players remaining for GLU squad at that moment, and Sem9 had all the advantages working out for them. So we can understand this kind of stats, you know, coming from both of the teams.
That's right, and overall, Monparong, this man, I tell you, he's been out for years. He came back, announced that he's been, you know, being coach, analyst for the team for a while, and stepping up to really deliver this impeccable performance for somebody who's considerably retired is
อ้าว
usually
เหลืออีกอันหนึ่งด้วย
unheard of, you know? It's like, I mean, there's still Coach Ken playing if it's really him. Usually some other player that's kind of borrowing the account, but this time around, man, it's just super impressive that he emerges as MVP, dealing just slightly more damage than Viren, and that's just 2 drops of points.
Okay, here we go. And well, we're always happy to see, you know, like someone joining into the team and making a whole lot of difference, you know, for Sem9. And today I can say is that by far, you know, Sem9 is the most improved team, you know, for day number 3. So yeah, hopefully we can see something like this, you know, for the last game and also for tomorrow, since we're going to have that smash roll take effect. 27 points in total for Sem9, 13 for Glue Squad, and 12 for Nongxing Red Force. Talon Esports coming in at fourth place with 10. So also this is again the best game for Talon Esports, I can say. Vikings, Team Secret, Davis Kia got nothing out of this round. So we just really have to give props, for Talon Esports. We did say, we have been inviting them to come and play, like really show us something, like show us what you got, deliver us a chicken dinner, or like maybe just get those elimination points. Just do something. And I guess in a way they listened and yeah, they performed at least for this round.
Yeah, they perform out of their minds, to be specific, and take a close look at who's at the top right now. FaZe Clan is the one that overtakes every other team, and specifically D plus Kia. The benchmarker at the moment. There's still one more round to set the real benchmark. 7-9. Remember where they were when we started off today, and now that massive 7-pointer chicken dinner pushes them 5 spots ahead. Everybody gets toppled, and they're now number 7.
Oh man, okay, listen to this. So we have been asking since the playoffs, which among these teams is going to stop D plus Kia's supremacy? And I guess we got our answer. It's none other than FaZe Clan. Now they've already dethroned D plus Kia at the top here. What they need to do is just really maintain this energy. But coming off to the second page, the only team that had some sort of improvement will be GLU with 84 points here, moving up 1 rank. Talon Esports, yes, it was a big performance, but they remain to be at the bottom of the page here. Donkey, RQ, same thing. They're non-mover. Jungle Galacticus got pushed even, down even more. So, not exactly sure what's going to happen as we are about to step into the final round today. So perhaps we can see something different. Again, the set of names, the set of teams that actually got the chicken dinner, for this, for day number 3 of the grand finals is different. So maybe there will be a team here that could just maybe lock it in and give us all that big surprise that we have been waiting for. But of course, we're going to take a quick break, and if we don't go away, we'll be right back.
Ồ, แล้วดาบผมไปไหนอะเอ้าลงมาเดี๋ยวก็ทิ้ง เปลี่ยนเกมจริงจะได้ครับเดียวเอง ไก่เลยได้ วางปลาไข่ใส่มันเลยมันละลดราคาอ้าวไม่น่าโจม
And finally, we have come to the final round here for day number 3 of the grand finals. Of course, we're going to cap things off in Myanmar. You're back with your favorite casters, Red Queen and Contra. Whew, it is shaping up to be really quite aggressive, you know, from this point on.
It definitely is. 7-9 of all teams really showing off what they're made of today. And, you know, I mean, I'm proud of my fellow countrymen in that sense. It's been a long while, let's be honest. Like, how many iterations of RS? I think, like, a lot of times, people might have 7-9 just because, you know, they don't seem to be showing, like, they're having those kind of fancy big plays out there, or the high but today, everybody's wondering what state of mind, especially the returning player Mamara, which is super impressive.
Okay, it's okay. But seriously, guys, why are you looking for a Jonathan? Who is Jonathan? I'm looking at the comment section and all of you guys are saying Jonathan. Like, who is this Jonathan? Okay, kidding aside.
Not know of Jonathan, the legend from ESN back in the days.
Oh, is that Jonathan? Because look, I came across a post, you know, from Zoxy, wherein like he got irritated a bit or like agitated because, you know, the comment section keeps looking for a Jonathan, and he was saying, "Come on, guys, don't look for a Jonathan. I mean, why are you guys looking for a Jonathan?" So I was kind of asking like everyone, because I see a lot of Jonathan down there in the comment section, like, who is this Jonathan? But anyway, okay, getting back into, of course, the gameplay, and we still have to do our due diligence. Oh man, you read my mind, Fraud! You read my mind! But you know what? I feel like, yeah, it's about time. Purple Heart step up, so I'm gonna go with you. I'm gonna go with Horror Esports as well. But Sky, come on, man! Like, we're looking for you. What are you gonna do?
I'm gonna be the combo breaker right now. I love Horror Esports, don't get me wrong, but are they gonna get it?
Are you gonna go for your homeboys? Are you gonna go for your homeboys?
I think 2 chicken dinners is enough for them. I think they're happy enough. I'm looking at all these names, and you know, I haven't voted for an Indonesian team today, so I feel like, you know, you talk about Zuxi, you know where Zuxi was from. Now isn't Claw Slayers, surely, but Claw Slayers not playing. Therefore, back to BPR.
Okay, alright. I mean, I think that's also like one of the curiosity right now, and the like people that are asking, okay, now that Zux is back with BTR, is he gonna join the main roster? Are they gonna try out like a new lineup? Because I came across a post as well, you know, from Bigatron's page, and they are gonna put out a live wherein they're gonna test out this new roster. So perhaps they're gonna announce something. I'm just not sure, but yes, BTR remains to be a formidable team. You know, they're pretty strong, and with this kind of lineup, I feel like they're also gonna go for another global domination. And I guess, you know, Federades is really such a great addition to BTR. He's definitely complementing the game style, everything else in between, and even, you know, like, getting a lot of MVP titles. I mean, during the last Hong Kong Invitation was the FMVP, and a lot of the people are already saying that Federalis is the rising star here from Indonesia.
Yeah, I mean, overall, he has always been able to show up on a lot of all these moments where not only does he show up, he clutches so many of all these situations. Like, remember back in the days of Karame Bros, he's always done that too. And so far, I think like with a roster that's always shifting, or based on Coach Ken's those flavors, where we're facing a lot of all these young prodigies. And at the same time, as much as they show a lot of all these aggression, a lot of firepower. I think like what we want to see is a sense of calm mind and who exactly is the one that kind of implements the strategy portion into BTR. And I guess this is where the struggle of finding that balance comes in. So Duxie, with his wealth of
เกม
experience
สุดท้ายของวันนี้
and being one of the most aggressive players ever to play the game, I think this is
ตัว
definitely
พิวเหมือนเดิม
the right call.
Yeah, and Federalis
พี่
is
เปลี่ยนไปหรือใคร
much,
เปลี่ยน
much
พี่
younger,
พี่
so
เดียว
I feel like he's really bringing all the aggression to BTR. The last time that I spoke to him, he said that he really tries to dictate, like what kind of pace BTR is actually gonna do, in every situation. So yeah, let's go. Let's see if we can perhaps identify if Federalis really indeed is playing today. So we'll just probably have to wait. But since this is the last game for tonight, and we're gonna look at those names over to the left side. So most elimination points now is Tins coming from Vikings. Even with the most knockouts, we got of course D plus Kia Nobu coming in at second place, and XZY from NS Red fourth. But with the most headshots, it's no fear of Horror Esports. We even have Falak at third place. Highest damage is still Tins. So I guess even if Vikings is not really say super top of the leaderboard, but fact of the matter is they have been consistent, ever since game one.
Yeah, Vince has had his pop-up moments at almost every single map that he plays, and even more so in Miramar. I was really thinking about voting for Vikings as well. And when I take a close look at Wunti, every other round he's just holding that explosive crossbow. I'm not fully convinced into, carrying that into ultra late game. I'm okay with it being played in the mid game, but yeah, I just felt like they definitely are trying to push the limits. Tomorrow onwards, I'm pretty sure that MBKE will show us an even crazier side than what we saw today.
Exactly. All right, here we go. We got teams already down on the ground, and the circle landed a bit onto the south side with a portion of Los Leones getting included in the zone. Now, most of the teams will be coming from up north. This is mostly the regular drop spots, for the teams. E-Arena headed towards Los Leones, I guess, to just like pillage towns over there. Now we got Alpha 7 taking control of this specific spot here in Picado. They're coming after all the weapons, but that was again a quick reflex coming from Zainab of Alpha 7 Esports, gaining the advantage right off the bat.
Yeah, up against D-Saver, and just like that, 2 members out for the count. It feels like D-Savior, they're definitely looking for those challenges inside the arena, but they were just a tad too late, unfortunately. Now limping across. I don't think that 4 or even the other member will be able to get involved.
ไปเลยไม่ได้
It's
แล้ว
interesting to actually see the Savior, right? When it comes
But
down
you-
to
you-
how
I-
majority
oh.
of their names are currently being blurred out with 2 players. The only constant has been Levi's as well as Parajin. Lambo has not really played some of these rounds as well, so I feel like maybe next season they're looking to make another superstar studded roster, taking some of the Vietnamese finest
เน่
players to join the
ก็เป็นแค่
organization.
หัวตารางนะครับ
A7, I mean, these guys phenomenal. They're also hot favorites to
แต่ถ้าปิดไก่ใน 107
play
นี่
out
เห็น
for
เลยนะเมื่อกี้
PWC, and I'm looking forward to that.
Oh, everyone is really looking forward to that as well. I guess, again, it's really a privilege and opportunity to be included in this type of tournaments, the third-party tournaments, just so that they could, of course, warm up, and then they could train. They could be experimental, I guess. With whatever strategy they have in store for the official tournament. So I guess it is a priority for most of the teams here to participate in the Ruthless Invitational Showdown, just because they could probably take note and just really observe like what other teams like do in some
เฮ้ย
crucial
ยัง
situations,
วน
just
กลับ
like
เข้า
what
มา
we
ฟา
are
ร์มอีก
seeing
เหรอ
on screen. I mean, Alpha 7 down to two members here, so we don't exactly know what's gonna happen next. But can they survive this or not? Okay, let me correct myself. It's D Savior down to their 2 members. So Alpha 7 right now has all the advantages, and they're hunting down the remaining boys of D Savior. So obviously they have the leverage up against their enemies. But 2504 cooking a nade here. Let's go for a 1v1. It's a shotgun. And yeah, they're obviously going for a pincher. And we got 2504 getting a nade. So that's it. End of the line for D
หยามดิ
Savior.
หยามดิ หยามดิ
Yeah, Swift worked out of the scuffle that they had. I
They
don't
sold.
think that itself would be anything that could even deter Alpha 7 in specific, and despite it being, the Savior, a household name back in Vietnam. It's just a little too tough to handle when you are just overwhelming those forces. Another fun fact, I mean, for those who don't know, I mean, the commitment that Alpha 7 has to actually play. Right now, it is 11:23 a.m. currently at Brazil, wherever in Brazil, right? So, I mean, there's definitely different time zones as well, which makes it even earlier. Imagine them needing to wake up super early as 6 a.m. or even 5 a.m. to prepare for this. Every other day, that's the level of commitment that Alpha 7 has. So, can you imagine most of these players who usually play
Whoa.
tournaments at, 5 p.m., 4 p.m., normal timings, and these guys, they're always working for the clock. Tallies going down, going for the rush, and they find those members of BP rushing right through. And Lazarus Webb will be able to seek them out all together with Mela to just deny any advancement, but Rebel has been able to go for some exchange. So I guess they cut their losses. Yoru down without any help.
Yeah, that was quick. That was really quick. And now Yoru out of the equation as well, courtesy of Onzen. 3 points in an instant, for the side of Vampire Esports. Okay. I mean, which more
กลับ
teams
บ้าน
are
เล
going
ย
to have an altercation? I
เข้าบ้าน
believe
เลย
we are going to anticipate a fight between Arena and Vikings down in Los Leones. But Arena does possess a slight advantage over Vikings, but then again, Vikings has been on point, from the get-go, so perhaps they could easily get through Arena. Deepleski is still outside, so they haven't really started traveling just yet to get into the zone. But as for GLU and Sem9, they're close to one another. Horror Esports will be coming from the northern side and could probably have an altercation up against Alpha 7.
That's right, and Arena having so much space around the Los Angeles fields. It's gonna have a smooth cruise while FaZe Clan is up for a little bit of an antsy challenge up against these members of Boing Donkey. Potato tries to wrap around,
แปะแปะแปะแปะแปะแปะ
and he's just gonna do the push forward.
แปะ
And
แปะ
it's 2
แปะ
members joining
แปะ
him.
อ่าชิบหายลูกหมด
Pick one fight at a time, and he goes down. Great stuff coming out of Gachur.
ฮัลโหล
Men on.
มันทำกันนอกกูยังงี้
17 teams remaining. Okay, first team to be taken out, of course, that was D Savior, and again, they went out empty-handed. But they're okay. Okay, they're safe. Dewey, on the other hand, I mean, FaZe Clan obviously took a lot of damage, and yeah, 3 of their members had already been taken out of the equation. So not exactly sure for like how long Dewey is going to be surviving. So hopefully we can see him at the latter stages of this match. But in the meantime, we're looking at Alpha 7, and
Whoa.
we are hearing some gunshots. But
Whoa.
okay, I called it out. Like, okay, maybe Horror will have an altercation up against Alpha 7. But it looks like RRQ is the team ready to fight it out.
That's right. And they're having the high ground advantage. Knock already being secured, so A7 will lose 1 member. process. And this circle's going all the way back
Lord.
into Chumacera, so
Lord.
BTR
ได้ไงวะ
is already firmly found there, who had to make that pick, while Alpha 7 continues to rally
ซึ่
on.
งว่าโดนออกไปฝั่งคนนั่งเลยไม่น่ารอด
RRT.
ดันรอดไปอีก
Instead, they try to swerve it a little bit wider, they try to close up the gap on this McLaren while they try to recommit onto the member of the back. And this kind of costed Red Bull a little bit of that chances. Now, closing
Ủa,
in
em nói
onto the
Steven
bar,
có tạm mới
that
đa được
makes
quá.
quick work out of both of them.
เดี๋ยวดีเชีย
Just like that. Alpha
Yes.
7, another team bites the dust.
RQ, BTR, Vampire Esports, all having an exchange here. Bumblebee is not gonna transform anymore because, well, it doesn't have the all sparks, number one, and also he's been
Why
taking out
yeah.
the equation, and now Miola taking in some hits as well. Snipe already down on the ground, so it's Nonambon and Lazy Tandem working from the side of Bigatron. Miola making a move with his shotgun, still
Howdy.
trying to find the opening, and he
Howdy.
got it.
Howdy.
And now coming after a second member of BTR over here is still a dance-off between these two teams. Who will get served? Who will fall down on their knees?
มาดิ
It looks like it's
เหมียว
Razy
ล่า
of
ไง
BTR.
Oh, I guess I talked too soon. Vampire Esports is absolutely popped
Well,
up
that,
at
man.
close quarter combat.
โอ้
A little bit of flying action
Good
for
luck.
Norman to
Thật
try
là
and
lẹ.
also join in the mix inside of the city of Chumacera, while the rest of Irina is taking each corner of this hillside. So this kind of got those members of Vampire Esports numbered. While
โอ้ย
Vampire
รอด
tries to go back for the trade, he barely survives that run
พี่เอา
through
ให้เลยดิ
and goes for a drop. Norman now tries to see that
Whoa!
area, and
Fun
oh,
đi
his
chặt
damage from
Vampire.
above was unreal, and it's coming in from the back. and
โว้ว
this
เติมไว
is
เข้า
Arena that will be able to find them all instead. One turn around,
Oh, yeah, มึงอีกแล้วเหรอ
and here comes Void Donkey.
Okay, Vorin Donkey
พิสั่งงานบุญตัวใหม่ว่ะ
be, switching to their aggressive side this time. Okay, that is such a great start. And
Good
right now
idea.
they're unleashing havoc, you know, onto E Arena at the moment. Joker low in HP. Same thing
Oh,
goes for
good,
456. So obviously they need to heal up. But you know what? Miola probably deciding, okay, maybe I could get lucky with a shot here. Maybe I could join into the mix as well. But 456 couldn't
ไม่ร
even
อดเนี่ย
like
โอ้
have a
ไปเนอะ
chance to reset. And with that long drop, I am amazed at the fact that he survived that.
Yeah,
You don't need
I
that.
was so concerned that he would be depleted instead. And E Arena hanging by a thread somehow, just barely squeezing by. 456 has got to find whatever mess that he could. Somehow, Razak and the rest of the Void Donkey members have lost sight of them.
Whew, still a lot of gunshots, you know, at stage 3, I can say. Now, Razak spots Joker, went in for a spray, but just in the nick of time, Joker was able to get inside the building, hence he is safe. Now, they
maybe
responded,
wow.
okay, and that immediately puts Razak on his knees. And you know what? Who else is actually joining into the mix here? That would be the boys of GLU coming inside Chumacera.
Yeah, Glue Squad, and that actually makes the entire Indo squads as well as Thai squads to be in the same
ดีดิเช
spot, right? Picking each other
เรา
out.
จะตาม
has
แต้มมันเยอะ
to
เอ
be
อ อ้าว
able to look at the
ตามอะไรล่ะเนี่ย
pitch
ปิงหรือ
onto
ยังไง
Noble.
สวยดีเหลือ
Now,
คนเดียวแล้ว
for Chips at the very same
ไป
time.
ดีครับน้อง
Now this one's a very big fight that
ไป
they're
ดีครับ
squeezing each other out through the blue zone while Chips goes in for a wide wrap up against Jiki. He's got a great grenade, and it's going to be a preemptive toss coming from Jiki that does literally chip chips down to 25%. And just like that, one tap is all it takes for him to fend him off.
ไม่เอา
Somehow,
แบบนี้ดิ
only one member stands, and that's Trang. It's a close 1v1 at this moment. Chips will be able to secure all these massive points. And this allows them to at least close a little bit of that gap that they had up against FaZe Clan. And just like that, Trang, the match to secure some.
Okay, Chips right now, I feel like he will not be taking the fight anymore. Or maybe just going for another angle over here. Now, Team Secret, he does know exactly where Chips is actually going, but Chips is Currently holding a nade here. Same thing goes for Frankie, so we'll just have to wait. Like, which is gonna go first? Okay, Chips was able to take in a lot of damage, and that seals the deal. Trank just put a nail in the coffin over there, eliminating the rest of D plus Kia.
They're only good for those 2 points. Look at Longship Mid Force. This is an opportunity for them to also kind of draw in a race alongside with FaZe Clan, who's currently weakened down to 1. So tomorrow's story is going to be so interesting. Now, it could very well be around the threshold of 165 points, depending on how well
ไม่เป็นไร
Longship Mid Force
ล่างมา
actually
วันนี้
performs.
ถ้า NS
And
จบไปก็ดี
RQ goes on a dominating spree. Great to see the King of Kings back at it here in Miramar. It's been a while, and it's just surprising to see RQ, VD, and Talon to be at the bottom of the barrel. While look at Brick and the rest of MVKE, they're directly in their center, receiving that zone. And on the other side, there's also 4 tribes. These 2 are definitely scary teams to watch.
Yeah, okay, here we go. So Horror Esports right now, effectively going for a push over here. Great defense as well. Now Sky trying to dance it off. Unfortunately, he got served by RQ. And yeah, he won't be coming back from that one. And now we got RQ resetting, of course, but No Fear is
ยัง
here
อีกอ๋อยังแตะไม่ได้
to avenge their fallen comrade. But is this a 3v1 situation? Where's the rest of Horror
ยิงจะตายแล้
Esports?
ว
Well, I'm too sure right
About
now,
that,
but
like
No
that.
Fear is absolutely rocking it right now, flushing them off of the field, and it's all down to the bell. Phil, can he actually handle the situation? It seems like there's all too much, and he has to turn him and run, finding a little bit more of that cover, but the chase is not giving any space with only 1 HP, literally. Man, he's somehow surviving. Here comes the Molotov, and not quite enough. No Fear will be relentless in his pursuit.
Yep. I mean, definitely living up to his name, No Fear. I mean, he charges in and just really comes out swinging to make sure that they will be winning the fight here. So another win for Horror Esports, but it's still too early to celebrate. I mean, we're just at stage 4 here, and there's 12 teams more to go. So GLU squad right now spotted where Horror Esports is, and they're trying to get lucky with the shots. And they're over here onto the northern side, just also west side of Chumacera, if you're gonna take a look at the map later on. Doxy, however, manages to put down a player from Yangon Galacticos. Okay, over to the south side this time. And you know what? This could be potentially be a 3-way battle because 4 Thrives also on the way to join the game.
4 tries so far. They're holding on to a really good position. I guess they're definitely waiting for teams to be moving on to the direction while Sem9 finding one. Doxy, great headshot connecting, coming in from Easy. Now Dox will be looking to finish the job with a grenade. So low for T24. But that spawn on the hill, it's not going to give it just enough cover. And Doxy will make his way forward. And just like that, he will be able to turn things around, bringing a member down out of NS.
Effective counter coming from 4 Thrives. Still surviving despite the fact that, you know, they obviously need a reset. Okay, that was a time bot right there. Yangon Galacticos, however, okay, also coming into play inside this compound. Now, NS Red Force obviously trying to take this away by brute force. Doxy, however, fell victim to T24 and Falak tandem. We got Say Cloud trying to get close with NS Red Force to just pick up those information just so, you know, the rest of the team would know where exactly to throw those nades. And as for 4 Thrives, again, they're trying to join into the mix here. Beanie trying to get closer to Master Smile. And this is, of course, the attack right now from NS. Unfortunately, effective defense now coming from Yangon Galacticos. But yeah, Master Smile already has been put out of his misery.
It's just pandemonium along
Chuyện
across
này này
the
hả
field
hả?
right now. Everyone's fighting for the high grounds for
ดู
lab.
เฟซดูหัวตารางแบบสบายใจหน่อยวันนี้
Confident enough to turn the tides up against TZ, who's all alone, but we've seen so many clutches coming from TZ as well. 2 great gunners up against one another, while Romeo Boy has been lurking around at the very same time to try to bring something back for Yangon Galacticos. TZ's just prepping himself up with the M4 DBS setup. So I guess he's not looking to really run outskirts because he's in pretty much a safe territory already. While Woon T, we've always seen this name appear every other round, this time with a grenade, no longer with the bow. And MGN Vikings, the team in the top 10 that does not have a chicken dinner, is hunting out for one at this current moment. And Tins, so far, best player out of MVKE throughout the day. 35 eliminations. Looking to add another one as he's also joining into the farm warehouse party eventually.
All right, here we go. For Thrive still surviving and potentially gatekeeping Yangon Galacticos and even TZ coming from Menace Red Force. We got Vikings also trying to join into the mix here. We also have the boys of Sem9, I believe, together with Miola Vapor Esports, and Yangon Galacticos was
เอ้ย
able
สวย
to eliminate that last player from Menace. And now we're looking at
สบาย
Sem9
ใจละ
back
วัน
on
นี้
the screen. We got Yumiko right now. We got Yuhai as well getting picked up by his teammate over here. Miala is not moving at all. I mean, that would be, of course, the best thing to do in this situation, knowing that nobody could provide you the backup that you need. And as for Four Thrives, it's still a good thing because we are seeing a complete
ไป
squad.
ลงทีมได้แล้ววันนี้
2-2
พอละ
split, however,
รู้
we got
ละ
two of them
เดี๋ยว
just
พรุ่งนี้ดูใหม่
manning south part area of the circle and just making it difficult for Romeo Boy, you know, to even step inside with the help of Vikings.
Yeah, and Vikings, they're trying to seek for a rare spot as well, while Team Secret plows through, finds the final member of Voing Donkey hiding right inside. So that's 45 points in. Four tries on the lower ground. It's going to be rather difficult for them to challenge Wunti up top. All these teams wrapping around the sides. Falak tries to also reposition for a little bit, going further into the western terrains. Sem9 has been able to join the city of Matera rather late, while Blue Squad, all the way up north, is going to be seeking out whoever's over on the hillside. And until stage 5 closes, we'll have to see who's going to be the biggest benefactors of the upcoming zone. And within the span of 5 seconds from now, for our tribes, this is going to be a big dive downwards if it happens to be a big call for them to do so. And it seems like only 2 members of Hora benefits from the zone.
But we got No Fear trying to get into the middle as well. But Fourth Thrives, just judging by their performance so far and their overall position, they could actually go for the map control here, coming from down south. But that is, of course, if they can eliminate Vikings in the process. Now, T2 as we can see, trying to find an angle here, and he was able to get Tins. And now Superman is very much aware of where T24 is exactly. And now he is about to move. But I don't think they can still save Teens at this point.
Very difficult. Frankie barely dodges those couple of shots coming from Shield. He tries to close in. It is absolutely Frankie that prepares better on that exchange. Alan walks away with nothing, unfortunately. 1-4. While 4 tries out over out to the hilltops, looking for the target. Superman almost getting flipped. He's got the cover coming from the care package, and Naki's being sent forward to take him on.
Oh, okay. 5 points right now for Fourth Prize. Unfortunately, man, Sem9 probably heard those gunshots, and they know exactly that this is the perfect timing for them to
Yeah,
step into the
5
battle,
ได้
because Fourth Prize
Good
obviously took a lot of damage as well coming off of that fight, and now it can be a little difficult for Fourth Prize to reset and heal up in this type of situation. Now, 6 elimination points for Sem9. It's a pretty solid number. And you know what? Horror Esports also trying to get close, but is this the perfect time for them to step into a battle?
We'll have to see. I mean, I guess they really wanted to just have a little bit of space created into the zone Stage 6 is definitely daunting with so many other teams who are still upon those valleys. And IQ just trying to stay afloat right at this moment. For Tribes, they were doing so much, and now they're only down to 1. 7-9. Now, you kind of make me regret. I mean, they really look so good today that even in Miramar on this very final game, they're still hunting for another dinner. They can't even make it into the top 5 if they have another good top 4 finish.
Oh yeah, that is for sure. And 456, this guy has always been part of the top performers, from E Arena. So he's definitely good. He adds a strong flavor to the team here. Really is, I mean, when it
วัน
comes
เดียว
to
หรือพ
like
รุ่งนี้วันเดียวครับ
dominating. But speaking of dominating,
one
again, we
tie.
got Sem9 on top of Horror Esports, which is, of course, a little struggle onto the side of Horror since they are the ones down below. And what they can do so far is throw nades to kind of distract Sem9. But how long can they keep this up? So obviously, Sleepy and No Fear, they need to heal up as well. They're popping up those smokes, but can they survive this given the fact that they're down to just 2 members?
And the nade does connect, just not enough to take down No Fear in particular. The second one does actually clip him though, so it's only down to Sleepy. And it's gonna be a full rush coming out. Yuhai trampling them down with the vehicle just to secure themselves the top 5 position. And I guess we didn't really have to wait too long for Sem9 to actually get into this top 4. 8 points in hand, still full squad, and currently in the center of the zone.
Oh man, I don't want this to be another deja vu moment, but GLU, okay, they hold most or like majority of the circuit. So map control wise, it's GLU. Sem9 is still at the edge of the zone here from down south, and man, we still got IQ for 4 Tribes playing, so we'll just have to wait for him up until he decides, okay, it's now time to move. But for E Arena and Team Secret, a score needs to settle because, well, this part is no longer inside the zone, so they need to deal business. Joker already out. Byron was able to put down by 4 Tribes, so this is a back and forth situation still, but an interesting trade-off. But you know what? Manparang is no longer interested. He wants to nail this thing.
It's crazy, man. Like, Manparang fragging in 2024 right now looks unbelievable. Back then, he was the IGL. And I believe he's actually making the shot calls as well in some of all these matches. While doing so, fragging out is just absurd if you ask me on his work rate. They're now going for the recovery while Manpa breaks out that AUG, lands it on the well. And no, just like that, it's already 10 points in for Sem9. Right underneath them is the rest of Blue Squad, while Arena's slowly clearing them out at the same time. 456 still making it pretty much painful for them to deal with, but it's pretty much overwhelming. 2 versus 1. Say goodbye to Arena.
Man, you should have went with your homeboys. I think they're gunning for the 3rd chicken dinner of the night. So it's gonna be interesting. I mean, just look at the advantages. They have numbers, and it's a whopping 56% over here. And again, a deja vu moment for the side of GLU. I mean, obviously they did have the angles, the position so far, but clearly, maybe they've made like a series of bad decisions that led them to this. But it's not too late just yet. I mean, they could still probably win this fight, but it will take a lot of effort to do just that. Frankie right now is going up against Sem9 here. It's a little tough given the angle, but let's see what kind of maneuver they have up in their sleeves here. As Sem9 takes the high ground over here for stage 8.
Earlier on, when you talk about those kind of votes, and I did say like, oh, I don't think that they're
เล่นเกล2 เกมเลย
I think they overheard me. It's
เล่น
like,
เก
you
ล
know
ตรง
what,
เกม
Contra,
ล่าสุด
I'll
เกม
prove
ที่แล้ว
you
เกมหนึ่ง
wrong.
แล้วก็
It's like, and we
แล้วก็
don't
อีเลน
care
เกล
what
ตรง
this caster really wanted to
เขา
say
ปั๊ม
about us.
เก
We're
มหนึ่ง
still here,
ถ้าเกม
grabbing,
นี้ไกลอีกก็3ไก่เลย
and they're eating good tonight. It seems.
No.
Big nades falling to Frankie. Simply not quite enough, unfortunately. While Blue Squats is also charging on from another direction. This two-prong attack coming from two
แต่
different
ดูทรงว่าหน้า
squads
ไก่นะ
might just be
Boom,
enough
die.
to kind of put some damage onto
ทรง
Sam9.
ดีๆรอนะ
You know, I like what Stickley
Yeah,
did. He came close at that foot of
Shit,
that
what the- สวยเลย
hill over here. I mean, the moment
Cool,
that
let's
the
talk about
zone
it.
eats everyone up,
Die.
Sem9 obviously will have to give up this space, right? They will have to go down, and that makes it a double-edged sword. Now, Team
Yeah.
Secret right now, oh my gosh, receiving a lot of
อ้าว
punishment
ตัว
coming
ไก่
from
ไม่
the
อยู่
side of
ค้ำต่อ
Sem9, who
ตัว
got
ไก่
bit
ไม่
up,
ค้ำ
getting
ต่อ
down
งี้เหลืออะไร
as well, courtesy of Man Parang, and now it's Stickley
Độc
left to
bạc
defend.
cày.
Unfortunately, it's still
Tôi cày
Sem9
buông bịp
at
rồi
the
quá.
top for their
Không mà.
third chicken dinner of the
ไม่
night.
น่านะ
7 eliminations
Tôi chỉ
from
khẩu vùng
Man
của Sam9.
Parang, and it was Yuhai to seal the deal at the very same time. 3
Cày luôn.
chicken dinners and the grand finals for
lý.
Sam9 as they
Rồi,
boys
phê
once
của ta ra
again
วันนี้
show
ขอบคุณทุก
what
คนมากฮะสำหรับ
Malaysia
การ
is
ซัพพอร์
made
ต
of.
กดไลค์กดแชร์กันไม่คุยส่งมาต่อ
And here we thought that no team can
เจอกันใหม่ในสตรีมหน้าพรุ่งนี้
3 chicken
ข้าวปลา
dinners
กินกันแล้วก็
in
พั
a
กผ่อนเต็
night,
มที่นะจ๊ะ
if
บ๊าย
not
บาย
deep